Chapter 180, Disturbance. Ever since she came across Xiao Chen, Yan Xincheng ran out of luck through and through. First, she was caught as a slave and was put in a difficult situation. Then, she was forced to train the obliterate demon absolute god. On the surface, Xiao Chen was her vessel, but in reality, she was controlled by Xiao Chen. Since then, she was unable to do anything to him. Although it was unlikely for Yan Xincheng to harbor killing intent, every time she thought of these, she would still get so angry to the point that the roots of her teeth were itching. In the past, she also had an ambitious ideal, but now, she only had one desire: to master the obliterate demon absolute god as soon as possible and break away from this awkward relations with Xiao Chen. Looking at her former top-ranked enemy getting stronger and stronger, Yan Xincheng felt all the more powerless. She had already heard about Xiao Chen's crazy action last night. In order to break through the ninth celestial layer, he went all over the place challenging the youth experts. He engaged in several life and death battles in one night, oppressing one powerful enemy after another in succession. Although she didn't get the exact information, Yan Xincheng had an indistinct feeling that this hateful guy before her would most likely break through the bottleneck successfully. If that was the case, it would be all the more challenging to break away from Xiao Chen. The first requirement to break away from the restriction of the vessel was to surpass the vessel in power. "Thank you." Xiao Chen received the invitation card and said to Yan Xincheng with a smile, "I'll treat you to something another day." Humph. Yan Xincheng let out a cold humph. She shot a glance at him with her limpid water eyes. Then she swung her beautiful hips as she turned around. Her ice-cold voice contained a hint of taunting. "You are not thinking of inviting me to the Moonflower Castle to have a meal, right?" Xiao Chen did not mind and said with a very sincere expression, "We are a family anyway, it's the same wherever we go." Yan Xincheng stamped on the ground with her slender body and turned around immediately. "Who are family with you?" Xiao Chen said very calmly, "The elders from your family said it with their own mouth that you are already betrothed to me. Because of this, someone tried to mount a sneak attack on me with the god-killing weapon, Pasteur. I narrowly lost my life in the hand of this ancient weapon. This kind of thing already happened, there's no way your undying sect can refuse to admit it anymore. Or did you have a sudden change of mind?" Yan Xincheng said furiously, "I never heard of this before. You better stop acting so shamelessly, otherwise don't blame the undying sect for showing no mercy." "Very well, I will go to the undying sect with you now and ask your elders face to face. If they are not intent on marrying you off, then why are they setting me up like this?" Xiao Chen did not feel embarrassed at all and talked confidently. If Yan Xincheng was stronger, she really wanted to teach Xiao Chen a lesson or two. However, right now, she could only let out a humph, unfold the undying divine wings, and run away without turning back. "Go after her quickly," Zhuge Fatty said as he was wiping his drool. "There's no reason to chase after her now. If I have free time several days later, I will directly go to the undying sect to receive my wife." Xiao Chen replied very bluntly, but nevertheless, he had an indifferent expression. His voice transmitted clearly to Yan Xincheng, who was flying in the sky. When she heard these words, her beautiful body inclined towards the side and narrowly fell from the sky. "Xiao Chen, why don't you drop dead and dream on it? Whether it's a dream or not, you will know once you go back to your sect several days later." Looking at the absolutely beautiful figure making her getaway, Zhuge Fatty said with envy, "To be able to marry a beauty as equally famous as Fairs now, it's worth it even if I end up dead." Bang! At the side, Fairsky directly sent the fatty flying again with a kick. "You bastard fatty, you really are the worst. For the past many years, you were actually fantasizing about my sister all along. Filthy. This is called a secret crush, do you understand?" The fatty was explaining as he climbed up from the ground. He had a confident expression and did not feel embarrassed. During the afternoon, the Hanrado auction house finally dropped their curtains. The price reached in the auction was 800,000 gold coins. The instant they received this news, Zhuge Fatty immediately jumped up and shouted, "Black box operation, it's definitely black box operation, gut." The fatty patted his thigh and said with certainty, "According to the momentum this noon, let's not say 1 million gold coins, even reaching 1.5 million wouldn't be that hard. How come it reached a deal with only 800,000 gold coins? There must be some dark secrets." Fairsky was also very furious. He had once went to the scene to find out the situation. He knew this price level was relatively low compared to the actual value of the ancient spear Pasteur. As a result, when the people they sent to find out the inside story returned, the two of them immediately became speechless. That was because the Zhuge family and the Fair family were suspected to be involved in this dark secrets. Few big families in Celestial City worked together to manipulate the price under the table. Their powerful force made the other competitors choose to give up grudgingly. Within the Celestial City, the old bastards from a few big families worked together to obtain the ancient spear Pasteur. They were preparing to do a collaborative research on this ominous weapon that was passed down by the ancient clan. After all, the price of the ancient spear pasteur was too high. Even the big families would feel dizzy just looking at the amount. That's why they played this kind of dirty hand. Juga Fatty and Fersky felt a bit awkward. After all, their respective families were involved. Xiao Chen did not feel particularly furious. A lot of things in this world couldn't be done in earnest, otherwise they would die an unsightly death. However, the old bastards from the big families still gave Xiao Chen some face. They sent someone to pass on a message to Xiao Chen: "Don't need to worry about the true owner of the ancient spear pasteur, we will take care of him." Xiao Chen had yet to reach that height, so he didn't know how would the elders cope with it. Relatively speaking, this outcome was pretty good. He received 800,000 gold coins without any foundation. No matter how they put it, this was still an extravagant amount. However, Xiao Chen knew these large sum of gold coins would be spent like running water. That was because he wanted to buy spiritual items. And this time, he was no longer buying any ordinary old ginsengs or reishi mushrooms. He entrusted all the money to the fatty, telling him that if he wanted to buy, he should be buying those rarely seen spiritual items. After hearing how Xiao Chen wanted to spend these money, the fatty still felt heartache even though the money was not his. He kept muttering to himself, "He's really such a spendthrift. There are so many well-off families in the south, but I have never seen anyone spending so crazily on spiritual items before." Without a doubt, Xiao Chen was a genuine spendthrift in the fatty's eyes, and a crazy practitioner beyond redemption in the eyes of Fersky. You sure there are really that kind of legendary items? After all, the amount was too enormous. Even Xiao Chen was afraid of spending but getting nothing in return. As long as you are willing to pay, the goods will definitely be worth your money. In the Celestial City, there are at least fixed to 6 rare spiritual items. What kind of place do you think is the South? A pure land where the spiritual items are growing within thousands of miles of territory, so of course they are the genuine articles. I am talking about those few over there, they are the most valuable treasure in this store. Each of them cost 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. Even those big families would feel heartache to buy it. That's why nobody is interested in them all alone. Only a real spendthrift like you would spend money on them like it is nothing. According to his prediction, 800,000 gold coins could more or less divinize 3 of his acupoints. However, he had to plan carefully and buy the right stuff. I will let you handle this matter. I'm not afraid of spending, but you must make sure they are the genuine articles. Any ordinary spiritual items only had a little effect on Xiao Chen. What he required was an absolute gem like the dragon ginseng. However, those kind of things could only be found serendipitously. Alright, I will help you cut down the price of this grade 9 lotus in the next 2 days. This was the first time the fatty was in control of this much gold coins. Although it was not his money, he still felt his back getting very stiff. In the evening, the Celestial City burst into disorder. The ancient spear pasteur had been stolen. The representative of the buyer was turned into meat paste on the spot. It seemed like everyone was not able to react in time as a black shadow swept along with the bloody spear towards a distant location. It was extremely noisy. A lot of experts were dispatched, but they were unable to catch up to that black shadow. Only until the evening did the rumor spread out. The true owner of the ancient spear pasteur made his move and got far away from Celestial City after snatching the bloody spear. This night was just as noisy as the last. Of course, the leading role tonight was no longer Xiao Chen. It was that super powerful warrior from the small tribe of the West. According to the grapevine, an old bastard from a certain family was heavily injured by the true owner of Pasteur. He was coughing out blood incessantly. Although a lot of experts were chasing all the way, the outcome was very disappointing. They didn't manage to get back Pasteur. This was a sleepless night for many people. However, Xiao Chen was sleeping very soundly. He already got hold of a huge amount of gold coins. Even the commission had already been paid for by the major families. The loss of the ancient weapon was no longer related to him. The true owner made his move against the buyer and shifted his enmity to them. In regards to him, there were no better news than this. The next day, this event was known by everyone in the Celestial City. The few major families lost their faces, but there's nothing they could do about it. 1. Leaving the south and go after him in the west? That's impossible. Legend said that although the tribe was small, they were still the descendant of the ancient race. Even though their blood was already not as pure, they were still not a bunch that could be easily provoked. Interesting, so interesting. Ha, this is a gargantuan mockery. Many people rejoiced in other people's misfortune. There were also many people feeling very regretful. They were not able to keep the god-killing weapon in the south, that's such a pity. The evening of the next day, that important banquet mentioned by the fatty was about to begin. The venue, Mander family's mansion. The War Beast tournament was about to begin. Mander family, Zhuge family, and Fair family were the owners of 3 major War Beast castles in the Celestial City. The Mander family was in control of the Beast King Castle, the Zhuge family was in control of the Amber War Beast Castle, and the Fair family was in control of the Antarctic War Beast Castle. They were in charge of the War Beast tournament this time. Before the tournament, they hereby conducted a banquet and invited many celebrities, as well as major competitors. The starlight flickered in the night sky. Mander family's ancient castle was imposing. It gave off a heavy pressure like a lofty mountain under the dim light of the night. Please present your invitation card. The head of the Imperial Guard strictly inspected every guest's invitation card at the entrance. When Xiao Chen arrived with the fatty and Fairsky, they just happened to come across Hoffman and Li Dongbo at the entrance. When Hoffman saw Xiao Chen, his eyes turned red as he turned around to glare at him ferociously. Endless stream of people were entering and exiting the ancient castle of the Mander family. Naturally, each and every one of them were aristocrats with some influence and powerful practitioners. Of course, there were no lack of upper-class women and young ladies. The wide hall was a dazzling sight, it was not crowded even with several hundred people attending the banquet. The light spilled by the crystal chandelier made the hall incomparably gorgeous in contrast. Numerous aristocrats and practitioners were divided into groups of 3 or 4. They bumped their cups repeatedly and had a lively chat. In the front, there was a tall and extremely handsome youth with aqua blue long hair. Even if he was in a crowd, he still stood out from the masses. He possessed an indescribable temperament. Obviously, he was very popular. There's a lot of people surrounding him. More than half of them were female. He was surrounded by well-developed young married women and good-looking young ladies. However, although these beauties were graceful, the passion in their eyes were not in agreement with their status. Did you see it? This is the freak from Mander family, Catalina's flesh and blood brother. Fairsky introduced to Xiao Chen. This was not the first time Xiao Chen had heard people addressing Catalina's eldest brother like this. This was obviously a handsome youth, but he was actually called a freak in the world of martial arts. It was easy to imagine how powerful and dreadful he was. He had encountered him at the city gate of Celestial City once. That time, numerous ninth celestial layer experts had clashed with Xiao Chen once, but this blue-haired youth didn't attack him at that time. It made Xiao Chen unable to grasp his true strength. This guy, you actually dared to come to my house? A lovely young lady with blue hair flung her beautiful long hair with one hand and got in front of Xiao Chen while panting with rage. Why can't I come? I received an invitation. When Xiao Chen saw Catalina, he couldn't help but recall that event at the Paradise Spa, and a smile bloomed on his face. Catalina's lively big eyes immediately welled up with fury. She could guess what Xiao Chen was thinking from his expression. This repulsive guy is really too despicable. Speaking until here, she turned around and shouted towards the blue-haired youth, "Big bro, come over here, this guy is bullying me." When the blue-haired youth heard these, he smiled towards the few girls beside him and walked towards Xiao Chen in company's direction. Not far away, Hoffman and Li Dongbo revealed a smile. On the other side, Fairs now and the other beauties also turned their head over to watch closely. Silva, wow, that true owner is strong. He's facing a few major powers and came out triumphant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, I Love Lan Nuo. In the dazzling hall, the crystal lamps were flickering with dreamlike luster. The aristocrats and celebrities were toasting repeatedly with the wine goblets in their hands. A few acquaintances were looking closely at this direction, observing Xiao Chen, Catalina, and her freak of a big brother. Those acquaintances included Austrian, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, Zhuge Kuan, Fairs Now, Yan Xingcheng, and so on. The blue-haired pretty boy was free and easy. He smiled at the surrounding girls to express his apology as he walked towards Xiao Chen in company. What is that freak called? Xiao Chen asked Fairsky. He wasn't even aware that Catalina was scowling at him. This, cough. He's called Lazio. Fairsky coughed. He seemed to be reminding Xiao Chen that Catalina would flip out if he called her big brother as a freak in front of her. You are the freak. All of you are freaks. The Mander family's baby girl stared straight into Xiao Chen's eyes and glowered at him. She was cursing unceasingly, but of course, her voice was very low. After all, this banquet was held at their house, she didn't want to cause too much of a disturbance. Lazio walked over with a faint smile and hinted a toast at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also toasted with him. However, he was still chatting with Fersky in whispers. He don't look like a freak. Looking at Catalina, then at the freak who was almost before his eyes, Fersky smiled awkwardly. And Catalina's forehead was already covered with black lines. She pulled Lazio and acted like a spoiled child. Big bro, he's bullying me, and he even called you a freak. Lazio had an out-of-the-ordinary appearance. Tall and muscular, but not to the point that his muscles were swelling. He could be rated as a pretty boy. His aquamarine long hair was brilliant, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. He possessed a special trait that even if he was standing in a sea of people, people could notice him at a glance. It must be mentioned, people with extraordinary gifts was indeed different from your average people. Without a doubt, Lazio was classified as this kind of people. He smiled and lightly pinched Catalina's lovely nose. Then he said, "Isn't that what everyone is calling me? I'm sure you are deliberately making trouble again." Big bro, Catalina was shaking Lazio's hand and acted coquettishly. "This guy is very bad. He injured brother Lambda, extorted money from cousin Austrian, and he even bullied me at Paradise Spa. You must teach him a lesson for me." The blue-haired Catalina widened her lively eyes as she bit her red lip with her pearly white teeth. In addition to the way she creased her lovely nose, it was very cute. If not because she was a little young, she might be considered the third pearl of the South, up there with Yin Qingchang and Fairs now. Lazio was not a freak. At the very least, he had good manners and gave people a good impression. This was Xiao Chen's first impression of him. So this is Brother Xiao. These days, I heard so many things about Brother Zhao's famous name until my ears almost got calluses. It's an honor to meet Brother Lazio at last. Nice to meet you. Seeing the two being polite and amiable, Catalina mumbled to herself resentfully, "Big bro, you really won't help me." Lazio gently stroked his younger sister's blue hair and said, "All right, stop making any more mischief. I have something to discuss with Brother Xiao. You go and say hello to your good sisters over there." "Big bro," Catalina muttered under her breath resentfully. Then she twisted her lovable body around angrily and left. Not far away, Hoffman and Li Dongbo were also very disappointed. They originally thought the freak of the Mander family would make an appointment to fight with Xiao Chen. Never had they thought the two would be so polite to each other and formed a peaceful relation. After she got beside Fairs now and the other beauties, Catalina said while panting with rage, "That guy is too hateful. Sister Fairs now, just now Xiao Chen said you are too tall." Hee. Before Fairs now could say anything, someone at the side already made fun of her. "Catalina, just now you must have lost the argument, right? What? You want to come here and pull some allies? Even if that guy don't have an eye for things, he wouldn't find Fairsnow's perfect figure to be no good." Few of the girls started to giggle. "Brother Xiao, why don't we go and take a walk?" Lazio issued an invitation. The moonlight was gentle as the clear radiance spilled down. Behind the ancient castle was a garden, heavily scented by the fragrance of flowers. "Brother Xiao, did you come from the mortal world?" 1. Why are you suddenly asking me? Lazio was standing on a stone bridge and looking at the flowing stream. Then he said, "I don't have evil intention. I wanted to ask about someone from you." "Oh? Who is it?" Xiao Chen walked slowly under the moonlit night. He walked past the stone bridge and jumped onto the observatory to look up at the unbounded starry sky. He felt as if he had returned to the mortal world. A dreamlike fairy. Lazio stopped here as he revealed a peculiar expression. He seemed to be a little intoxicated as he said slowly, "She's called Lan Nuo. I want to know about her past." Under the bright moonlight, for the handsome Lazio to reveal this kind of expression, if those young married women and young ladies in the hall had seen it, they would definitely be jealous and bewitched. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. Lazio had actually come across Lan Nuo. He asked calmly, "When and where did you meet her?" 1 year ago, I was fortunate to run into her once at Celestial City. However, all traces of her completely disappeared since then. She was like a fairy from the highest of the heavens. I only met her once, then she disappeared without a trace." Lazio sighed regretfully and said, "I know a girl like her wouldn't belong to a single man for eternity, even a god was not fit for her." Being called by others in the world of martial arts as a freak, he always wore a confident attitude in front of everyone. However, at this moment, Lazio's bearing was poles apart from usual. He was actually feeling regretful and frustrated. That sad expression was undisguised. Lan Nuo, the wise and able person of Yanhuang dynasty. She was exceptionally charming, a natural-born genius. At the age of 20, she traveled around the world with a sword. None were able to fight her on equal term. Xiao Chen's words were very smooth as he looked up at the starry sky calmly. His gaze seemed to pass through the space and could see the mortal world as he continued. The same year, she practiced the legendary Divine Dominion and caused her power to become half-crippled. Her body gradually became weaker. Soon, she looked for a method to break the life and death moment with her great wisdom. In the end, she resolved to freeze herself in a bottomless ice valley. A miracle happened 13 years later. Lan Nua came out of the ice cave full of vitality. She stayed young forever and successfully tricked death. She was frozen for 13 years and time passed just like a snap of a finger. Her peerless beauty didn't undergo any changes due to the vicissitudes of time. According to legend, the mortal world is deficient of spiritual energy. However, she actually gained the power to create a spatial distortion in such a short period of time. She is indeed a genius among the geniuses. Xiao was deeply moved and said, since entering the world of immortals, she could even be said to be free and unbounded. I don't know what kind of heights can she reach, but I believe in 10 years, she wouldn't need to fear the god of this world anymore. Perhaps, there's no need to wait for 10 years, 3, 2, maybe even 1 year is enough. That was the actual situation. Since the ancient times, how many in the mortal world had actually broke the bounds of the world and entered the world of immortals? There was only a handful. Every single void traveler was certainly an illustrious individual for all eternity. Nowadays, the founder of many famous sects in the world of immortals came from the mortal world. Every time he thought of these, Xiao Chen had a doubt. Since the mortal world was deficient of spiritual power, then why was there so many world-shaking figures from the mortal world? And even after those people arrived at the world of immortals, they were still sweeping the floor with all living things. How should we categorize the mortal world more appropriately? Maybe, in the ancient past, the mortal world was also an illustrious holy land. Anything else? I want to know more. Xiao stood on the stone bridge, looking at the luminous rose in the front. Every kind of flowers blossomed and the fascinating fragrance drifted in the air. That's all. Lan Nua is a mysterious girl. Facing a girl like Lan Nua, has Brother Xiao never been tempted once? I haven't reached the same height as her. I don't have any extravagant hope. My future, I need to develop it step by step. Xiao Chen was very calm. He was unwilling to speak much more regarding this topic. Xiao smiled, then his bearing changed in that instant. That frustration completely disappeared as he regained his confident expression. He said, I actually want to fight with you, but today is not a good day. How about a round of formal match instead? Bring it on. Xiao Chen was on top of the observatory. He turned around to face Xiao. Spiritual battle. Speaking until here, Xiao's aquamarine long hair suddenly fluttered backward. His expression suddenly became incomparably sharp as he emitted two ice-cold glints similar to the sword chi. A pressure originated from the spirit pressed down on Xiao Chen like an immemorial primal beast. It was fierce yet explosive. Vaguely, it felt as if there were thousands of souls howling in grief, yet it also felt like the roars of the wave. It was extremely powerful. Xiao Chen instantly understood how Xiao received his freak title. On the outside he looked gentle and cultivated, but when his battle intent burst out, he was actually this coarse and wild. His power was close to the point of freakish. In regards to spiritual power, Xiao had already went beyond the category of exuvia. His spiritual power condensed and materialized into divine swords, it was unstoppable. Xiao Chen was as calm as a lofty mountain. The spiritual power was slamming him like vast ocean, with great and powerful momentum, and yet, he remained unfazed. No matter how many thousands of divine sword or waves you throw at him, it was all like rivers entering the ocean. His power was deep and beyond measure. The quiet battle of the two caused the plants in between to wither at once. Soon after, the flowers soundlessly turned into dusts. It seemed as if there was never any vegetation at that place to begin with, only the dusts. Rumble. The white marble bridge burst up and collapsed. Xiao jumped back, his face a little pale. The observatory also burst up and was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Chen's face was also covered with sweat. He jumped up and landed on top of a pavilion. Following that, a blazing divine light burst out between the two. That was the force of spiritual power. The divine light was dazzling. It made even the moon and the stars in the sky lose their splendor. The fluctuation of the spiritual power was as vast as the ocean. This could even be said to be an extremely dangerous battle. A little mistake and their consciousness would be crushed, flattened, and they would become a living dead. After no less than 15 minutes later did everything finally calm down. The two of them no longer resisted. The pavilion had turned to dusts, the lotus pond had dried up, the flat marble ground even caved in for at least 10 meters soundlessly. Between the two was a huge gorge. Historia? Xiao looked at Xiao Chen with amazement. Xiao Chen did not reply. Only after pondering for a while did he say, "Your spiritual power already broke into the realm of Historia." "My spiritual power is powerful as it should be. That's because I am a psychic." Far away, the scions of a few big families shook their head. Hoffman said regretfully, "What a pity, why are they not continuing? Mother F. Is that bastard really that strong? I really want to squeeze him to death." It seems like the freak from the Mander family didn't gain any upper hand. This is inconceivable. Li Dongbo also heaved a sigh and said, "It really make one apprehensive. Why is no one putting him in order? Could the rumor be true? That he has some relationship with that existence in the depths of South? So what if he has friendship with them?" Hoffman's eyes flickered with ominous glint and said, "There's still methods to toy with him to death and won't give rise to that person's suspicion. Say, stop putting on airs." A sneer transmitted from the side as a young lord said, "I have heard this from the elders in my family. That your old fathers actually wanted to make their move. As a result, they pulled back the way they came from." Cackle, cackle, the sound of Hoffman grinding his teeth could be heard. Then he shouted fiercely, "5 Historia experts from my family died. We can't let this score end like this. I will find someone to squeeze him to death sooner or later." On the other side, Yan Xingcheng, Fersky, Zhuge Liang, Fersnau, Catalina, and the others also watched the spiritual battle just now. Zhuge Liang ridiculed, "The baby girl from Mander family, it seems like your big bro is out of form today. Shame to the good name of the unparalleled freak. Bastard fatty, don't provoke me. You think I don't dare to beat the crap out of you?" Catalina was glaring at the fatty angrily. However, due to her sweet appearance, even when she was acting savage, she still appeared very cute. "That's right. Catalina, is your older brother holding back on purpose? How can he be no match for Xiao Chen?" The young lady at the side could even be said to be blindly worshipping Lazio. Love-struck fool. After the cold voice, a tall and stalwart figure holding metal sword walked over from the hall. "You shut behind that young lady," Catalina shouted, "hold it." And covered her mouth. "Do you want to die? Don't you know who he is? Who is that bastard?" The young lady was very furious. The other young married women and young ladies were also very angry. 2. He is Dugu Jianma. 2 years ago, at a banquet, the eldest daughter of the Lu family acted arrogant and bossy, and that woman was directly beheaded by that guy. Catalina whispered. "Ah, it's him." Obviously, all the women knew about Dugu Jianma's behavior. All of them shut their mouth right away. 1. Silva, I think I know where this is going. Hui Wei Wei Hu. 2. Silva, Kek, Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma are so unlucky with girls XD. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Joy and Delight. When Xiao Chen returned to the hall, a waitress delivered a fine liquor to him. The golden beverage was as thick as a honey. When it slid down the throat, there was a blazing feeling, and then it transformed into a sweet fragrance, flowing along with the breath. That feeling was too wonderful. Zhuge Fatty walked over and clicked his tongue, TSK. Mander family sure is wealthy. This gold dream do cost as much as half a year of the common family's living expenses. Fersky also walked over and said with his lips sticking out, "Hoffman is scowling at you." Sure enough, Hoffman was staring at him very fiercely. Xiao Chen raised his head to down this gold dream dew and then walked over there with large strides. "Don't act recklessly," Fersky warned him. This place was not an ordinary location. The moment he got nearer to Hoffman, Catalina and the other girls just happened to turn their heads over there. They were very clever and knew what was going on with a single glance. They giggled as they watched on. Hoffman was together with a group of scions from the major families. He looked at Xiao Chen provocatively and mumbled under his breath noiselessly. "Mother F. This son of a b is cursing you?" Zhuge Liang was very furious. Xiao Chen looked at Hoffman's performance very calmly. The other party was indeed cursing him with filthy speech. "What is he cursing? Interpret for me, Fersky." "He was calling you a bastard, saying that if you have the guts, then go over there." The latter part is very unpleasant to hear. Fersky was also extremely displeased with Hoffman. The nearby were all young people, many of them had noticed the situation at this place. Xiao Chen turned his head to ask Catalina, "Hoffman is really cursing me, Adut?" "Of course. Do you really need us sisters to interpret for you? I didn't expect you were so stupid, you don't even know how to do lip reading," Catalina said without holding back. Then she giggled and started to interpret. She was more than happy to see Xiao Chen blowing up. She was very willing to pour oil on the fire. Catalina and few other girls from the major families started to interpret what Hoffman was saying earnestly. Of course, they were adding oil while interpreting. He said it, "You scoundrel, come over here if you have the guts. Coward, come and hit me if you dare. Watch it, boy, I will make you wish you were dead sooner or later. Why is this boy so scared now? Why did he not dare to come over? Come over and hit me if you have the guts. Come over and hit me, you joker." Hearing these, Xiao Chen smiled and said towards Fairsnow and the others who remained quiet all along, "All of you heard it right? I didn't misinterpret. With so many people to testify, that guy over there is asking me to go over there to hit him." It was the baby girl of the host, Catalina, who personally interpreted for me. It's definitely not a mistake. Since he wished for it, as a gentleman, I will fulfill his desire. As he was speaking, Xiao Chen walked over there with large strides. Ah! The people at the side were stunned. The fatty and Fairsky, on the other hand, started to laugh. Catalina was screeching, "Xiao Chen, you bastard! You have the impertinence to make use of me. I say, brothers and sisters, is there anyone who wants to hit him? Then follow my lead, there's no need to feel apprehensive. This guy was begging to be hit." Speaking until here, Xiao Chen already got within the group of scions and made Hoffman fall onto the ground with a slap. Then he started to trample him violently. "Ow you, Hoffman let out a pain sound similar to the howl of the wolves. He was exceptionally miserable. Never had he thought Xiao Chen would really dare to hit him. "We really can beat him?" One of the scions not far away asked like this. Hoffman was usually very arrogant, so he naturally had many enemies. Of course, everyone at this place can testify. With a hustle and bustle, more than 10 male and female surrounded Hoffman and trampled him violently. Hoffman's miserable shriek practically didn't sound like it was produced by a human. Among the participants, the young ladies were much fiercer than the men. Every one of them was wearing an excited expression, as if they were playing a very interesting game. A game where they were trampling on a sandbag and wishing every step could make the sandbag spill some sand. 1. Catalina was using her lily-white hands to knead her temples. She was having a slight headache as she said, "This guy is too wretched, he's actually using me. I think this guy is very treacherous. He's worse than Dugu Jianma." A few good friends of Catalina supported her, but there were also a few traitors among them. Few of them already ran over there excitedly and participated in trampling Hoffman. "My God! Brother Liu, you also dared to hit me? This slut from the noble house, where do you think you're kicking? You want to cut off my line of descent? Ow you. While Hoffman was howling in grief, he didn't forget to fight back fiercely with words. Of course, that only served to increase his beatings. When few of the scions at the side watched on, their faces changed abruptly. They wanted to help, but after looking at Xiao Chen, who was like the death god, each and every one of them shrank back. Now they know, this guy couldn't be trifled with, couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, they would die an unsightly death. Xiao Chen did not hold back at all when he made his move. In only a moment, he had snapped 13 bones of Hoffman. After that, he calmly moved back and let those ladies and gentlemen who felt animosity toward him to continue beating him. After he swept his eyes past these scions, they immediately kept quiet out of fear. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was more scary than the unreasonable Dugu Jianma. "Li Dongbo, when will you pay up the 20,000 gold coins you owe me?" Xiao Chen looked at Li Dongbo with a smile that was not a smile. "Ah, this. I will pay back as soon as possible." Li Dongbo was ashamed, angry, and terrified all at the same time. "That won't do, you must give me an accurate timeline. Within 10 days. Li Dongbo's face was flushed. "Good, that's settled then. I always keep my promise. What I hate the most is people who break their promise. I wish you will not disappoint me." His words were very cold. This was an undisguised threat. "Austrian, when will you pay back the 30,000 gold coins?" Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to Catalina's cousin. These scions felt that Xiao Chen was really too arrogant. This was but the Mandur family's ancient castle, and he actually forced the scion of the Mandur family to pay back the money at this place. He's too crazy. "I will give it to you within 10 days. After saying these, Austrian turned his head angrily and left. "Ow you, so painful. I'm about to die." The voice let out by Hoffman already couldn't be classified as a human's voice anymore. He wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The disturbance at this place had already attracted a lot of attention. However, the overwhelming majority of the people felt unconcerned and let matters rest. Only until the master of the Mander family learned about this matter did he come to put a stop to it hurriedly. That was precisely Catalina and Lazio's father. He was a dignified-looking middle-aged man. He had similar aqua-blue long hair, and although he was middle-aged, he still looked very soldierly and confident. "Stop it. What's going on here?" Only now did Hoffman's nightmare come to an end. He was badly mutilated from head to toe. He didn't even look like a human anymore. It could even be said to be a tragic sight. The people of the Reagan family rushed over from the VIP lounge as soon as they received the news. They felt flustered and exasperated when they saw Hoffman. One middle-aged man swept his eyes all around and shouted, "Who did this? You actually dare to create a disturbance in the Mander family's banquet? Are you not giving any face to the Mander family?" He immediately pulled the Mander family in. He wanted to make the Mander family settle this and punish the perpetrator. At this time, many older generation figures who were discussing about the War Beast tournament also walked over from the VIP lounge. You can't blame other people, it was Hoffman himself who wanted people to beat him. Among the crowd, one of the Scions mumbled in a low voice. "What are you saying? Come out here and speak loudly." The one standing there was Hoffman's flesh and blood uncle. How could he not be angry? That was indeed the case. Hoffman wanted others to beat him. A young lady raised her voice. "That's right. That's just how it is. He was begging to be hit." Every participant shouted all together. These young people all had powerful background. With these many people together, they were not afraid of the Reagan family at all. If you don't believe us, you can ask Lady Catalina of the Mander family. As the daughter of the master, I don't think she would tell a lie. Someone pulled Catalina into it as their shield. "Catalina, come over here. Tell me what is going on." Her dignified father cast a glance at her. Catalina moved over there gloomily. She turned her head around to take a quick look. She found that Xiao Chen was actually lifting a wine goblet and watching the show, away from the group of people. He didn't seem to have the intention to join in. This made her very frustrated, but she also had no other choice at the moment. She must not stir up more trouble than this. It's best to smooth things over as quickly as possible while Hoffman was still unconscious. Hoffman was possessed. He insisted on getting hit. The sharp and clear words echoed in the hall. It immediately gave rise to a roar of laughter. "Carry this disappointing thing back." Hoffman's uncle shouted angrily at this two underlings, then he rushed into the VIP lounge without turning back. "Let's continue the banquet. I hope everyone can forget about the unpleasant moment just now," said Catalina's father. "That was very pleasing just now." It must be mentioned, there was a few talent among the participants. Such a response immediately gave rise to a cheerful talk. The tensed-up atmosphere from just now immediately dissipated. The music resounded as the light in the hall dimmed. Then the dancers took the stage gracefully. Many young men and young ladies already took part in the dance. Xiao Chen felt out of sorts. He came from the mortal world. The differences between so-called code of ethic between the male and female were very big. Looking at these young people dancing in the hall, he felt a little unbelievable. "This hateful guy, would you dare to dance with me?" Catalina was as proud as a little phoenix. She walked over with her well-developed breasts and looked at Xiao Chen provocatively. Her stature was petite, but her curves, her long eyelashes, and her vivid big eyes made her seem very sweet. Her only downfall would be her arrogance. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. What not to dare? He immediately pulled her hand and walked into the dancing field. According to the mortal world's code of ethic, there's nothing for him to lose. However, Xiao Chen's dance really made people less than impressed. He almost threw Catalina away with a single whirl. "You want to die? You are practically like a beast." Since they were already in the dancing field, Catalina let out an astute smile and said, "Xiao Chen, if I shout insolence right here and now, how do you think people will look at you? I don't think you would do such senseless thing." Under the dim lighting, Xiao Chen wore an indifferent expression. "What if I do something more extravagant?" Catalina harbored malicious intent as she smiled. Xiao Chen raised his guard. If he really let this young lady act arbitrarily, he might really be stuck in a dilemma. Pure power immediately rushed into Catalina's body from his two hands, confining her verbal ability and restricted her four limbs. Her dance steps were completely manipulated by Xiao Chen. "Oh dear, since you want to ruin my reputation, I will help you accomplish it in advance." Xiao Chen harbored malicious intents and pinched her ample but a few times. Catalina almost teared up due to the pain. She knew her buttocks were definitely bruised. Moreover, she could clearly feel that this scoundrel Xiao Chen was carving a few words on her soft flesh. It was actually these few words, Xiao Chen's little attendant. Catalina was driven mad. To try to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. She had really suffered a big loss tonight. This loss was hard to put into words, she couldn't even tell her big brother about it. The worst thing was that she couldn't raise her voice at the moment. This guy was too wretched. He's actually still groping. While embracing Catalina in his embrace, Xiao Chen could smell the fragrance of the young lady. Since this girl wanted to scheme against himself, Xiao Chen was not an inflexible blockhead, he should levy the interest with no trace of politeness. Just at this time, Catalina's father found them at this place. His face turned sinister at once when he just happened to see Xiao Chen and Catalina. Mother F. Youngster, where do you think you are putting your hand? On my daughter's buttocks. And still being so dishonest, you tired of living? Although Bailey had good temper, he still couldn't hold back his urge to let out a curse after seeing this scene. This youngster is such a grandmother's bastard. He actually dares to so assail my Mander family's baby girl so boldly, such a scum. Furthermore, this brat Catalina is really outrageous, how could you let him touch you like this? Of course, he had wrongly accused Catalina. Due to the obstruction of the other dancers, Bailey couldn't see Catalina's current situation clearly. When Bailey arrived with a sinister face, Xiao Chen calmly let go of Catalina. The moment Catalina regained her freedom, she wanted to bare her fangs and pounce over there immediately. In the end, when she saw her father with an ugly face, she immediately had the urge to cry. Xiao Chen, go to the VIP lounge with me. Bailey turned around and left after saying these. Catalina shouted from behind, Dad, teach him a lesson for me. He was bullying me. Humph. Bailey let out a humph with an ugly face. He didn't even turn around. Be a good girl and stop playing around. Think about the time and situation. Wait for me to come back. Xiao Chen knew Bailey was having a misunderstanding. He immediately wanted to make matters worse as he took on a kind and doting attitude. Go die. Go die. Go die. Looking at Xiao Chen leaving with a smile across his face, Catalina really wished she could bump into his back. She yelled towards his rear figure, Mr. Xiao, just you wait, I'm not finished with you. After entering VIP lounge number 10, Bailey didn't show Xiao Chen any goodwill from start to finish. He said very coldly, I know you have a Dragon King. I invite you here because I want to ask whether you will participate in the War Beast tournament or not. I haven't decided yet. I treated 10X as my partner, I didn't want to go against its desire. I still have no idea whether it's willing to participate or not. Bailey remained expressionless as he handed over a silver plate. Since it is a sacred beast, there's no need to participate in the knockout competition. You can directly enter the grand battle. To participate or not, that is up to you. Take this silver plate with you. If you are unwilling to participate, you can just throw it away. Very clearly, the ugly-faced Bailey didn't want to say much to Xiao Chen. After he's done with his business, he asked him to leave right away. Xiao Chen laughed mischievously and didn't say much. He left right away after putting the silver plate into his pocket. Naturally, after he came out of the VIP lounge, he directly left from the back door to avoid the Mander family's baby girl. After returning to the residence, Kiki had also returned. The little critter had an important mission tonight, to scout the Mander family's Beast King castle. After it got back, the little critter gesticulated at Xiao Chen excitedly, letting him know what it heard and seen. Xiao Chen became well aware of the situation after hearing these. 10X, do you want to participate in the War Beast tournament? The proud little dragon nodded its head. Kiki also mimicked the gesture by patting its plump little belly, and then proudly puffed up its chest. You also want to participate? Squeak. Kiki nodded its head seriously. The time passed quickly. These days, 10X was always confronting with the Azure Dragon King. At the same time, it was using the dragon's divine ability to help the Azure Dragon King regain its mind. The knockout competition of the War Beast tournament already began. The Celestial City turned very lively. There were interesting beast battle every day. 1. Silva, imagine if every girls were wearing high heels. That would be so painful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, The First Divine Ability. The black clouds rumbled at nightfall. The clouds as black as the ink were almost touching the ground. It seemed like a storm was imminent. Not a single soul could be seen on the main street. Such a big celestial city seemed to have sunk into deathly silence. all the sounds have disappeared. There was an indescribable pressure pouncing over to the Mother Earth from the dark horizon. It was as if the Mother Earth had been shrouded by a layer of dense fog in a flash. At Xiao Chen's residence, Fairski and Zhuge Fatty hurriedly bid farewell. The both of them had ugly an expression as they warned Xiao Chen not to rashly go out when the rainstorm approached at night. When he asked why, the two of them were also not very clear. They said it was an old tradition passed down in Celestial City, that there would be 1 or 2 unusual rainstorms annually. In order to avoid getting frightened, it's best if everyone don't go out to walk around, regardless of the ordinary peoples or the powerful practitioners. Just before leaving, Fairski said in a low voice, the elders said it themselves, the city might be a real celestial city of the legend. The name is not given randomly. Just quietly stay in the house and nothing would happen. The resident of the city already got used to this. It's only once or twice annually. After that, he hastily left with the fatty. The black clouds were getting lower and lower, as if they had already touched the ground. However, the sound of thunder still couldn't be heard. There was only a heavy pressure, as if there were hundreds of thousands of big mountains descending slowly. Everywhere in the city was in absolute silence. It was as if Celestial City had lost its liveliness, not a sound could be heard anymore. An indescribable palpitation gave rise to a bone-chilling fear. Kiki and Tenex felt very uneasy. They seemed to have felt something bad as they kept looking up at the dark sky from the courtyard. Xiao Chen felt this scene was somewhat familiar. At that time when the ghost town appeared on the Dragon Island, it seemed just as oppressive and frightening. Ghost town? Celestial City? As he thought of this, Xiao Chen suddenly had a flash. According to rumor, nobody knew when the Celestial City was constructed. They did not have any historical records, they only knew it had already existed for countless years. However, that tall and ancient city wall was still in good condition even after going through the vicissitudes of time. Could it be that the Celestial City and the Dragon Island's ghost town were ancient cities from the same era? Then, doesn't that mean this city had already been through the vicissitudes of countless eras since the day it was built? Was it really a mysterious ancient city of the distant past? Xiao Chen had a feeling that his conjecture might really be true. Kiki and Tenex vigilantly watched the dark sky. Their expressions seemed to be very grave. Xiao Chen also felt very uneasy, but this kind of feeling was a lot different compared to the time when the ghost town appeared on the Dragon Island. At the very least, he didn't feel the vibe of death. There was only a foreboding feeling, it felt as if there was a huge lifeform about to awaken from its ancient slumber. Rumble! The lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. One crisscross lightning after another cut through the dark sky and tore apart that heavy atmosphere from just now. The downpour descended, the heaven and earth was covered by a curtain of water, and the tempest began. The whooshing sound of the winds sounded scary. The tiles of the roof were making crashing sound as they were blown by the wind. All the rainwater were blown in the sky until they were rolling up and formed jets of water similar to the waterfall. Of course, all of these could only be seen due to the brilliant rays of the lightning. After the flash of lightning disappeared and sunk into darkness, they could only hear the terrifying sounds and unable to see anything. As dark as the ink. It seemed as if Celestial City had been covered by an opaque black cloth. Just at this time, the jet-black broken sword at Xiao Chen's waist suddenly trembled violently, as if it wanted to streak across the vast sky and leave. Xiao Chen was very surprised. This pitch-black, abnormally heavy, yet ordinary-looking broken sword actually started to tremble today. It was a little bizarre. One must know that the broken sword was only a little more than 1 foot long, yet it weighed more than a few hundred kilograms. If it was not filled with magic power, it wouldn't even be able to cut down an ordinary metal, let alone the divine weapons. It looking very much mediocre until now. It had never manifested anything unusual before. Of course, those so-called divine weapons also couldn't cut down this broken sword. Apparently, it's neither weak or strong. Xiao Chen reached out with his hand and firmly grabbed the sword shaft. He could feel the jet-black broken sword trembling violently in his hands. An ancient vibe seemed to throw itself in his face. Soon after, he could feel an extremely sharp sword chi. A resplendent ray of light directly cut open the empty sky. It streaked across the darkness and was launched towards the pitch-black sky. It was still and quiet, no peculiar fluctuation transmitted from the dark sky. It was as if the endless darkness had swallowed up the sword chi. Just at this time, Xiao Chen suddenly felt an intense battle intent rushing into his mind from the broken sword. Some kind of instinct urged him to go to the courtyard and began to practice with the sword. Swish! 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 The sword chi was as bright as the lightning as it was rumbling in the darkness and surging forward in the heavy rain. The broken sword in Xiao Chen's hand seemed to glow with the radiance of life. It was like a raging black dragon as it violently emitted one divine radiance after another. What the broken sword passed to Xiao Chen, rather than battle intent, it was more like sword intent. It wasn't really a sword technique, but it conveyed one kind of creative concept to Xiao Chen. It was one kind of creative concept that belonged to the sword. It could be understood, but not described. Xiao Chen was immersed in some kind of fantastic state. Nobody was teaching him the sword technique, but he was waving freely and unconstrained in accordance to that sword intent in his mind. The broken sword left a streak of rainbow as it slashed past. The pitch-black sword body was flickering with resplendent divine radiance. Xiao Chen felt that he had no choice but to draw the sword and wave it without constraint. He wanted to arouse the skyrocketing killing intent and battle intent. Rumble. The lightning flashed in the sky. Xiao Chen was waving his sword alone under the heavy downpour. One sword radiance after another rushed straight into the dark horizon. The murderous aura sent shivers down the spine. The sword chi were unstoppable. Just at this time, along with the deafening thunder, Xiao Chen could hear an almost indiscernible sound of close-quarters combat. In the endless dark sky, under the flash of lightning, one ancient figure after another appeared. Each of them was wearing an ancient armor and holding a divine weapon in their hand. A lot of people from ancient times were fighting fiercely in the sky. Kiki and Tenex also rushed under the heavy rain as they looked up at the horizon nervously. The broken sword in Xiao Chen's hand never stopped. Looking up at the horizon, he continued to wave the sword as he watched the faintly discernible battle. With a buzz, the rainbow-colored sacred tree on top of Kiki's head suddenly flickered with brilliant rays. After that, a golden ray of light soared up and was launched into the high altitude. It was actually that golden divine halberd with skyrocketing murderous aura. It was flickering with glaring golden light, as if there was a golden flame throbbing on the weapon body. Following closely, with an explosive sound, the black fog pervaded as a metal engraving rushed out of the rainbow-colored sacred tree. It flew up into the night sky in that instant. The golden divine halberd and the jet-black metal engraving, those were the divine artifacts that went missing on the Dragon Island since ancient times. On that day, Kiki recklessly caused trouble and these two ancient artifacts had once destroyed one mountain range after another. It narrowly led to a huge disaster. Never had they thought, these weapons had also broke away from the Dragon Island along with them. Kiki had never thought of this possibility before. At this moment, it was so excited that it was squeaking randomly. Xiao Chen was also very shocked. Two divine artifacts were actually hidden in the rainbow-colored sacred tree. That was too unexpected. After the golden divine halberd and jet-black metal engraving rushed into the sky, the image of the fierce battle in the sky instantly faded away. After that, the rumbling of the thunder also disappeared in split second. The sound of the wind also stopped. The world had sunk into complete darkness. The golden divine halberd and jet-black metal engraving, these two ancient artifacts seemed to have faded away along with the thunder and the ancients. Squeak! Kiki was calling out anxiously under the heavy rain. The rainbow-colored divine radiance had enveloped it. Not a drizzle of rain could fall on its body. The sword radiance flickered for the last few times. Xiao Chen put away the sword and laid down. The sword intent in his mind had been thoroughly aroused. As he looked up at the pitch-black sky with heavy downpour, he could be certain now, Celestial City was definitely an ancient city of the distant past. Otherwise, how would it have such a mysterious side? At this very moment, the pressure enveloping the heaven and earth bore a remarkable resemblance to the characteristic of the Dragon Island's ghost town. The only thing lacking was the vibe of death. It was exceptionally oppressive. Although there's no thunderous sound in the sky, the downpour actually began to fall to the ground noiselessly. The splashes appeared on the ground in thin air. It was exceptionally quiet. The world had become deathly still. However, it was during this extremely abnormal situation that Xiao Chen felt his body was letting out a shattering sound. He actually made a breakthrough to Historia realm under this kind of suffocating situation. As if some kind of shackles had been broken, he had finally overcame the last bottleneck and completely entered this domain. The unsteady state was now stabilized. One gem-like radiance after another lingered on his body. The bones in Xiao Chen's body were letting out snapping sounds as his flesh squirmed frantically. This was a natural response when his body undergo a real transformation. Historia was the realm where one began to open up the treasures in their bodies. Henceforth, the divine abilities would spring up in large numbers. Just at this time, Xiao Chen's first divine ability after breaking through to Historia realm appeared. Weapon fusion. The broken sword in Xiao Chen's hand seemed as if it was melting. It transformed into resplendent sword chi and blended into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen was gobsmacked. It was not because he didn't understand the situation. It was because he knew this divine ability was too rare. He absolutely never thought his first divine ability would be the legendary weapon fusion. This was the treasure body every practitioner yearned for even in their dreams. However, thinking carefully after the shock, it was not too unexpected. That was because he was following the path of Vajra, so the divine ability he obtained would naturally be related to it. Weapon fusion, according to legends, it could change any divine weapons into a part of his body. Of course, that was only the initial stage. Along with the increase of power, it was completely capable of smelting any divine weapons and made a certain part of his body possess all kinds of properties from the divine weapons. As a result, the human body itself would be equivalent to the heavenly sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Smelting 3 Divine Artifacts. Clairvoyance, clairaudience, and so on were comparatively common. Telepathy, undying technique, and the others were comparatively rarer. As for the legendary reincarnation, time control, extreme speed, and other such divine abilities were even rarer. The weapon fusion learned by Xiao Chen after breaking through to Historia realm could be considered a rarely seen divine ability. It was the most fitting ability for his one and only way. Historia, the realm where one slowly open the sealed door in their bodies and dig out the treasures stored within. All kinds of legendary divine abilities required them to train painstakingly before they start to open up gradually. The first divine ability gave Xiao Chen a nice surprise. He was even more looking forward to the divine abilities he would get in the future. The jet-black broken sword transformed into swordqi and circulated within Xiao Chen's body according to his will. It was like a surging river, then again, it was like a clear stream. With a flash, the broken sword appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Right now, Xiao Chen naturally didn't have the capability to thoroughly smelt the broken sword. If he had enough power to completely smelt the broken sword and fuse it with his flesh, then this broken sword would no longer exist in this world. It would become a part of his body. Swish! With a flash of light, the broken sword entered Xiao Chen's left palm. When he waved his left arm lightly, a resplendent swordqi was launched diagonally and let out a whistling sound. The unceasing torrent of swordqi bubbled out and formed a dazzling light screen which cut through the curtain of rain with its unstoppable power. He couldn't smelt the broken sword, but with the jet-black broken sword hidden in his left palm, it was as if he was wielding the jet-black weapon in his hand. He no longer had to fear the divine weapon. At the same time, he was able to injure his enemy imperceptibly. Weapon fusion, since the body was a small universe by itself to begin with, it was possible to fuse everything within the body. After reaching certain heights, not only could he refine all kinds of divine weapons, even refining an immemorial magic mountain and store it within the body was not a problem. Xiao Chen broke through to Historia realm, and the first ability he received after opening the seal was definitely a very formidable and rarely seen divine ability. Since he couldn't refine the broken sword for the time being, Xiao Chen walked into the house to take out an ordinary-looking dagger. After that, according to his will, the dagger melted instantly and fused into his right palm. Lightly waving his palm towards a chunk of wood beam, it was cut off in a flash. The dagger was thoroughly refined. Xiao Chen felt his right palm had the sharp property of the dagger. This was simply unimaginable. If he could smelt a lot of divine weapons and fuse it with his body, wouldn't he become a living weapon, a moving armory? This kind of divine ability was too freakish. Next, Xiao Chen continued to smelt a few more swords. The result was as he had speculated. All of them fused into his flesh. The pitch-black sky was incomparably oppressive. A screech suddenly resounded from the endless darkness and shook the entire celestial city. The screech was very imposing. It sounded as if it fell from the highest of the heavens, then again, it also sounded as if it smashed the void and came from the ancient times. Carrying on, the thunderous lightning burst out. One huge lightning after another appeared in the dark sky and made the sky brightly lit. A divine halberd and a metal engraving burst out with dazzling rays of light in the sky of Celestial City. They attacked in crisscrossed pattern and instantly destroyed the endless shadows in the sky. Those were the shadows of the prehistoric peoples wearing ancient armors. Was it an illusion? Nobody knew. Sigh. Celestial City suddenly shook violently for a while. It was as if a huge living body was sighing. After that, all the lightning rushed towards the Mother Earth and entered the Celestial City. When the lightning gradually became dimmer, Xiao Chen had seen it clearly. All the shadows of the ancients had been augmented again, and then they transformed into one light stream after another as they flew towards Celestial City, blending into the ancient city under the dim light of night. The tempest stopped at this point. During this pitch-black night, something inconceivable had indeed happened in the sky. However, compared to that time in the Dragon Island's ghost town, this was nothing. It was not frightening, nor could it be regarded as unfathomable. However, this was only on the surface. Xiao Chen had profoundly felt a boundless power shrouding the celestial city. It was absolutely not inferior to the Dragon Island's ghost town on that day. That means this ancient city was hiding a great secret unknown to anyone. Otherwise, it was impossible for the golden halberd in metal engraving to rush into the night sky. They were spiritual antiques, surely, they must have realized something one wished to keep secret. The torrential black light flickered as the jet-black metal engraving fell from the dark sky, directly rushing towards the rainbow-colored sacred tree on top of Keek's head. Don't look at how the snow-white little critter was usually muddle-headed, it was actually very clever. It had once personally experienced the power of the jet-black metal engraving and was fearful of it. The snow-white little critter immediately ran away from this place with a swish. The jet-black metal engraving did not smash over as they imagined. It was as if it had treated the rainbow-colored sacred tree as its vessel. It became slower over time, and finally, it suspended in the courtyard. Kiki looked at it curiously. After that, it was pleasantly surprised as it transformed into a streak of light and rushed over there. It wanted to put away the jet-black metal engraving. Just at this time, Xiao Chen suddenly had a flash and shouted, "Kiki, wait a moment." The little critter doubtfully landed on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen in puzzlement. "Let me give it a try." He just comprehended the weapon fusion a moment ago. Xiao Chen wanted to give it a try and see if he could take this ancient artifacts into his body. According to his will, the black light glinted and the metal engraving did not resist at all. It directly fused into Xiao Chen's left palm. Almost at the same time, Xiao Chen felt his left palm was crushed. The sharp pain almost made him shout out loud. Following closely, the bones let out snapping noise unceasingly as his metacarpal was being reorganized. At the same time, the jet-black broken sword in his left palm was forced out of his body. Meanwhile, the dagger and swords that were already refined and fused into his right hand slowly rematerialized in his body. After that, they were forced out of the body. However, by the time they fell onto the ground, they had already become a pile of scrap iron. All of them shattered into small pieces. Such a tyrannical metal engraving. With it alone, no other ordinary weapons were allowed to coexist. Even the jet-black broken sword was forced out. On the hollow of Xiao Chen's left palm, a fingernail-sized imprint of the jet-black metal engraving appeared. The golden halberd was brimming with murderous vibe. It left a streak of golden light in the sky, similar to a heavenly flame. Then it streaked across the vast sky like a meteor. As it fell towards the Mother Earth, it left behind a tail light and rushed towards the courtyard. It seemed to have felt the aura of the black metal engraving from the rainbow-colored sacred tree and Xiao Chen. The resplendent divine light was so dazzling that one was unable to open their two eyes. The powerful pressure pressed down on Xiao Chen, Kiki, and 10x like a huge mountain. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth. He made up his mind and executed the weapon fusion again. He made his move against the golden halberd. The blazing divine light glinted unceasingly. Xiao Chen experienced that sharp pain again in his right palm as his bones were being reorganized. The sharp pain made his entire head break out in sweat. The golden divine light flickered unceasingly. In the end, all the rays of light finally dissipated and the imprint of the golden halberd appeared on Xiao Chen's right palm. Merging two ancient divine artifacts into his palms, this was a really daring attempt even for Xiao Chen. However, he found to his amazement that it was very hard to control these two ancient artifacts. He was unable to take them out smoothly anymore. To fuse the two divine artifacts into his flesh, that was impossible. At the very least, he didn't have the ability to do it now. To manifest the power of the two divine artifacts, that was also impossible. Xiao Chen attempted several times and found that it was hard to manifest the divine power of the golden halberd in jet black metal engraving. Despite that, his hands had become as solid as the divine weapons. He was certain, if it was not divine artifacts like the golden halberd and metal engraving, any ordinary divine weapons wouldn't be able to cause the slightest injury to his palms. Perhaps, even the ancient spear pasteur wouldn't be able to pierce through his palms. Squeak! Kiki let out a squeak resentfully. It jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder, grabbed a strand of hair, and blinked its big eyes to convey its dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "What do you need these ominous weapons for? Might as well put it in my body. At least they could be put to some use. They are nothing more than collections if you put them in your treasure tree." The snow-white little critter let out a humph. Humph. Sound resentfully. Then it extended its hairy little paws and waved it twice in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew what it meant. It wanted to trade them with two peerless spiritual items. Haha, good, no problem. From start to finish, 10x was watching nearby. After the lightning faded away, it already recovered its calmness and aloof appearance. Xiao Chen attempted to smelt the common swords. As a result, he found that it was possible to bring them into his body. However, if he wanted to refine them, they would turn into scrap iron and be forced out of his body. With the existence of divine artifacts, no ordinary weapons were allowed to fuse with the body. They could only be stored. The ordinary weapons were too fragile in the face of two divine artifacts. Xiao Chen laid out all the items he was carrying with him, which comprised of Keek's rainbow jade shell, the jet black broken sword, Swirenchi's burial cloth, the iron chain used to lock up the white-shelled tortoise, the phoenix's feather, and Swearing gimlet. These were very important items, they couldn't be thrown away. Xiao Chen carefully attempted to fuse these items into his body. 5 out of 6 items could be put away in his body, but they couldn't be refined. If he wanted to refine them, they would be forced out of his body. Fortunately, they didn't end up crushed like those ordinary weapons. What made Xiao Chen most surprised was the Swearing gimlet. The 6th item could actually be refined and it was not rejected by the golden halberd in metal engraving. This indicated it was a divine artifact on the same level as them. 1. Xiao Chen endured the sharp pain and fused the Swearing gimlet into his left foot. A very small imprint of the Swearing gimlet appeared on the heart of his foot. It was somewhat inconceivable. The Swearing gimlet looked like a stone yet not a stone, looked like a wood yet not a wood. It appeared to be nothing special. If it was thrown into the pile of stone, nobody would even take notice of it. However, it was able to steadily occupy a space in Xiao Chen's body in front of 2 ancient artifacts. Xiao Chen was getting increasingly positive. The divine artifact that Swirenchi used to achieve the truth was absolutely not as simple as it looked on the surface. All of it was because he didn't have enough power yet to understand this stone gimlet's true might. Of course, this so-called refining was not really to be taken in the literal sense. This was only the initial stage. If he really wanted to refine and fuse them into his flesh, it might take a really long time. The clouds scattered and the starlight sprinkled down. It was as if those bizarre events just now never happened at all. 1. Silva, just, what could it be? A soul-protecting artifact? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, White Tiger. The marble white color of the dawn sky emerged from the horizon as the bright red sun rose from between the mountains. The dazzling sunlight sprinkled down on the celestial city, making this ancient city with grand history to flicker with a faint gold luster. The entire city was overflowing with thriving vitality, as if it was a wilting ancient tree given a new lease of life. Early in the morning, every street in the huge city was already filled with stream of people. It became a boiling cauldron of voices not long after sunrise. Another noisy day had begun in the flourishing celestial city. The tempest last night, apart from washing the street clean and making the leaves of all kinds of plant more verdant than ever, it didn't have the slightest influence on the inhabitants of the city. Everyone who lived at this place for a long time had already gotten used to this bizarre rain that only happened once or twice annually. They didn't pay much attention to it. Xiao Chen brought Kiki along and leisurely walked into the North Style Academy to get breakfast. This was his daily habit. He was very satisfied to be living at the educational street. The atmosphere from this kind of faculty was most fitting for his training. Of course, using Fairski and Zhuge Fatty's words, Xiao Chen was also not a virtuous type. As far as the girls were concerned, he must have some ulterior motive for entering the North Style Academy's dining hall and antique store. Xiao Chen just ignored their words. There was no place more peaceful than the academy. Although he was very young, he would often lament at the fact that it was truly good to be young. There was nobody trying to outwit the others in the academy, everyone was very sincere. Things would become very complicated once he's outside of the academy. After eating breakfast, Xiao Chen took along 2 big chunks of roasted meat for 10x and the Azure Dragon King. Taking 2 Dragon Kings to go out every day would cause a huge commotion, so he had no other choice. Quietly meditating until the sun was as high as 3 bamboos 1, Xiao Chen then left by himself for the War Beast Street. The roars of the beast shook the earth. At the present stage, every War Beast arena was packed with people. It was already the final round of the knockout competition. It was the last match to decide the Beast Kings that would advance to the grand battle. Dragon King and Sacred Beast were without a doubt the king of the beasts. So they didn't need to participate in the knockout competition. They only needed to wait until the knockout competition concluded and directly join the grand battle. After paying a large amount for the ticket, Xiao Chen entered the Antarctic War Beast Castle. The grade of the knockout competition at this place was very high. Only by winning 7 consecutive fights would they be able to advance to the grand battle. There was no need to conduct elimination rounds. Of course, the knockout competition conducted by the three major war beast castles had very high standards. Only a true beast king could participate. They always conducted less than 10 matches per day. It must be mentioned, once a war beast arena had attained the title of castle, there was indeed a qualitative leap. The entire building was really as magnificent as a castle. Even with 6,000 seats, it was not crowded. The seats surrounded the war beast stage in a circle with flight of steps, allowing 6,000 people to see the true beast kings fighting on the stage clearly. Of course, since they were called the war beast castle, that was not all they had to offer. They had some other 300 VIP lounges. Every lounge was a dazzling sight. They had set up a big screen on the wall and projected the fight on the stage with a crystal ball made by Psychic. It allowed the people in the VIP lounge to watch everything on the stage clearly. Moreover, the 300 VIP lounges were also divided by grade. The best lounge at this place provided many special services. They had invited the beauties from Moonflower Castle to pour wine for you. They had also invited the girls from Spellbind Castle to massage your back. The service was so luxurious that it was unimaginable. Antarctic War Beast Castle was the Fair family's biggest industry. Xiao Chen did not disturb anyone after he came in. There were only less than 10 seats remaining among the 6,000 general seats. However, people recognized him the moment he sat down. The middle-aged man was Fairski's housekeeper. He immediately brought Xiao Chen to a VIP lounge. Without a doubt, all the best VIP lounges were already occupied. However, this lounge was not bad either. It was richly ornamented and everything was tastefully chosen. A big screen was set on all sides of the walls. They could watch the battle from all around. There were even some lovable girls nearby waiting to serve the guests. This was practically a castle. Other than the long talk of the dozen of people, watching the battle was absolutely not a problem. From this, it was easy to imagine how luxurious was the Antarctic War Beast Castle. After all, they had 300 VIP lounges altogether. Roar, the roar of a tiger caused the VIP lounge to shake. That sound was completely transmitted from the crystal screen. The white tiger was only 1.5 meter long. It looked very ordinary, but its roar was very terrifying. It was forceful and vigorous. The tiger raised its hip, moved its tail to and fro, then it pounced on its opponent. Those were the standard moves of the tiger. It looked very ordinary, but the winged leopard flickering with yellow light all over was actually pushed down and got ripped apart by the white tiger. 2. An ordinary-looking white tiger, yet it possessed out of the ordinary strength. It easily ripped apart a true beast king. It was easy to imagine how powerful was the white tiger. Xiao Chen instantly became interested in it. Without a doubt, this was a young war beast. It was definitely coming for the groups of cub. Its adversary shall be the sacred beasts and dragon kings. The white tiger's second opponent appeared. This was a golden eagle, about 2 meters long. It was like a ball of flame as it was flying in circle above the war beast stage. After that, with a clear whistle, it transformed into a gold radiance as it dived down fast. Its sharp golden claws were even brighter than the swordchi. They were sharper than the swordchi. It was aiming straight for the ordinary-looking white tiger's head. The 1 meter long white tiger jumped to the side nimbly and dodged this attack. Crack! The sound of cracking transmitted outward. The resplendent claws of the golden eagle left a crack on the diamond floor. The surface that was claimed to be as hard as the adamantium was practically like a mud under its talons. The floor was unable to withstand even a single blow. Swish! The gold radiance flashed as the golden eagle spread out its steel-like wings and swept towards the white tiger. In the end, the little white tiger lightly jumped to the side and dodged again. The golden eagle soared into the sky and opened its beak. It actually launched a golden beam of light to attack the white tiger. This golden eagle was a true beast king. There was no need to doubt its strength. It was able to control the spiritual energy. Compared to the powerful psychic and spellmaster, it was even more powerful. The little white tiger jumped up and nimbly dodged the attack again. The golden light beam directly split open the surface of the stage. The violent energy billow was rumbling. This attack was actually not weaker than the power of the Exuvia 6th or 7th celestial layer. It was completely capable of fighting against the genuine young sacred beast. The smoke and dust filled the air. The golden eagle swooped down, its sharp beak was pecking towards the little white tiger's eyeball, and its pair of glittering talons were aiming for the white tiger's abdomen. It was incomparably vicious. This time, the little white tiger did not dodge. It was actually waiting for the golden eagle unmovingly. Only until the golden light in the sky got within 1 feet did it suddenly jump to the side. It was unimaginably fast as it turned its body around and pounced back. Even someone on Xiao Chen's level was shocked. The white tiger was really too fast. It only left behind 2 afterimages, and soon after, the golden eagle was already pushed to the ground. It snapped the golden eagle's neck with a bite and then transformed into a streak of white light as it fell back. The headless golden eagle was rampaging on the ground for a while. Its sharp talons had ripped apart the diamond floor until it was beyond recognition. "Can you find out who was the owner of this white tiger?" Xiao Chen asked the beautiful lady waiting upon to serve him. He instinctively felt that, although this 1-meter-long white tiger might look mediocre, its strength could be ranked among the sacred beast. So much so that it might be more powerful than some sacred beasts. "We tried to investigate before, but unable to find anything." The lovely girl cast a glance at Xiao Chen and said softly. The white tiger's next opponent was a young wolf. Although it was also 1 meter long, it was very magical. Its entire body was flickering with purple light. Just a slight movement and it would emit resplendent purple radiance that made people unable to open their eyes. The most peculiar part was that it didn't have any wings, yet it was floating in the sky. It was able to defy gravity and fly. This was definitely an exotic primal beast. This kind of war beasts were usually powerful and terrifying. As expected, when the purple wolf let out a long howl, it caused the entire war beast castle to shake slightly. It was moving like a streak of purple lightning in the sky, shooting down one purple lightning after another to attack the white tiger on the ground. The purple wolf was extraordinarily powerful. Although it was evaluated as a true beast king, it already had the strength equivalent to a young sacred beast. It was completely possible to put it under the beast king group. Rumble. The smoke and dust filled the air. The war beast stage actually crumbled apart. It was destroyed by the divine radiance of the purple wolf. However, the white tiger did not receive any injury. It was as swift as a streak of light as it made one unpredictable maneuver after another on the ruins. It miraculously dodged all the attacks. Then it provocatively tilted its head to the side as it looked at the young wolf in the sky. The white tiger proceeded to extend its paw like a human and beckoned the purple wolf. The young wolf in the sky was also an extremely intelligent cub. It squinted its eyes and launched 2 more purple light beams. After much consideration, it swooped down over and over again. That was because it was more terrifying in close-quarter combat compared to controlling the spiritual energy. They only saw a streak of purple light rushing towards the ruins in the twinkling of an eye, and the dazzling rays of light stirred up the smoke and dust. A roar was transmitted from the ruins. When everything finally calmed down, when the dust and smoke dissipated, everyone revealed an inconceivable expression. The chest of the incomparably powerful purple wolf was actually cut open. The purple blood flowed all over the ground. The glint in its eyes was getting dimmer gradually. And the white tiger came out unscathed. Its body was not even stained by a drop of blood. The white tiger looked mediocre. There was nothing special about it at first glance. However, it possessed this kind of frightening power. It was scarily strong. Even some of the little sacred beasts wouldn't be this powerful, right? This was what everyone was thinking about. For some reason, when Xiao Chen saw the white tiger's movements, 10x's dragon martial skill came to mind. He felt that the white tiger must have received something similar. Its movements looked ordinary and mediocre, but it was too antiquated. Thinking about it carefully, that was definitely a very valuable ancient martial skill of the beasts. 1. The time of day after the dew on the leaves has already evaporated. But before afternoon. 2. Silva, TSK, expectation betrayed again. I thought the white tiger in the title was referring to Kiki. Shanae, why do you think Kiki belongs to the tiger group? At least as a dragon. Silva, but Kiki doesn't even look remotely dragon. White tiger is the closest mythological creature I can relate it to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Dragon King's Battle Begin. Today was the last day of the knockout competition. Xiao Chen wanted to see if he could find any exotic beasts that could achieve victory and fight on equal terms with the sacred beasts and dragon kings. He didn't expect he'd really run into this kind of extraordinary little white tiger. This would definitely become one of 10x's most formidable opponent. The following matches were lacking suspense. The white tiger didn't emit any divine radiance at all, it was completely relying on the ancient battle skill to eliminate its opponents. It was very ruthless and didn't leave any of its opponent alive. It had become a Terminator not only in name, but also in reality. Nobody dared to dispatch their war beast anymore. Sending other cubs to the field was only sending them to their death. The ordinary-looking white tiger put an end to the Antarctic war beast castle's match. Xiao Chen left this place and directly went to the Amber Warbeast Castle. He wanted to go there to find out the current circumstances. The scale of the Amber Warbeast Castle was not inferior to the Antarctic Warbeast Castle. The halls were connected by the pathways. A huge crystal annulus was embedded on the walls of every VIP hall. The beauties in the halls were sweet and charming, fresh and pure. The fine liquor and delicacies were laid out on the desks. This place didn't seem like a Warbeast Castle at all. After arriving at this place, Xiao Chen immediately joined the crowd and watched the match on one of the several thousand general seats. It must be mentioned, the appearance of the Dragon Kings had a really big influence on the Warbeast tournament this time. There were really a lot of people who came to participate with their exotic beasts. They wanted to temper their war beasts through the battles. The Lion King on the stage could even be said to be invincible. In 3 consecutive battles, it ripped apart its opponents in 3 to 5 rounds, and triumphed with absolute superiority. This was a little lion that looked as if it was made out of gold. It was glittering with golden light from head to toe, as if the raging flames were throbbing. 3 of its heads looked exactly the same, mighty and out of the ordinary. Its body length was only a little more than 1 meter long, but when it was squatting over there quietly, it possessed an unimaginably powerful presence. Furthermore, the most peculiar part was that it had a third eye on each of its forehead. The golden lights emitted from the vertical eyes were very glaring. It was as if the eyes contained a terrifying power. It was another exotic beast. Xiao Chen could already be sure, this Lion King could definitely be placed among the Beast Kings directly. As expected, during the last day, the powerful Golden Lion King put an end to the Amber Warbeast Castle's match. With it crouching low over there, nobody dared to dispatch their war beast to the field anymore. It was too tyrannical and ferocious. It didn't leave behind any survivor. Xiao Chen left this place and rushed towards the Beast King Castle. That was the industry operated for a few generations by the Mander family. Originally, there were 4 Warbeast castles in Celestial City. The Reagan family was in control of the Celestial Warbeast Castle. Their reputation could even be said to be very tempestuous. However, it perished several dozen years ago. The reason was because they had a conflict with that youth who claimed to have come from the depths of the south. That youth was ridiculously strong. He had beaten almost everyone among the youth generation in Celestial City at that time. He even slapped the scion of the Reagan family until he was almost dead. It caused the Reagan family to dispatch the older generation experts and almost killed that youth who claimed to have come from the depths of the south. They never thought that they would invite a huge disaster due to this. During the night time, the Black Gale engulfed the entire Celestial City. Those older generation experts from the Reagan family were crushed in a flash. Even their family's Celestial Warbeast Castle perished in a single night. At that time, that Warbeast Castle had no less than 3 fully grown sacred beasts. Even Nirvana-level expert had to fall back. It was easy to imagine how much strength they possessed. However, after the Black Gale swept past, everything was gone. In the early morning, only the ruins were left behind. These past dozen years, the Reagan family was continuously trying to rebuild the Warbeast Castle. Right now, they were already on the verge of making a comeback. However, they were lacking a few sacred beasts to guard the castle. Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the Mander family's Beast King Castle. This place was very noisy, which was accompanied by hoots of laughter from time to time. He only found out why after entering the Warbeast Castle. There was a basin-sized black tortoise on the Warbeast stage. The way it was sticking its head out to look around was very comical. Xiao Chen felt a little dizzy. Why did they even send out an old tortoise to take part in the competition? However, from the clamor of the crowds, he finally understood what's going on. This tortoise came from the north. Its owner had already testified that this black tortoise was only 5 years old. It was not as old as people imagined. The most important thing was that it was very powerful. Just at this time, an alba rhino went on the stage. Its entire body was crystal clear and flickered with glorious light. The rhinoceros horn directly launched a lightning and attacked the black tortoise. Swish! The black tortoise's speed made everyone dumbstruck. It lightly swayed once and its figure disappeared. After that, with a loud bang, it pounded the back of the alba rhino. The rhino's bones were snapped at once. Although it was not life-threatening, it was impossible for the alba rhino to continue fighting. The alba rhino had a powerful body. It was known by everyone that even a divine weapon would have a hard time harming it. However, it was actually defeated by the black tortoise like this. It made everyone utter a cry of surprise involuntarily. The next match, a violent ape rushed to the stage. It was about 2 meters tall and covered by scary red fur from head to toe. The ape was flickering with dense bloody radiance and its mouth was even spewing electricity. It could even be said to possess the quality of the king. However, the black tortoise's performance made everyone very shocked. It was really too fast. It flew upwards swiftly and rammed into the chest of the blood-colored ape until it caved in. The violent ape fell on the stage with a loud bang. Since then, nobody dared to mock and make fun of this black tortoise anymore. Strength makes right. In the end, the black tortoise dominated the last match of the day at the Beast King Castle with absolute strength. The elimination round dropped its heavy curtain on this very day. 5 little Beast Kings were driven out from the standard war beasts. They advanced smoothly and obtained the rights to participate in the following grand battle. In merely 10 days of rest and reorganization, the War Beast tournament shall begin. The reward from the grand battle was so generous, it could make people tongue-tied. Every time the little sacred beasts battled, as long as they could prevail over their opponent, they could obtain 10,000 gold coins as the reward. The one capable of seizing the title of the Beast King would be given 600,000 gold coins as the reward. Obtaining the position of Sub-Beast King would be given 500,000 gold coins, and the third Beast King would be given 400,000 gold coins. In total, the reward summed up to the astronomical 1.5 million gold coins. Of course, it was impossible for the event planner to sustain losses. Since the grand battle had begun, the 3 major war beast castles had increased the price of the one-time ticket to 20 gold coins. Each family could receive up to no less than 100,000 gold coins per day. If they held the competition for 7 to 8 days, even excluding all kinds of expenses, they would still make a steady profit. It could even be said to be a sudden huge profits. Naturally, in order to prevent a long drawn-out word of mouth, the 3 major war beast castles also spent much of their hard-earned savings. This time, they spent a large amount to purchase the relics of a legendary beast king. Legend says it was a sacred beast that once accompanied the Buddha. This relic was left behind by that sacred beast after it broke the realm of Nirvana. This reward would be given to the little sacred beast that obtained the title of the Beast King. 10 days passed in a flash. The order of the battle was decided by draw lots. 10x was actually selected for the first battle. And its opponent was actually another Dragon King. It was a Dragon King flickering with golden radiance. Everyone flared up at once. The 20 gold coins were too worth it. At present, all the bad thoughts regarding the 3 war beast castles were washed away. No matter how much gold coins they had to spend, they just couldn't miss the battle of the Dragon Kings. Xiao Chen was also very surprised. He absolutely never thought 10x would run into such a powerful opponent during the first match. He had once seen this golden Dragon King. It was the offspring of the monarch lion dragon and was subdued by the older generation experts later on. Of course, it was more unlikely for 10x to be unfamiliar with this Dragon King. At that time, on the Dragon Island, at the vicinity of the Sacred Mountain, this Gold Dragon King and Crimson Dragon King were having a fierce confrontation. 10x was extremely proud and aloof on that day. It was unafraid of death and issued a challenge to the 2 Dragon Kings. As a result, it almost got killed. After 1 odd year, the Gold Dragon King's tail had already evolved into the ancestral dragon tail. Its body length had reached approximately 1.5 meter. And 10x was also no longer that unremarkable black dragon with nothing but fighting spirit. It already evolved into a powerful Dragon King. In the end, there were too many people coming to watch the battle of the Dragon Kings, so much so that even the 3 major war beast castles enclosed war beast stage was unable to contain the 20,000 plus spectators. At the last moment, they set up several hundred large crystal screens in order to settle this problem. Even the VIP lounges were fully booked. People booked the lounges 3 days in advance. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was 10x's owner. They had prepared a specialized VIP lounge for him to watch the battle. Otherwise, he could only make Fairski and Zhuge Fatty to help him buy the tickets. With an ordinary method, it was impossible to buy any more tickets. On this very day, the ticket scalpers were reselling the tickets for more than 10 times the price, but many people were more than willing to get ripped off. The stage was 80 meters square. It was more than enough for 2 Dragon Kings to fight fiercely. They had a wide room for freedom of action. The floor was glittering. It was already enhanced by many older generation experts. Unless one had the power of demigod, it was impossible to smash the War Beast stage to pieces. And the entire War Beast stage was sealed off by a barrier laid out by 50 psychics. That was to prevent the light beam launched by the Dragon Kings to harm the spectators. All the preparations were ready. The battle of the Dragon Kings was about to begin. The divine radiance lingered on the entire body of the Gold Dragon King. It was as if it had been shrouded by golden raging flame. Even though they were separated by the barrier, the spectators could still feel a powerful pressure. Although it was only 1.5 meter long, its might pressed down as heavy as an immemorial magic mountain. The Gold Dragon King's eyes were incomparably ice-cold, it didn't seem to possess any emotion. This was a Dragon King that could even cause the deities to shrink back after it had grown up in the future, but this was a genuine sacred beast. The instant Xiao Chen saw the Gold Dragon King, he felt his heart sunk. This Dragon King was too calm. That was because it was very confident in its strength. The terrifying monarch lion dragon, once awakened to the truth, they could surpass hundreds of the most powerful races. Everything was like a wisp of smoke in their eyes, they could surpass everything. Right now, this Dragon King was really too confident. Xiao Chen felt anxious for 10x. Although 10x's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds over this past year, its starting point was much lower after all. The silver rays of light flashed as 10x showed up on the stage. Its expression was as proud and aloof as it was in the past. However, its battle intent was as sharp as the divine sword. The intangible surge of energy caused the light screen to shake, as if they were on the verge of breaking down. It made every spectator feel a slight chill, it felt as if there were sharp swords pointing at their throats. 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Dragon Countersteps. The Lion Dragon King was frighteningly calm. It was as majestic as a lofty mountain as it coldly gazed at 10x. 10x also stared at the Golden Dragon King without batting an eye. They had already recognized each other. That kind of aura and battle intent would never change, they were unique to each and every Dragon King. They did not communicate with the dragon language, nor did they let out a deafening roar. They were sizing each other up in silence like two peerless swordmasters. Needless to doubt, after the Golden Dragon King, who was originally as calm as an ancient well, recognized 10x, its eyes were burning with passion. That pitiful little dragon that was weaker than any other little dragons on the Dragon Island had evolved, and its rate of improvement was much faster than the Golden Dragon King. Swish! 10x finally made its move. It was precisely waiting for this chance. Its silver body left a beautiful streak of light as it charged towards the Golden Dragon King. One silvery light on the Warbeast stage transformed into a few dozen afterimages. The Lion Dragon King was as cool as an iceberg. It jumped up in that instant, but instead of backing off, it was closing in and clashed with 10x. The golden divine radiance illuminated the entire stage. Whoosh! 10x suddenly changed direction while in midair, it was inconceivable. That was totally the angle of refraction. Following that, it made a horizontal sweep with its ancestral dragon tail. Bang! The sharp and clear sound spread through the entire stage. 10x landed on the ground smoothly. The Gold Dragon King had been ruthlessly hit in the head. Its body was flipping in midair as it fell on the ground. A terrifying wound appeared on the Lion Dragon King's face. It was a deep cut. More than 10 golden dragon scales on its neck had fallen as the blood gushed out. Among the bright red blood, there were actually traces of gold color. Every spectator became silent. On the other hand, the older generation experts were savoring every particular movement of the two Dragon Kings. They were fully aware of the dragon's potential. Even though the Dragon Kings were still young, they must have inherited some secret techniques that no outsiders could learn about. And the youth generation was roughly guessing, if it was them, would they be able to dodge that attack just now? The answer was definitely negative. If they had not reached the realm of Historia, it would be very difficult to dodge an attack that fast. It was extremely quiet on the Warbeast stage. The Gold Dragon King didn't seem to realize there was a terrifying wound on its body. It was still gazing at 10x with an ice-cold expression. However, the golden rays of light emitted by it was getting brighter. It was currently preparing a powerful attack. 10x was very calm. It didn't have any particular mood swings as it quietly looked at the Lion Dragon King. Swish! Swish! The two Dragon Kings moved at almost the same time. The Gold Dragon King threw itself forward. Its right claw was sweeping towards 10x's chest. Its left claw was curling up slightly, as if it was defending. Then again, it looked like it was preparing to launch a thunderous attack at any given time. It could even be said to possess both offense and defense. At the same time, it had already opened its mouth and aimed for 10x's neck with the sharp dragon teeth. On the other hand, the ancestral dragon horns on its head were flickering with gold radiance. It looked like it would launch an attack. Then again, it seemed like it was taking a defensive stance. It must be mentioned, the Gold Dragon King's stance contained both offense and defense. It was very efficient and unscrupulous. The Gold Dragon King was like a seasoned expert, it made people exclaim in admiration. 10x had already rushed into close quarters. It immediately inclined towards the side and rushed to the side of the Gold Dragon King. After that, it swung its draconic body ferociously and rammed against the Gold Dragon King's side. This method was very appropriate. It avoided all the assaults and attacked the enemy where it was most lightly guarded. Bang! As the body of the two Dragon Kings rammed into one another, they rolled towards the opposite sides respectively. Then, they jumped up almost at the same time and confronted each other again. Roar! The two Dragon Kings let out a roar for the first time. Their roars were seriously ear-splitting. The barrier set up by 50 psychics was destroyed. The dragon roars soared into the ninth heaven, the sound was ringing in everyone's ears like the sudden clap of thunder. More than half of the people passed out on the spot. The experts hastily entered the arena and sealed off the stage with newly constructed barrier. At this time, the two Dragon Kings already closed the distance between them and clashed. However, their speed were too fast. Everyone could not see their movements clearly anymore. They could only see a golden ray and silver ray winding together as the two Dragon Kings growled unceasingly on the stage. Occasionally, the blood would be splashed everywhere. That was the blood of the Dragon King. Xiao Chen's mood fluctuated along with the two Dragon Kings' rumble. With his current ability, he was able to see the battle of the two Dragon Kings clearly. 10X had already received some fatal injuries. Its neck was cut open by the Gold Dragon King's ancestral dragon horn. He could vaguely see the bones through the flesh, the wound was extremely grave. However, 10X's power did not diminish. On the contrary, it became fiercer than ever. The silver rays of light had shrouded its entire body. It had executed the ancient battle skill to its full potential. Its power was inferior to the Gold Dragon King, so it could only score a victory by means of skill. The Gold Dragon King also knew of some dragon martial skills. Despite how it was an inferior version, its tyrannical power was still something 10X couldn't match up to. After all, it was already 1.5 meter long, while 10X was only a little more than 1 meter long. It was the differences between their age. Roar! The Gold Dragon King revealed its might. Two blaring golden light beams were launched from the ancestral dragon horns. 10X was instantly submerged by the light beams. Swish! 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 10X used an inconceivable footwork. At the critical moment of life and death, it actually escaped from the surge of deathly gold radiance. Following that, its footwork became more profound and swift. Each step actually gave rise to a thunderous sound as one silvery light after another appeared under the soles of its feet. The faintly discernible ancient pattern seemed to have overcome the vicissitudes of time and miraculously appeared at the present time. One draconic pattern after another actually appeared around 10X's feet. Every time it took a step, the explosive noise transmitted outwards. After that, the patterns under its feet actually moved and formed a sea of stars. Swish! 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 Its movement was outrageous. It was unimaginably fast. Pfff. It rushed to the left side of the Gold Dragon King in an instant and pierced its abdomen with the silver ancestral dragon horns. The blood gushed out right away. Soon after, 10X moved back with lightning speed. The Gold Dragon King let out a roar. It turned its body around and emitted two golden glints from its eyes. After that, the dazzling rays of light shrouded its entire body. In that very instance, it jumped up and took flight. With the speed of light, the Lion Dragon King left after images in the sky as it pounced on 10X, who was on the ground. The ancestral dragon horns emitted gold radiance unceasingly. The dazzling golden light immediately illuminated the entire stage. 10X couldn't fly, even though it had marvelous footwork, it was still impossible for it to take flight. The Gold Dragon King practically went berserk. It was attacking unceasingly with its tyrannical power while swooping down continuously. It was pouncing on that silvery light on the ground. Xiao Chen felt his heart sunk. This was the so-called one-man army. The Gold Dragon King was strong enough, it was completely capable of crushing 10X with only brute force. Moreover, it also knew a little bit of the dragon martial skills and was very proficient in the dragon's most terrifying divine spell. Boom! The violet energy wave surged forward and everyone was blinded by the resplendent gold radiance. The barrier created by the psychics was shaking and almost broke down. The experts who was on standby at the side hastily went to reinforce the barrier. The golden light had once again submerged 10X. It sent the tough little dragon flying away immediately. 10X's entire body was stained by blood. The silvery light seemed to have become dimmer. Its skin and flesh were split as the dragon scales fell all over the ground. The blood had dyed the stage red. Every spectator held their breath. Within the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen was feeling very anxious. he felt a little suffocated. The Gold Dragon King's ice-cold pupils emitted 2 terrifying light beams. Its killing intent was undisguised as it transformed into a streak of golden light and rushed over. Just at this time, 10X, who hadn't touched the ground yet, suddenly shifted a few feet to the side and barely avoided the Golden Dragon King's certain kill attack. Then it transformed into a silvery light and jumped onto the Lion Dragon King's back in that very instant. The sharp dragon claws immediately left 4 bloody scratches on the Gold Dragon King's body. And its head was firmly sticking to the Lion Dragon King's body. It cut open the Gold Dragon King's neck and almost snapped it off. The opponent had fell for the bait. 10X succeeded and found a way out of a desperate situation. Howl. The Golden Dragon King sustained a serious damage. It let out an extremely miserable howl. The golden chi all over its body was dazzling. It was as if a sun was suspending on the stage as a boundless power burst out. Boom, dot. The Gold Dragon King exerted itself physically to shake off 10X. Its weak draconic body swayed as it flew high into the sky. 10X was thrown onto the ground, the blood gushed out nonstop. It got up unsteadily, and was dripping with blood from head to toe, but its fighting spirit was unbendable as it looked at the Golden Dragon King in the sky arrogantly. The Lion Dragon King's ice-cold pupils gradually changed into anger. The pitiful little dragon that was far from a worthy opponent actually gave it such a serious damage today. This was a humiliation. With its neck narrowly snapped off, it was only 1 step away from death's door. The Golden Dragon King knew it was impossible to kill this opponent with brute strength anymore. The only sure kill method was to use the dragon's most terrifying divine spell. The Gold Dragon King was floating in the sky unmovingly. It was unwilling to swoop down anymore. After adjusting its breathing slightly, its pair of horns began to circulate with dazzling gold radiance. Rips. Rips. One golden radiance after another fell from the sky. They were even more terrifying than the sharp sword chi. Each golden radiance contained a frightening power. This was the unique divine magic of the dragons. Everyone could already tell, the wobbly 10X definitely wouldn't be able to fend off this attack. It could even be said that death was inevitable. The unyielding tough little dragon did not feel apprehensive at all. It was dragging its injured body and moved at lightning speed. Its speed didn't seem much slower compared to before. And this time, its footwork became even more eccentric. When its forelimbs touched the ground, the silvery light flickered and one after another, the draconic patterns fluctuated unceasingly as the sea of stars appeared under its feet. The specks of radiance dazzled the eyes. And during this process, 10X clearly paid a huge price. It coughed out a small mouthful of blood with every 3 steps. Just at this time, something astonishing happened. 10X suddenly executed an unfathomable footwork and it was actually ascending from the ground with every step it took. It seemed to be ascending towards the sky as those starry diagrams appeared under its feet. Dragon counter steps. Some older generation figures in the VIP lounge let out a cry of surprise. The legendary sky-rending ancient martial skill. Even deities could be stamped under the soles of the feet. 10X changed from one position to another with each step. As if it was passing through empty space, it suddenly changed from one position to another. With only 4 steps, it ascended to the high altitude. With the 5th step, it ruthlessly stamped on the back of the Gold Dragon King. The sound of bones snapping resounded clearly. The Gold Dragon King's body was split open at once. With the 6th step, the dazzling gold radiance exploded. At the same time, the blood splashed everywhere. The Gold Dragon King's body completely burst open. Only the dragon head remained as it fell down from the sky. 10X's entire body was throbbing with silvery light as it landed on the ground. It was standing on the stage proudly and swept its eyes past every spectator like a lonesome expert. The condition of its injuries was very grave. A lot of dragon scales had come off and its bones were exposed in many places. It made people feel frightened just looking at its condition. 10X walked in front of the Gold Dragon King's head and then it seemed to be muttering softly after lowering its head. That dragon head on the ground emitted a gold radiance and burst open in the sky. Then, it transformed into specks of light and entered 10X's body. That was the pure aura of the ancestral dragon. That was not a power, nor a soul, that was purely an aura that symbolized the status of the ancestral dragon. The spectators already became panic-stricken. A dragon king had died. A legendary dragon king had been killed right in front of their eyes. One must know that once they grow up, they would become an existence that even the deities wouldn't dare to provoke. Over 10,000 people were already flaring up. This battle between the dragon kings was too suicidal, and also too pitiful. The people were shouting in succession. At this moment, 10X had undoubtedly become the most dazzling star. It was the true king of kings. It didn't win by a fluke, it prevailed over its opponent with pure strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Human Warfare. Looking at this young creature that would one day make the deity shrink back, many people wanted to fight over it and take it for themselves. However, many people already heard this Dragon King was different from the others. It seemed to have some relationship with that existence in the depths of the south. If they harbored any unfathomable motives, they would only be inviting disaster upon themselves. As 10x noiselessly swept its eyes over all directions, apart from loneliness, it also felt a little sad. Killing their own siblings and forge ahead by trampling on the carcasses of the other Dragon Kings, that was their destiny. Only the strongest could survive until the very end. Otherwise, they could only withdraw from the path of the Dragon King, and stop dreaming of ever becoming the ancestral dragon. At this moment, only Xiao Chen could understand 10x's grief. It must continue to tread on this cruel path without turning back. Not for itself, but for the entire dragon race. The dragons needed a genuine ancestral dragon to lift the seal on them. Every young Dragon King was shouldering this mission. Even if only one of them remained alive in the end, they wouldn't feel remorseful even after their death. Xiao Chen knew, once that Azure Dragon King and his house fully recovered its consciousness, it would turn into 10x's next opponent. When both of them were at their peak state, they would fight each other in a life and death battle, killing each other to absorb that little bit of ancestral dragon aura. Without any delay, Xiao Chen quickly walked out of the VIP lounge to get 10x. He wanted to bring it back to the house as soon as possible. Congratulations, 10x has triumphed in the first round. Zhuge Fatty jumped out with his entire face covered in smiles. It seemed like he could already see the brilliant rays of that 10,000 gold coins. Let's not talk about these. Where is the peerless spiritual items I asked you to buy? Why haven't I received anything after such a long time? I need them now to assist 10x. As soon as Xiao Chen raised this subject, Zhuge Fatty immediately became furious and said, "Those old bastards are really too greedy. Once they learned that I want to buy the grade 9 lotus, they actually raised the price from 280,000 gold coins to 380,000. They seriously thought I am that foolish? What's more excessive is that the other few families also raised their price. They are intentionally trying to cheat us of our money. Damn it! My lips are almost parched just trying to negotiate with them these days. These profiteers are really good for nothing. You try to think of some methods as quickly as possible." After saying these, Xiao Chen immediately ran towards the backstage. He left as soon as he carried the bloody 10x in his arms. They just happened to hear a man's furious and grievous cursing by the time they left. "I want to kill that silver dragon, I want to kill that brat. They must compensate for my gold Dragon King, oh my Dragon King, how should I explain this to the elders?" Xiao Chen was not in the mood to respond to this man. He didn't have that kind of time and mood at the moment. He carried the heavily injured 10x and soared into the sky. They got back home rather quickly. He shook Kiki to rouse it up from its deep sleep and hurriedly borrowed the rainbow-colored sacred tree from the little thing. Xiao Chen attempted to link up with the treasured tree over and over. He finally succeeded after an hour later and established a harmonious connection with the sacred tree. The sacred tree glowed with rainbow-colored radiance, and then it was transferred to 10x's body. The rainbow-colored radiance flickered as the sacred tree slowly seeped into 10x's body. The tough little dragon's injuries were beginning to heal. Only now did Xiao Chen finally let out a breath of relief. Not long later, Zhuge Fatty arrived to inform him that the bastard profiteer had raised the price again. He wouldn't sell it for less than 400,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he made it known that this was an extraordinary phase. If by any chance one of those sacred beasts who participated in the competition were on the verge of dying, these peerless spiritual items could be equivalent to a second lives, third lives, or even fourth lives. Mother F. How I wish a thief would just go and steal it from him. The fatty was grumbling resentfully. Whoosh! The snow-white little critter disappeared with a streak of light. Hey, frightened, the fatty immediately called out, "Come back here." I was only saying. Xiao Chen also didn't manage to stop it in time. The snow-white little critter had run off just like this, leaving the fatty and Xiao Chen behind to look at each other speechlessly. Then, they shouted at the same time. Mother F. Go after it. The fatty rushed out of the courtyard, and Xiao Chen immediately soared into the sky. The snow-white little critter was unable to restrain itself. The last time it went with the fatty, it was already very restless. This time, they knew what was going to happen without even the need to think. The fatty was really frightened. He kept muttering to himself, "Oh no, oh no, oh no. If we're caught, we have to compensate with double the price." Xiao Chen was a little speechless. The snow-white little critter was really too fast. In just a moment, it was already nowhere to be found. It was really not easy to deal with this little critter. He wanted to chase after it, but that option was not viable anymore, because someone had actually smashed their front door and entered the courtyard aggressively. The door almost rammed onto the fatty. "This is the place, smash it to smithereens and find that silver dragon for me no matter what. I want to make it pay for my gold dragon king's life." A middle-aged man brought a group of underlings to crash into the house. The fatty was caught instantly and was slapped 5 to 6 times in a row. The fatty was utterly confused and almost slumped onto the ground. "Kid, you live here? My God, you stupid uncle. You dare to hit me? Do you know who am I? Let go of your dog's claw." The fatty immediately flared up. Although he was not directly related to the Zhuge family, he still possessed some authority. Nobody ever dared to look down on him, nor had he never suffered this kind of loss. "I am the guy you are looking for, let him go." Xiao Chen flapped the undying divine wings and landed on the ground in that very instant. He felt extremely disgusted with this middle-aged man. He was really too shameless. It's not like he was an ignorant 10-year-old child. He was already 40+ years old, and yet, he still behaved like this. It was really hard to see him in any favorable light. "Very good, it is you, I still remember your face." The middle-aged man laughed nastily. He released the fatty and walked over with large strides, then he said, "Kid, don't make things difficult for me, just give the silver dragon to me." "You sure are shameless. Since you came to participate in the War Beast tournament, you should know the rule. Nobody will be responsible for the death of the war beasts in the arena. Don't you feel embarrassed to come and find me after the match?" Xiao Chen really wished he could slap this guy in the face. He had seen someone shameless before, but not this shameless. "I am definitely getting that silver dragon. Otherwise, you go and personally kill it in front of me." The middle-aged man was wearing a sinister smile. "You want to kill 10x? You will only invite disaster to the person backing you up. If you want to kill, then go and ask that person in the depths of the south first." Xiao Chen wanted to force this guy to fall back. "Who are you trying to scare? Other than wild beasts and even more wild beasts, what else is there in the depths of the south? You want us to go and ask the wild beasts? Did you only arrive at the south recently? We covered several thousand of miles and just arrived 2 days ago." Xiao Chen was speechless as he looked at him and said, "I suggest you should go around and ask about that person in the depths of the south first. Otherwise you wouldn't even know how you die. The elders from your family should have come along, right? You should go and ask them about it. We are going to seize that silver dragon before reporting back to the elders." The middle-aged man laughed nastily and said, "Kid, why don't you make it easy for me? Give me the Dragon King and go kill yourself." 1. He clearly intended on killing Xiao Chen. "I have seen someone shameless, but none as shameless as you." Xiao Chen almost laughed out loud due to anger. This guy was really a total mess. Xiao Chen really wished he could just slap him in the face. However, without waiting for Xiao Chen to make his move, the other party was already sending a slap towards his face. If that slap really hit the mark, half of Xiao Chen's head would turn into minced meat. The gale gave rise by the slap was really too heavy, so much so that it even produced a thunderous noise. Swish! Xiao Chen moved backwards and landed on the ground as light as the feather. "Historia?" The middle-aged man frowned and said, "So young." He clearly felt a little apprehensive and asked, "Which sect do you belong to?" "Only now did you ask, isn't it a little too late? Since you knew I have a Dragon King with me, you should have thought of this question first." "Humph. There's nothing amazing to have a Dragon King by your side. We got our Dragon King from a scramble." The face of the middle-aged man became dark as he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Although you have the undying divine wings, your secret art is definitely not of the undying sects. Although you have accumulated sword chi in your body, you are definitely not from the solitary clan. That's because you don't carry a metal sword on your back. In this South Desolate region, those are the only 2 clans that make me feel a little apprehensive. However, we originally have an old grievance with the undying sect to begin with. Even though I can guess you have some relationship with the undying sect, I won't feel apprehensive to kill you." Swish! The middle-aged man rushed over. The power accumulated in his palm made people feel speechless. The surge of power made this space rumble as the domain directly pounced towards Xiao Chen. He wanted to confine Xiao Chen in the domain. Xiao Chen did not face him head-on. He unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky. He silently concentrated his spiritual sense on the two killing weapons in his palms. After a few days of probing around, he found that although he was unable to control the jet black metal engraving and golden divine halberd, he could occasionally make his palm transform into weapons. "Kid, come down here at once. Otherwise I will go in and kill that silver dragon." The middle-aged man hooted on the ground. Xiao Chen was unable to feel the aura of the golden divine halberd, but the jet black metal engraving in his left hand trembled for a little while as his left hand was shrouded by the jet black radiance. Xiao Chen didn't even think twice and immediately rushed over there. That was because he had a very limited time. The jet black light ball could only be maintained for a split second. Looking at Xiao Chen swooping down, the middle-aged man lifted his palm upward. The jet black radiance glinted. Xiao Chen's left palm seemed to have been enlarged by several fold. The dark giant palm gave rise to the whistling sound of the wind and directly shattered the middle-aged man's domain. After that, it knocked against the palm of the middle-aged man. Snap! Ah! The middle-aged man let out a miserable shriek. The jet-black giant palm immediately crushed his right palm. Xiao Chen did not stop there. The giant palm ruthlessly swept past the middle-aged man's chest and sent him flying with a bang. A bunch of blood splashed everywhere in the sky. At this moment, the jet-black metal engraving finally lose its connection with Xiao Chen. The middle-aged man had suffered a serious damage. Up to 7 or 8 of his breastbones were snapped. On the other hand, Xiao Chen felt very refreshed. He originally wanted to slap this guy anyway, he didn't expect his wish was really granted. The middle-aged man was a Historia-level expert after all, even though he suffered a serious damage, he quickly stood up. Although his chest had already caved in, and his right palm was crushed, his fighting strength was still abundant. "Kid, what was that just now? Why so much nonsense? Aren't you going to kill me and snatch my silver dragon? Bring it on!" Right now, Xiao Chen had taken the initiative. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. He walked forward with large strides and waved his other arm. Xiao Chen was no longer moving back, he faced the middle-aged man head-on with his right palm. With a loud bang, 2 palms collided. Xiao Chen fell back half a step and the middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was already heavily injured and was unable to go all out. Even using only 1/3 of his strength, he would cough out a big mouthful of blood. Since he had gained the upper hand, Xiao Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. After refining the 2 ancient artifacts, even if he was not able to utilize them, his palms were still as sharp as the divine weapons due to their existences. This allowed Xiao Chen to directly face the middle-aged man. The banging sound never stopped. Xiao Chen made the middle-aged man lose his will. The middle-aged man was coughing out blood unceasingly. His expression was downcast and looked extremely pale. In the end, Xiao Chen directly made this middle-aged man pass out. Just when he wanted to split him in two, Zhuge Fatty shouted, "Seal his power and let me vent my anger." Xiao Chen sealed his power. After that, he slapped the middle-aged man until he woke up and tossed him in front of the fatty. The fatty was really unrestrained. He directly sit astride on the middle-aged man's broken ribs and slapped him continuously. "You dare to hit me? Don't you know who am I? Zhuge Liang. Never heard of it? This is abomination, illiterate. Have you ever read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms passed down from the mortal world? That is a masterpiece. You know who am I now? No? You're infuriating me. Illiterate. I hit. Slap. 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 Slap." The fatty knew Xiao Chen had the intent to kill. This guy definitely wouldn't live to see another day, he wouldn't need to worry about the other party coming back to seek vengeance. Slapping him now was only to give vent to some of his anger. Swish, dot. A human figure swayed as an elderly man appeared in Xiao Chen's courtyard. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. The elderly man looked to be around 50 to 60 years old. He looked like a character of strength. Xiao Chen immediately felt his heart sunk. Could this be the middle-aged man's teacher? If that was the case, then this could be troublesome. I am the elder of the Undying Sect, Lu Qingfeng. I am Yan Qingqing's martial uncle. Although this man is at odds with my sect, we are still from the same demon sect. It's fine to fight against each other, but we definitely must not kill. The old man lightly waved his hand and sent the fatty flying away all of a sudden. He propped the middle-aged man up and said to Xiao Chen, "Don't need to worry, I will explain the situation to his teacher." As he looked on, Xiao Chen simply kept his mouth shut. Until the figure of the old man almost disappeared, Zhuge Fatty shouted, "The Undying Sect is owing Xiao Chen a wife." The old man's body inclined to the side and almost took a fall. He turned his head around to cast a glance and left at lightning speed. Xiao Chen nodded his head and spoke to himself, that's right, I should pay a visit to the Undying Sect stationed in Celestial City. Just at this time, with a flash of white light, Kiki showed up with its head sticking out from the edge of the door. Then it scuttled into the courtyard with a whoosh. My at #%yuan. The fatty cried out in surprise, he was so agitated that he couldn't form a proper sentence. Xiao Chen was also so shocked that his jaw almost dropped as he quickly rushed to the courtyard. 1. Silva, this mother F. Even I'm starting to get furious listening to this head. What is he? A kid that can't be reasoned? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Grade 9 Lotus. After rushing into the house, the fatty was so frightened that he almost fainted. Xiao Chen also dropped his jaw. The snow-white little critter was too extreme. It actually carried a big sack back. The inside of the sack was shining with multicolored radiance and it was bulging. Who knew just how many spiritual items were stuffed into that sack by the little critter? The big sack was much bigger than Kiki. Compared to this nearly 1 foot long little critter, the 1.5 meter long big sack was too exaggerated. The sack had already been opened. The snow-white little critter was extremely infatuated. It was rolling around in the sack happily. Its eyes had already turned into crescent moon shape. The fatty was so nervous that he almost slumped onto the ground. He started stammering, we're done for. The treasure trove castle of the south has been raided. Kiki has stolen all of their first-rate spiritual items. This mother F. The value of these items is beyond measure. If we're caught, we will have to pay for the consequences. We will have to compensate with twice the market price. Xiao Chen also felt a pang of headache. With this much spiritual items stolen, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in Celestial City. Settling this peacefully was definitely impossible. Just think about how much was all of these worth. Kiki's glittering big eyes rolled around, then it jumped up and stood in between Xiao Chen and the big sack. That means, don't think about asking me to return these, I will not do it even if you beat me to death. Xiao Chen was almost driven mad as he kneaded his temples. This matter was not easy to deal with, one error and they would be in for a great disaster. Damn it! Just what was the treasure trove castle doing? There's so many treasures, don't tell me that they don't have an expert guarding their treasures? Are they not afraid of getting robbed? Xiao Chen was upset as he complained. Zhuge Fatty was speechless, your snow-white little critter had raided other people's store, how did you end up blaming the others? The fatty cursed silently and felt a splitting headache at the same time. He helplessly explained, did you forget what day is it today? Today is the first day of the grand battle. And the first round was between 2 dragon kings. Almost all the experts in Celestial City have already headed to the Warbeast Castle to watch the match. The 3 elders watching over the store are absent. I saw it with my own eyes as they entered the VIP lounge of the Warbeast Castle. Didn't the battle between the Dragon Kings ended quite a while ago? Xiao Chen grumbled grudgingly. The battle between the Dragon Kings has indeed ended, but there's still 2 more battles between the Beast Kings. Since they went there already, do you think they would only watch a single round? Kiki, you. Sigh. Xiao Chen felt really helpless, he didn't know how to handle this matter. On the other hand, the snow-white little critter was very excited. As if it had just won a victorious battle, it jumped into the big sack again and started to toss from side to side. This won't do. We must return these immediately, otherwise we will arouse public anger. Xiao Chen helplessly let out a breath. That's right, and we must be fast. We should take this chance and return the items where they belong before the 3 elders get back. The fatty also felt very urgent. The Treasure Trove Castle was a monopolistic corporation. They had strong financial support and possessed great influence in the south. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter was getting discontent. It poked its head out from the big sack and mumbled to itself angrily. It seemed to be saying that it had worked hard to get these and that it definitely wouldn't return them. The fatty was a little speechless, you call this work hard? You might as well just live in the Treasure Trove Castle. This won't do. Kiki, you must return these items immediately. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. We will get into big trouble. Xiao Chen had no choice but to try to convince the little thing. After explaining in every possible way and making one promise after another, the snow-white little critter puffed its cheeks and finally nodded its head unwillingly. Of course, it was impossible to return them as a whole. That grade 9 lotus had been held in custody as expected. In addition, the snow-white little critter gathered a small amount of quality goods from among the big sack. It was going to keep those as snacks. Whoosh, dot. With a flash of white light, Kiki disappeared along with the big sack. Even while waiting, they were feeling anxious. The little critter had not returned even after half an hour later. In the end, Xiao Chen immediately soared into the sky, fully prepared to rush into the treasure trove castle as if his life depended on it. He didn't care if he was exposed anymore, the snow-white little critter was more important. However, just at this time, Kiki returned with wobbly steps. Its little belly was plump and it would let out a hiccup occasionally. From time to time, it would turn its head around to recall fondly. My God! He realized immediately, after sending the items back, it ate heartily in other people's place. For the time being, it seemed like they wouldn't need to pay the debts. Good, the items have been returned. The fatty let out a breath of relief. They had kept the grade 9 lotus, but it was only one out of the many spiritual items after all. Although it could be rated as an absolute gem, it had been left in the dust for 2 to 3 years and never been sold all alone. Its original price was only 100,000 odd gold coins. It was only recently, due to the War Beast tournament, that they began raising the price crazily. This kind of loss would definitely cause a big gale, but it was still better than the whole store being raided. The treasure trove castle had a few branch stores, namely, the superb hall, the airspace pavilion, the treasure house, etc. Each and every store had valuable spiritual items. The grade 9 lotus from the superb hall was their family jewel. Legend says Buddha once had a grade 9 lotus. It could seriously be rated as an exceptionally valuable object. After Buddha had refined the grade 9 lotus, not only did his body become more powerful, even his power had increased dramatically. This was a sacred item that everyone in the world of martial arts yearned for. Naturally, the grade 9 lotus at the superb hall was not this magical. However, it was still a treasure produced by the nature. It was one of the very few giant lotus. Its entire body was crystal clear and sparkling like the jade. The lotus was as big as a basin and felt warm to the touch. It was emitting a glorious radiance like warm jade. Alas, it's such a pity, only the size of a basin. If it was raised for another few dozen millenniums, it might become a sacred item on the same level as Buddha's giant lotus. The fatty looked at the treasure with remorse. This was obviously very unrealistic. Just who would be able to live for a few dozen millenniums? Who would be able to wait for that long? Even immortals were unwilling to wait for countless years. Then what about the merchants? They valued money highly. Once they found this kind of spiritual items, they certainly wouldn't let it continue to grow in the nature. Juga Fatty said that this giant lotus was originally formed by an ancient lotus found on the lake of a tall mountain. There were traces of the Buddhists on the huge mountain. They presumed that the gods and Buddhas must have been there a really long time ago. Hearing these, Xiao Chen also felt a little remorseful. This lotus might really be related to Buddha's grade 9 lotus. Maybe it was really sprouted from the sacred lotus seed. After peeling off the jade-like lotus, a burst of fragrance filled the air. There were 4 lotus seeds about the size of a dragonite fruit within. The seeds were dark green and flickered like jadeite. It was very dazzling. The color of the seeds was substantially different from ordinary lotus seed, and they were much bigger too. It was indeed a sacred item. The fragrance pervaded the entire courtyard. The 4 jadeite lotus seeds immediately made Kiki so infatuated that it almost shut its 2 eyes. It felt that even after returning so many spiritual items, keeping this treasure alone was more than worth it. However, it already didn't have much appetite as it had already ate its fill at the superb hall earlier. Xiao Chen felt that the situation was far from good. He hastily covered up the 4 crystal clear lotus seeds, then he called Kiki, 10x, and the Azure Dragon King over. He was unbiased and gave each sacred beast 1 seed. The last one was kept for himself. Gulp it down immediately. Otherwise, when the aroma fills the air, it will attract unwanted attention. After saying these, Xiao Chen took the lead and stuffed the crystal clear lotus seed into his mouth. The instant the lotus seed entered his mouth, it transformed into boundless spiritual energy and rushed into his internal organs. The spiritual energy was flowing through all kinds of arteries and veins, but in the end, it was all deprived by the central pivot one along the spine. The glorious divine radiance condensed into a speck of light. The central pivot had been divinized. The exuberant life energy bubbled out and pounded against Xiao Chen's internal body. After that, it established a connection with the other divinized acupoints. The golden thread was like a net of vein as it linked them up. After 15 minutes, everything finally calmed down as Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He was no longer surprised by the divinization of the acupoints. It could be expected to happen frequently in the future. The snow-white little Kiki bit the lotus seed like it was eating candy. However, without waiting for it to sample the taste, the lotus seed already transformed into spiritual energy and rushed into its body. This made the little thing feel very regretful. It could only click its tongue while reflecting on the aftertaste. As for the jade-like lotus leaves that were peeled off, Xiao Chen didn't waste any of them. He pounded them into pieces and spread them on 10x's wounds. The glossy lotus also contained boundless worldly essence. It reacted to the treasured tree in 10x's body as the spiritual energy seeped into its body via the wounds. It could be seen clearly, the terrifying wounds on 10x's body were healing as that jade-like lotus wilted at high speed. In the end, it turned into ashes and fell down. The rainbow-colored radiance flickered as Xiao Chen carried 10x back into the house. He was expecting a full recovery in one night. These days, the Azure Dragon King's consciousness was slowly recovering. However, it was still very taciturn, and even a little downcast. It didn't reject Xiao Chen. Clearly, it had already recognized him as an old friend. After it gulped down the lotus seed, the Azure Dragon King silently returned to the house and continued to heal its mental trauma. The fatty was very envious as he watched the entire process. Unfortunately, due to his poor constitution, he was unable to enjoy the lotus seed. When night fell, the news arrived from the Warbeast Castle. The outcome of the other two grand battles had been concluded. The 1-meter-long Gold Lion King killed its opponent in a matter of seconds and advanced to the next round. The little white tiger also had an extraordinary performance. After going through a fierce battle, it inflicted heavy injuries on the other young beast king and advanced without a hitch. With the grade 9 lotus stolen from the treasure trove castle, a huge disturbance was given rise as expected. It was abuzz with noise since afternoon until the night time. Zhuge Fatty had become the first suspect as it should be. Who asked him to go and bargain with them every day since these past few weeks. The fatty felt very depressed. He only sniffed the aroma for a while only, and yet, he had already become the primary suspect. On the other hand, the perpetrator went to the Undying Sect as if he was not involved. The Undying Sect occupied an extremely wide territory in the Celestial City. It was like a landscape garden. There were fine woods within the territory, pavilions and kiosks in the gardens, small bridges over the clear spring, as well as the waterfall. The scenery was very magnificent, it was just like a fairyland. Xiao Chen cursed silently. In this celestial city where every inch of land was as precious as gold, every major power's residences, ancient castles, or palaces were bound to have a big garden, with one building connected to another. Just how much wealth did they possess? This was too extravagant. It's you? After entering the Undying Sect's garden, Xiao Chen just happened to run into Yin Xingcheng. The beautiful Yin Xingcheng was wearing a one-piece blue-striped dress. Her slender body was outlined perfectly. Her lily-white face did not lose the least bit of splendor. Her face without makeup appeared attractive and outstanding. Her matchless complexion could even make a stoneman feel palpitated. What, am I not welcomed? Xiao Chen wore an unruly expression. It was poles apart from his sharp expression when confronting an enemy. Of course you are not welcomed at this place. Yin Xingcheng felt contradicted. Since she started practicing the Obliterate Demon Absolute God, she couldn't be too far apart from Xiao Chen. At the very least, they must stay in the same city. However, she always felt unpleasant whenever she faced this man who once took her as a captive. How can you talk like that? Is that how you treat your guest? I am here to take you home as a lifelong partner. Yin Xingcheng was so angry that her lily-white face had turned as red as an apple. Looking at Xiao Chen's negligent appearance, she wished she could go over there and slap him. However, she restrained herself and let out a humph. Go back and daydream by yourself. She turned around and left as soon as she said these words. Swish! Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and got behind Yin Xingcheng. He didn't say anything and followed her along the way. Why are you following me? Why can't I follow you? That was a completely unconcerned tone. It made Yin Xingcheng especially resentful. Nobody had ever been this rude to her. Even if others were attracted by her peerless beauty and longed for her, all they did was compliment her and didn't dare to make their move. Yet, how could this guy be so shameless? He was truly hateful through and through. Xiao Chen, Yin Xingcheng bit the lower lip with her silver teeth, then she fumed. If you want to find the elder, just go. If you continue to nag me, don't blame me for calling out for help. Why do I feel like this is a little like the drama of the beauty and the evil tyrant? Aren't you the evil tyrant? Yin Xingcheng was as agile as the butterfly. She flew up gracefully and just when she was about to fly into the depths of the garden. Xiao Chen said. You mean I am the evil tyrant? Then how about you point out some accomplished facts, otherwise I will feel like I have been wrongly accused. 1. https://theory.ynyangaus.com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Marriage Proposal. You, just go and die. Yan Xincheng glared at Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen found a hint of craftiness behind her beautiful eyes. Swish. Like a flickering light and passing shadows, Xiao Chen left an afterimage in his original location and rushed in front of Yan Xincheng, then he grabbed her lily-white hands. And just at this time, a lightning landed on his original location with a rumble. When I was at your undying sect's headquarters, I have already seen this kind of mystic art. You think I will fall for it? Unhand me. No way. Xiao Chen, you scoundrel. If you curse me again, then don't blame me for turning into a real tyrant and satisfy your expectation. Who's expecting what? Go to hell, drop dead. You are really too shameless. Yan Xincheng was extremely ashamed and resentful as she continued to struggle. Let's go. We're going to see the elder. If you want to go, then go by yourself. Unhand me. How can you not go? You are the reason I come to your sect today. Xiao Chen, you bastard. Yan Xincheng was really a little scared now. This negligent guy actually wanted to go and meet the elder now. It was your undying sect who spread the rumor that you have been betrothed to me. Because of this, I was almost killed by the ancient spear pasteur. Xiao Chen and Yan Xincheng flew past the garden in the sky. Their sleeves were brushed by the wind. The man was handsome, the woman was like a fairy, they seemed to be the perfect match. Hey, isn't that junior sister Yan Xincheng? Am I seeing things? Why is she flying side by side with a man? Junior sister Yan is actually flying side by side with a man. I am going to challenge that guy. There's plenty practitioners of the undying sect below. After seeing this scene, few of the male disciples felt heartbreak. When Yan Xincheng heard those words, she narrowly fell from the sky. Xiao Chen, you bastard. Let go of me. No. The two of them had mastered the undying divine wings. They flew past the gardens at lightning speed and arrived in front of a big hall in the blink of an eye. Then they landed as light as a feather. The undying sect's elder had already received the report. He sent someone to lead the two into the main hall. Within the ancient hall, many demon gods' portraits were enshrined. Impressively, the one enshrined in the centermost was a gold statue of the undying demon king in battle stance. He looked handsome and outstanding. The lonesome look in his eyes was so vivid that it felt as if it had traveled through time and reflected upon the hearts of the later generations. Naturally, that arrogant appearance had been carved even more vivid. A hint of loftiness could be seen among the loneliness. It was as if every living thing in the world were under his foot, as if nobody in the world deserved to face him at his best. The Demon King had shaken quite a few generations. When he just founded the sect, he had slaughtered a lot of demon gods. He was very good at power play. He raided the sacred island's palace alone and was bathed in the blood of the deities. He was genuinely worshipped by the people of the undying sect, regardless of gender and age. For the men, they wanted to reach the summit and look down on the multitude of hills. This was the dream of every man in the undying sect. Who wouldn't want to recreate the former glory of the Demon King? The girls also became proud and arrogant due to the existence of the Demon King. In their heart, only this kind of man was a good fit for them. Xiao Chen stood in the main hall and silently paid his respect in front of the Demon King statue. Did you finally start to become aware of your own insignificance in front of the Demon King? Yan Xincheng used this chance to shake off Xiao Chen's palm. The Demon King is worthy of my respect. This is how a man should be. Proud, ambitious, famous, and powerful. However, I don't have superstitious belief in the Demon King, he is but a man who reached that height through hard work. Everyone has a different path, my goal is not to become the Demon King, I am myself. You sure know how to talk. However, it is pointless. Show it with your action, not words. Yan Xincheng hurled back. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you can witness it step by step when we are together in the future. He resumed his negligent appearance and the sharp expression on his face just now was gone. Xiao Chen, I will say it one more time. There is nothing between the two of us. I will definitely make you crouch under my foot one of these days. Yan Xincheng had endured silently for a very long time. Nobody had ever opposed her like this. And now, all her inner feelings had finally burst out. Ha! Xiao Chen laughed out loud and said, in that case, does that mean I should make you crouch under my foot first? You? I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingqing's beautiful face was covered with frostiness. Her lily-white body was trembling slightly. Just at this time, a disciple of the Undying Sect came out from the back of the palace hall and said, the master is asking Lord Xiao to come in. At the back of the palace hall, a 60-plus years old elder with remarkable appearance was quietly sitting on the mat. He was actually that elder who called himself Lu Qingfeng. He had once saved the middle-aged man, who wanted to take revenge for the Gold Dragon King, from Xiao Chen's hand. He sat on the mat calmly and rolled his sleeve noiselessly. Then, two mats immediately floated up and landed in front of Xiao Chen and Yan Qingqing. Xiao Chen, what is the reason for your visit today? Naturally, Xiao Chen couldn't say something as shameful as receiving my wife anymore. That was only to rouse up the proud Yan Qingqing. This junior had once been under the care of the patriarch. I ought to come pay a visit to the Undying Sect's branch in Celestial City. Lu Qingfeng nodded his head and started to chat with Xiao Chen leisurely. Yan Qingqing was so angry that the roots of her teeth started to itch. Xiao Chen was teasing her wantonly earlier, but now, he's actually deadly earnest. She originally thought he would act indifferent in front of Lu Qingfeng and not give any respect to the elder of the Undying Sect. If that was the case, then he would be severely punished. However, she didn't expect Xiao Chen would behave himself. He didn't show any disrespect and was chatting with Lu Qingfeng on friendly terms. Lu Qingfeng said earnestly, recently, you've been too reckless. You should learn to hold back a little. There's a lot of things you cannot do rashly. The senior's advice, I will take it to heart. Oh? You really don't have any other business for coming to the Undying Sect? Of course there is. Following that, Xiao Chen tactfully conveyed his purpose in coming. Although he didn't say the few words, to take my wife home, that was clearly what he meant. Yan Qingqing almost dropped the teacup in her hands. This guy was really too shameful, he actually dared to bring this matter up. Lu Qingfeng's hands also shook slightly. Wasn't this guy a little too straightforward? Couldn't he be a little more evasive? Regarding this matter. The ancient spear pasteur. Yan Qingqing was endlessly resentful. This guy was extremely daring. He actually had the intention of pushing the blame of getting penetrated by Pasteur to the Undying Sect. This was the reason he dropped in to propose marriage. Master, Yan Qingqing was in an uncomfortable situation. Looking at Lu Qingfeng smiling from beginning to end, she couldn't help but raise her voice. On the other hand, Xiao Chen was surprised. Lu Qingfeng was actually Yan Qingqing's master. This was indeed out of his expectation. Generally, I don't oppose this marriage. Lu Qingfeng declared his opinion. Startled, Xiao Chen immediately looked at him blankly. He didn't expect his proposal would be successful. All of this was only to give vent to his accumulated dissatisfaction. The Undying Sect clearly used him as an excuse to evade the brothers who held the ancient spear pasteur. Although he didn't dare to criticize them violently, mocking them was still unavoidable. However, he didn't expect the other party actually didn't turn him down. Master, Yan Qingqing became anxious. It was simply unimaginable for her to marry to Xiao Chen. Even if she had to make a compromise last time, now that she had returned to the Immortals mainland, how could she continue to make herself feel wronged? Oh, we must not be too hasty regarding this matter. I feel that it is better to wait till Qingqing master the obliterate demon absolute god first. When two spend a long time together, love will bloom naturally. Hearing these, Xiao Chen almost sprayed out the tea in his mouth. Wasn't this old fellow too crafty? If he wanted to refuse, just say it. Why be so corny? On the other side, Yan Qingqing was delighted and reproachful at the same time. Master really didn't know how to speak. What when two spend a long time together, love will bloom naturally. Who would bloom romantic feelings for this guy? Xiao Chen originally came to this place to mock Yan Qingqing to begin with. He was not so naive to think he could actually take Yan Qingqing as a wife. Since his goal had more or less accomplished, he chuckled and said, Yan Qingqing, you really don't want to marry me? If you really don't want to, then I will take my leave. In your dream. She was as beautiful as the angel and as proud as the fairy. Yan Qingqing's beautiful face was brimming with ice-cold expression as she said proudly, I would rather marry off to a beggar or an army ruffian than marrying you. Xiao Chen originally wanted to take his leave just like this. However, after hearing these words from Yan Qingqing, he felt furious and said with a smile, good, very ambitious indeed. So high and mighty. Not long later, I am going to leave the Celestial City. I hope that Lady Qingqing will not follow me along the way again. I don't want to interfere with your adequate life. These words caused Yan Xingqing to be speechless for a moment. After practicing the Obliterate Demon Absolute God, she was really inseparable from this so-called vessel. You? As he said these, Xiao Chen had already saluted to Lu Qingfeng and left the main hall. Mr. Xiao, don't be so smug. I will find a way to settle this. Then I will congratulate you in advance. Actually, we can already be considered acquaintance. If you can't stand it anymore, you can continue to be my attendant. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't weep endlessly and keep shouting you want to marry me. Xiao Chen had resumed the negligent appearance which Yan Xingqing detested bitterly. He felt that he was a little small-minded just now. After all, he was a man. So be it if he only mocked this arrogant beauty, but it was no worthwhile to take it too seriously. He burst into loud laughter as he soared into the sky and flew towards a distant location. Yan Xingqing was gnashing her teeth. How she wished she could pull Xiao Chen down from the sky at once. Mr. Xiao, I will not let you get away with this. Come and find me any time. I am currently thinking about my future seriously. If you are too late, you can only become a concubine. As the voice faded away, Xiao Chen's figure disappeared in the sky. Go to hell. Yan Xingqing's smooth forehead was covered with black lines. The next day, because the snow-white little Kiki was snoozing around and missed the time to get on the stage, its qualification to compete was mercilessly stripped off. When Xiao Chen found the little thing, it was soundly asleep at the backstage. He had no other choice but to take it home. However, the little critter was very dissatisfied. The unwillingness in its eyes was undisguised. Xiao Chen knew he had to pay close attention to it. Otherwise it might cause some trouble again. For days later, the grand battle had finally reached its climax. The spectators' mood were rising up and down every day, and the War Beast Castle was filled to the brim. The first round of the grand battle dropped its curtain at last. On the fifth day, the second round of the grand battle began. The first battle today was between the Golden Lion King and the Black Tortoise. The strength of these two cubs were gravely underestimated at that time. They were the victors of the standard Beast Kings. Presently, they were genuinely the strongest and most popular among the young Beast Kings. And now, these two powerful war beasts actually clashed. It could even be said to be a fierce battle between giants. The Golden Lion King looked extremely fierce. Although it was only 1 meter long, it had a bearing like that of a natural-born king. Similarly, the golden fur all over its body was dazzling, so much so that the gold radiance made people unable to open their eyes. It crouched there unmovingly like an immemorial sacred mountain, which gave people a great pressure. It had 3 lion heads and each of them appeared mighty. It made people intimidated at first glance, especially the vertical eyes on its foreheads. When it blinked, the brilliant rays made even the older generation experts to get cold feet. Everyone unanimously determined that this was definitely an extremely exotic beast. Perhaps its odds of success were very high even if it faced the Dragon Kings. As for that mysterious tortoise, nobody dared to look down on it anymore. That was because an older generation warrior had clarified it clearly. This was the direct descendant of the Black Tortoise. It was a natural-born sacred beast and had unlimited potential. Along with the sound of the drum, this battle had begun. The entire body of the Golden Lion King radiated. Although it hadn't moved a fraction, it had, without a doubt, already become the sole attention of the audience. The stage was brimming with golden radiance. The aura of the Lion King made every spectators feel pressured. The Black Tortoise was as quick as lightning. It started to rotate like a sharp disc blade as it flew towards the Golden Lion King. Swish! The Golden Lion King moved with lightning speed. With a swipe of its claw, it ruthlessly hit the Black Tortoise. Clang! The deafening noise had shaken up the entire War Beast Palace. The Black Tortoise's shell was truly indestructible, it was practically impossible to break through. The chi of Earth rumbled as yellowish rays of light appeared around the Black Tortoise. The energy fluctuated violently in the Black Tortoise's surroundings. The essence of Earth gave rise to a yellow light, which was launched towards the Golden Lion King. The Black Tortoise shell was bewitching. It was so dark that it made people break out in cold sweat. The energy fluctuation passed through the barrier in front of the stage and made every spectators feel palpitated. This kind of young sacred beast was too terrifying. It already possessed this much power at present. Who knew what kind of realm it could reach once it was fully grown? Boom! The aura of Mother Earth was majestic, the momentum was extremely shocking. In a split second, the Golden Lion King had been sent flying and rammed against the barrier surrounding the War Beast stage. A burst of violent energy fluctuation rumbled. The barrier almost broke down and the spectators burst into clamor. The Black Tortoise was really too powerful. It was actually capable of manipulating such a tyrannical power. And surprisingly, the Golden Lion King did not get crushed like they had expected. The glaring golden light glinted as the Lion King shook its lustrous fur. It jumped up from the ground and was practically unharmed. With the speed of lightning, the Golden Lion King ran across the field and let out a thunderous rumble. The entire war beast stage was trembling. The Golden Lion King got in front of the Black Tortoise in a split second and brandished its lion claw violently. Bang! The Black Tortoise was sent flying, but it was still safe and sound. It was impossible to destroy the tortoise shell. The eyes of the Lion King glinted as two threatening lights were emitted. It scuttled across the field and bit the Black Tortoise in the sky. Then, it swung its head violently and flung the Black Tortoise. However, the tortoise shell still remained in one piece. The Black Tortoise amassed the yellowish rays of light again and gave rise to an even more violent earth essence that drowned the Golden Lion King. Boom! The Golden Lion King was sent flying towards the sky. A mouthful of gold-colored blood was coughed out from the center head. However, its militaristic body was still as vigorous as before. It didn't have much influence on its performance. But also because of this, the Golden Lion King became furious. Along with the world-shaking lion roar, the barrier around the war beast stage was destroyed. The vertical eye at the Golden Lion King's center head opened in that instant and a blazing, bloody chi was launched. It was like a light of destruction that destroyed the Black Tortoise's shell in a split second. Bang! The entire body of the Black Tortoise burst open. Crushing defeat. The Black Tortoise, one most powerful sacred beast that was recognized by everyone, died on the war beast stage. The Golden Lion King achieved victory with indisputable strength. The entire stadium turned deathly silent. The Golden Lion King was too powerful. It barely opened one of its vertical eyes and it was already enough to penetrate the Black Tortoise, who was known for its defense. Who else among the young sacred beasts could be a worthy match for it? Xiao Chen also felt downcast. Even he was not confident that he would be able to withstand that destructive attack just now. And that was merely 1 out of 3 of the Golden Lion King's vertical eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, 6 Saint. The Golden Lion King's performance made every spectator endlessly shocked. When the bloody light swept past, even the Black Tortoise, who was reputed to have the best defense among the beast, was penetrated. This was simply inconceivable. Unparalleled Lion King. A lot of people started to shout. It could stand toe-to-toe with the Dragon Kings, perhaps it might even be stronger than the Dragon Kings. This was the evaluation of the majority. The Golden Lion could really be rated as the king of the sacred beasts. There was no need to doubt its power. What's more terrifying was that it had 3 heads, and 2 more of its vertical eyes had not opened yet. Who knew what kind of terrifying ability was it still hiding? The Golden Lion King with unlimited potential. Many people wanted to find out who was its owner, but regretfully, they were unable to discover any information. The Golden Lion King was as calm as a lofty mountain. Its entire body was flickering with dazzling gold radiance. It walked towards the Black Tortoise, 1 step at a time. It ripped the corpse apart with its powerful claws. A yellowish radiance rushed out and was swallowed by the Golden Lion. This was its spoil of war. The essence of the Black Tortoise was devoured by the Lion King. Naturally, it was impossible for the Golden Lion to learn the Black Tortoise's divine ability because of this. However, it would inevitably be very beneficial for its future prospect. Only after going through hundreds of life and death battles would a Beast King be able to become more powerful. Only by experiencing life and death battles unceasingly would they be able to arouse their hidden potential. Only a grand battle like this could help them develop their talent at high speed. Of course, the essence of the defeated sacred beasts would inevitably become the victor's driving force. Their power wouldn't increase immediately, but their life energy would become more vigorous. This was equivalent to increasing their own potential. The main reason for these young sacred beasts to participate in the War Beast tournament was the Dragon King. If they could devour the Dragon Chi, that would be very beneficial for them. Xiao Chen returned to his residence. He knew that the Golden Lion King would become one of 10x's most powerful opponent. It was extremely possible that it would be mortally wounded. That Golden Lion's strength was really too powerful. 10x had already fully recovered. Not only because it had received the insurance of the Dragon Chi, it was also nursed by the rainbow-colored sacred tree. 10x's body had already grown a little, it was about 1.5 meter long now. It seemed more robust than ever. Moreover, its silver brilliance gradually changed into the milky white radiance of the jade. Its draconic body seemed to be carved out of suet white jade. The dragon scales were glorious and a powerful energy was circulating on the scales. Without a doubt, 10x had become stronger after going through that life and death battle. Ha ha! A loud laughter transmitted from the doorway. Zhuge Fatty carried a greasy paper bag in between his arms and arrived at Xiao Chen's residence with a beaming smile. I will treat you all to a banquet tonight. Is there anything distinguishing? We have tasted almost all the delicacy in the Celestial City. Xiao Chen asked with interest. Although it's not as rare as dragon liver or phoenix essence, it is still a rare delicacy in this world. Generally, even a sovereign wouldn't be able to eat it even if they want to. The fatty squinted his eyes. He was so happy that his fats were trembling. Bastard fatty, don't even think about eating it by yourself. From the outside came the voice of a young lady. The Mander family's baby girl, Catalina, pushed the door open and entered. Her aquamarine dress made her seem very smart. Behind her was Lazio, who had been given the title of a freak. This handsome man was usually gentle and cultivated. It was practically impossible to find any traces of a practitioner on him. Catalina snuggled up to him at his side. Her whole face was filled with excitement. At the same time, she didn't forget to glare at Xiao Chen ferociously. Hey, this brat from the Mander family, how come your nose is so sharp? Where did you get the news? The fatty looked at her suspiciously. I originally wanted to make my move earlier, but I didn't expect you were so crafty and was one step ahead of me. Ha ha. I am here. Fersky also rushed over. 1. These three were the scions from 3 big warbeast castles. Xiao Chen could vaguely guess what was it. Sure enough, the following words confirmed his speculation. All of your noses are even sharper than the divine hounds. I'll say at first, it is possible to enjoy the delicacy together, but if anyone dare to leak the news, I will never forgive them. Hurry up, I am getting impatient. That is but the legendary black tortoise. Catalina's beautiful eyes were pacing back and forth between the fatty and the greasy paper bag. 2. It must be mentioned that Zhuge Fatty possessed remarkable abilities. He actually plundered some of the black tortoise's ruptured body. They set up a big iron pot at Xiao Chen's courtyard and began to stew the black tortoise. If people were to know of this, they would definitely be driven mad. Stewing black tortoise? That's too crazy. The aroma of the meat drifted in the air. In addition to the exotic delicacies delivered from the restaurant, everyone was very pleased with this meal. Naturally, it was impossible for Kiki and Tenix to be left out. The fatty still felt a little empty. He only drank a mouthful of the black tortoise soup and he already got a nosebleed. He let out a heavy sigh. The essence of the black tortoise had already been swallowed up by the Golden Lion King. Its body had already turned into a pure tortoise extract. Fersky and the others didn't need to worry about external source hindering their own advancement. That little white tiger will make an appearance tomorrow. I really hope it will be defeated. At that time, not only will we have tiger meat and tiger bone wine, the most important part is the tiger's wiener. The white tiger's one is a genuine treasure. After the fatty got drunk, he started to babble nonsense. It caused Catalina to kick him twice. After that, she packed some tortoise soup for takeaway and left at high speed. On the 6th day, the little white tiger made an appearance again. Its opponent was a beast with lion head, bear-like body, horse-like limbs, and a tiger-like tail. It was a legendary mutated sacred beast, the Tetramutant. It was roughly 1.5 meter long. Its entire body was flickering with 4 colors, namely, yellow, white, brown, and black. It looked very excellent. There was no need to doubt its strength. When 4 of its limbs stepped on the ground, raging flames were produced and it was standing in the sea of flames. The warbeast stage shook as the worldly essence was gathered at high speed. The white tiger was very calm. This time, its originally mediocre outward appearance had an astonishing transformation. It seemed to have felt the formidability of its opponent and finally revealed its true strength. The monochrome stripes emitted glorious radiance. The flickering light was very glaring and carried an intangible pressure. The contrasting white and black light reflected upon one another and enveloped the white tiger completely. Divine marks? It is the white tiger's divine marks. Someone among the audience cried out in surprise. The white tiger's divine marks was a sacred writings bestowed by heaven. It possessed an unfathomable power. Legend says it was some kind of ancient characters, which contained the ultimate truth. Of course, since ancient times, only a very few could manifest the divine marks. This white tiger was clearly different from its peers. Alas, seems like there's no hope for tiger wiener wine. In the VIP lounge Xiao Chen was located at, Zhuge Fatty shook his head and heaved a sigh. The snow-white little critter was holding a ginseng king skewer in its little paws. That skewer was made by completely basing it on the candied fruits. Its two eyes widened as it curiously sized up the white tiger through the crystal screen. How about it? Do you have confidence that you can defeat it? If you can really make it lie down on the floor, let's not mention the ginseng king skewers, even if you want to eat the heavenly fruits, I can buy some for you. 3. Looking at how the cunning fatty was inciting it like this, Xiao Chen hastily pushed him out of the VIP lounge. Then he turned his head and warned Kiki, don't listen to his nonsense. Just behave yourself and stay here. Otherwise I will confiscate all your ginseng king skewers and race your mushroom cake. Squeak, Kiki nodded its head obediently. However, it was casting a sidelong glance at the fatty's rear figure with its glittering big eyes. On the war beast stage, the fierce battle had begun. The tetra-mutant soared into the sky and floated in midair. Divine radiance of 4 colors lingered on its surrounding. One terrifying light blade after another were launched down unceasingly and attacked the white tiger like a storm. This was an exotic beast capable of manipulating the worldly power. It was much stronger compared to the common spell masters and psychics. Swish! The yellowish divine radiance sent the white tiger flying. It fell from the sky like the divine flames and engulfed the entire surface area of the stage. Bang! White divine radiance flickered and confined the white tiger on the ground. The rays of light had submerged the white tiger. Rips! Rips! The brown divine radiance and black radiance were launched simultaneously, targeting the white tiger's neck. 4-colored divine radiance flickered on the war beast stage as the energy fluctuation rumbled violently. When everyone saw the white tiger rolling in the 4-colored divine radiance, everyone felt that it was impossible for the white tiger to turn the situation around anymore. It seemed like this battle had already been decided. However, with the elapse of time, everyone found to their surprise, although the white tiger seemed very pitiful as it was getting tossed left and right by the 4-colored divine radiance, it didn't sustain any injury due to this. This could even be said to be a miracle. Under the situation where the densely covered divine radiances were sweeping left and right, it was impossible for the white tiger to dodge them completely. So how was it possible for the white tiger to remain unharmed? Eventually, everyone finally discovered wherein the secret lies. The white tiger's divine marks actually dissolved all the attacks. The tetra-mutant's wild attacks were all melted by the divine marks. Carrying on, along with the ear-splitting roar, the white tiger stood up on its hind limb. Its entire body was flickering with brilliant rays as it was about to execute a killing move. The white tiger didn't want to struggle meaninglessly anymore. Therefore, it unwillingly revealed its powerful divine ability. The monochrome divine marks actually separated from its body and materialized as a spiritual tiger in the sky. The thunderous roar shook the very space itself. The spiritual tiger, completely made out of the concentration of divine radiance, soared into the sky and pounced towards the tetramutant that was floating in midair. Too fast. That was practically lightning incarnate. PFFF. The blood splashed everywhere. The spiritual tiger had tore the tetramutant to shreds. The rain of blood sprinkled down from the sky. The scene was somewhat disturbing. That was too cruel. The mutated sacred beast, tetramutant, died with its body completely blown into smithereens. Roar! Along with a world-shaking roar, the spiritual tiger turned back into the divine marks and returned to the white tiger's body. Specks of light floated up, that was the tetramutant's essence. It was swallowed up by the white tiger. This Beast King battle had concluded at this point. The audience was in absolute silence. The power of the white tiger was beyond everyone's expectation. Was that external incarnation? At last, someone raised the doubt in their heart with cracked voice. That is a divine ability more formidable than the external incarnation. All the audience suddenly flared up. The following Beast King battles were just as marvelous. Dugu Jianma's Crimson Dragon King was raised in the depths of the south all along. It was very wild and brutal. It spent the entire day fighting at close quarters with the primal beasts in the mountains. The murderous aura on its body was even heavier than that of the murderer. It killed its opponent with absolute dominance and advanced to the next round smoothly. Although the solitary clan seemed to be in a decline, and there was hardly a single shadow to be seen in the ancient castle all year long, nobody dared to make their move against the Crimson Dragon King. People would never forget that spectacular scene from 10 years ago, when a group of practitioners carrying broadswords on their back returned while flying in the sky. In the south, nobody dared to provoke this low-profile family. Goldie, the descendant of the deity, also defeated its opponent with absolute superiority and advanced to the next round smoothly. This result was not unexpected for Xiao Chen. One must know that this golden ape could resist Keek's rainbow-colored divine radiance. If it couldn't rise above the others, then that sacred beast could be rated as S rank. They only arranged 1 or 2 battles per day for the second round of the grand battle. It drew a lot of attention, especially the last 2 battles. That was because the leading roles from these 2 battles had an extremely big background. The first battle was between the Winged Dragon King and Peacock King. The other battle was between 10X and Tyrant Dragon King. When he saw that silver-colored Winged Dragon King, Xiao Chen immediately recalled that beautiful female psychic, Lanyu. At that time, on the Dragon Island, the Winged Dragon King had followed her. Could it be that she had arrived at the Celestial City? Xiao Chen wanted to go and pay a visit to the Winged Dragon King's owner, but when he asked which VIP lounge was the owner located at, he found that the Winged Dragon King had forfeited the match and had already left the Celestial City with its mysterious owner. This news made a lot of people disappointed. After all, the appearance of the Dragon Kings was this competition's biggest highlight. According to the grapevines, the Winged Dragon King's owner had come across some trouble, that's why they left in a hurry. There's another news saying that the Peacock King was the descendant of the deity, and that Winged Dragon King's owner didn't want their baby to take a risk, that's why they forfeited. Only the Peacock King was left on the War Beast stage. It was as beautiful as a multicolored divine flower in full bloom. Its garish divine feathers were glittering with dreamlike radiance. With its opponent forfeiting the match, it moved on to the next round smoothly. Xiao Chen received the news from Fersky. The elder in their family had once went to the historical remains and personally saw the descendants of the deities. One of them was indeed a multicolored Peacock King. The rumor was true, the Peacock King on the stage was really the descendant of the deity. Without a doubt, the gorgeous Peacock King possessed unimaginable strength. At the very least, it shouldn't be weaker than Goldie. Perhaps, it might even be capable of shaking off Kiki. The last battle of the second round was between 10X and the Tyrant Dragon King. Xiao Chen was definitely not unfamiliar with this Tyrant Dragon King. That was the offspring of the Eight-Clawed Tyrant Dragon, and he had once refined one of the Tyrant Dragon egg. This could be some kind of karma. A disappointing event happened again. The Tyrant Dragon King had withdrawn from the battle. It was taken by its owner away from the War Beast Castle. 10X advanced to the next round without a battle. 4. Xiao Chen felt extremely baffled. Why did 2 Dragon Kings forfeit the match? Was it because they were really worried that the opponent was stronger? He was in doubt. Could it be that something was about to happen and caused the owner of the Dragon Kings to retreat? And everyone finally exploded at this time. 2 Dragon Kings forfeited without cause or reason. This was really too disappointing. Everyone very much wanted to see the battle of the Dragon Kings. Golden Lion King, Crimson Dragon King, White Tiger, Goldie, Peacock King, and 10X. These 6 young sacred beasts moved on to the next round that was about to begin in the next few days. This was the final match to decide for the Beast King once and for all. Finally, the War Beast tournament was entering its final stage. The decisive battle was quickly approaching. The next battle was a chaotic warfare between 6 sacred beasts. The last one standing would be the king. They would become the supreme king of the War Beast tournament this year, the true king among the kings. 1. Silva, now I'm getting all the more curious, just what is it already? 2. Silva, Kek, seriously? They're eating the black tortoise? XDDD. 3. Silva, oh. I have a feeling the little critter will run to the stage to cause havoc again. 4. Silva, Kek. Truly a disappointing last day XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, 5-Colored Divine Radiance. The Golden Lion King, Crimson Dragon King, White Tiger, Goldie, Peacock King, and 10X. These 6 young sacred beasts didn't sustain serious injury in the second round. They could participate in the final showdown without the need of recuperation. This night, every restaurant in the Celestial City was in a full house. Everyone was incomparably expectant for the final round tomorrow. A few big casinos even started to take bets on which young sacred beasts would ultimately win. Countless people took part in the betting, with as little as a few silver coins, up to as many as 1,000 gold coins. This night was very noisy and lively. Everywhere in the city, including the tea house and the pub, everyone was talking about the 6 sacred beasts. Even the common people who didn't have money to go and witness the battle in the War Beast Castle personally were having a heated debate. Because, the marketing campaign of the War Beast Castle was really too hot. After every battle, they would send a specialist to go and talk about the brilliant process of the battles everywhere in the city. At present, the Celestial City had practically turned into a War Beast city. Many people were analyzing the past battles of the sacred beasts to speculate which one of them would remain standing in the end. All kinds of analysis and assessment rushed forth like a tide and spread like wildfire. For this reason, some people specifically written down the details. Xiao Chen had received one and read through it seriously. He felt that the commentary was spot on. The Golden Lion King had a powerful body and possessed tyrannical strength. Its speed was also beyond compare. It was like a streak of golden light and moved in a crisscrossed pattern. It was hard for its opponent to catch its trails. What's more scarier was that it possessed an eye of destruction. The instant that vertical eye opened, the bloody light could even penetrate the black tortoise, who was reputed for its defense. The Golden Lion King could be said to be unparalleled. The most terrifying part was that it had 3 heads, so there was a total of 3 vertical eyes. Now, it had only opened one of its vertical eyes. Nobody knew how much power was accumulated in the other 2 vertical eyes, and how terrifying would it be if they were opened. It could even be said to be the greatest variables in this battle. It made everyone unable to guess how powerful the Golden Lion King really was. It had unknowingly become the favorite among the 6 sacred beasts. Crimson Dragon King. Its brutalness was obvious to all. Every time it entered the stage, it would certainly kill its opponent without showing any mercy. People had even started to call it the Bloody Dragon King. It was a good fit, due to its scales that were glittering with red light, as well as its soaring murderous aura. Dragons were originally the most powerful race in itself. This being the case, it was easy to become king at the juvenile stage. The Crimson Dragon King naturally had enough strength to look down on its peers. With the dragon martial skills and the perfect combination of the dragon-specific divine spell, it was practically unstoppable. The white tiger looked mediocre, but it was actually out of the ordinary. It practiced the external incarnation divine ability, and was also proficient in the ancient martial skill. The white tiger was a very terrifying little beast king, especially the divine marks covering its body. The marks contained the ultimate truth. Nobody knew how many unknown divine abilities it had mastered. Many people speculated that the external incarnation was absolutely not the only divine ability it knew. It should have some even more terrifying abilities in its arsenal. Goldie and the Peacock King, these 2 young sacred beasts, possessed the bloodline of the deities. They were very gifted, and people claimed they could become existences that surpassed the deities in the future. There was no need to doubt their power. Moreover, not only did they inherit the rare bloodline from their ancestors, they also inherited many forbidden techniques. This was their strongest point. It was hard to speculate what power level could these young sacred beasts reach in the future. 10x, a powerful and proud Dragon King, that was everyone's first impression. Its martial skill was outstanding, its nature was tenacious, and it possessed unlimited potential. The dragon countersteps was only the tip of the iceberg. If they really let this little Dragon King went crazy and exerted all of its power, maybe even the Golden Lion King wouldn't necessarily be able to resist this battle freak with all of its vertical eyes opened. It could be said that the analyzers had very high evaluation of 10x. It was the most promising ones among the 6 sacred beasts. Every war beast castle, red light district, restaurant, and casino was extremely noisy even past the midnight. This night, many people had a hard time falling asleep. Early morning, the sun rose from the east. The morning sun had dyed the celestial city golden yellow. That was the indication that this would be a fine sunny day. Early morning, Xiao Chen personally prepared 10x's war meal. Ginseng king skewers, reishi mushroom congee, cinnabar juice, ginseng fruitcake. It was extremely luxurious. If people knew there was this kind of menu, they would literally drop their jaws. This was enough to satisfy 10x's palate. Naturally, Kiki couldn't be left out of such a sumptuous war meal. The little thing had crouched at the kitchen to keep watch for quite a while already. Its saliva was overflowing, and its big eyes that was originally brimming with cleverness were now very straightforward. The final round was imminent, but 10x was very calm. The energy was circulating on its jade-like draconic body. It had already adjusted its condition to the peak stage. The sunshine had sprinkled over the celestial city. The sun was already hanging high in the sky. Xiao Chen walked towards the Warbeast Castle with 10x and Kiki. Today, the decisive battle would take place at the Zhuge family's Amber Warbeast Castle. They were going to open the sacred beast stage that was lying unused for 20 years. That was a stage specifically prepared for fully grown sacred beasts. Under ordinary circumstances, it was very unlikely for the Warbeast Castle to stage a battle between fully grown sacred beasts. No matter how expensive was the ticket sold for, it was not worth it. That was because the loss from the fall of a single fully grown sacred beast was too great. No matter how powerful the Warbeast Castle was, they were unable to bear this kind of loss. One must know that a fully grown sacred beast was at least as powerful as Nirvana Realm. That kind of expert was really too rare. Their existences were the best deterrents to prevent war. Only some extremely ancient and powerful families would possess at least one or two of such sacred beasts. Moreover, after a sacred beast was fully grown, it was impossible for them to consider to be in a different tribe. At that time, they would already be treated as a god in one's family. It was simply impossible for them to get enslaved. In fact, a fully grown sacred beast could already transform into human. At that time, they would be enticed by ancient aristocratic families by any means possible to become a member of their family. In regards to this, they would not even hesitate to connect by marriage. The sacred beast stage was nothing more than a symbol. There's no way it could function as intended. Rather than saying it was a war beast stage, the sacred beast stage was more like a public square. It was as wide as 500 meters square. The surface area was extremely wide. There was more than enough room for the 6 young sacred beasts to fight fiercely. There was no seats around the sacred beast stage. In fact, if they really wanted to use this war beast stage, then that would inevitably be an extremely dangerous battle. It was impossible to let the audience stay in the surroundings. The Amber War Beast Castle connected many rooms together. Apart from the VIP lounge, they used their resources to lay out many huge crystal screens in the room. They were going to broadcast the competition at real time. It was a full house. Today, the Amber War Beast Castle was incredibly lively. Every room was packed with people. There were 50,000 people who bought the tickets to come and watch the battle. The outside of the War Beast Castle was surrounded by countless people. The figure of people could be seen everywhere in the city. Even if the tickets had already sold out, many people were also unwilling to leave. They wanted to stay at this place to listen the latest report at any time. Naturally, apart from the Amber War Beast Castle, every casino was also surrounded by so many people that not even one drop of water could trickle through. At the present time, the win-slash-loss ratio of the 6 sacred beasts was almost the same. That was because they were really unable to distinguish which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Of course, if they really counted the statistics, the ratio of the Golden Lion King was slightly higher. Naturally, it was only that little bit. Xiao Chen was sitting in the VIP lounge and calmly waited for 10x and the rest to appear on stage. Beside him, Kiki was tweaking its ears and scratching its cheeks. It was as restless as a little monkey. It was unable to sit down at this moment. That was because it was really too unwilling. It really wanted to go down there and personally fight with those few young sacred beasts. Xiao Chen was really scared that it would cause some mishaps. This snow-white little critter really gave people too much to worry about. He used the mysterious iron chain that was used to lock up the white tortoise to bind Kiki's little beast paw. Then he locked up the other side of the iron chain on his wrist to secure Kiki at his side. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki waved its other hairy beast paw and protested strongly with its glittering big eyes. However, Xiao Chen just stuffed a cinnabar fruit into its mouth, then he ignored it. The ginormous sacred beast stage was exceptionally quiet. Along with the rumbling sound, 6 gigantic iron gates were opened, and the 6 young sacred beasts came out from 6 different buildings as they walked towards the war beast stage simultaneously. The silence was oppressive. During this split second, a bloodthirsty murderous aura had already spread all over the war beast stage. The 6 young sacred beasts had already adjusted their battle condition to the peak optimum state. The Lion King flickering with gold light, the Crimson Dragon King with soaring bloody light, the Peacock King radiating with multicolored divine radiance, each sacred beast was standing at 6 different positions and appeared very imposing. They were having a silent confrontation. Without a doubt, the first to move would turn into everyone's target. 10x was the very first to move. It ran towards the center of the stage with fearlessness. In its heart, victory or defeat was not at all important. What's important was to challenge powerful enemies, to transcend its own limit, and to undergo a true dragon evolution. That's right, as far as 10x was concerned, losing was nothing. It was originally a weak little dragon to begin with. When it was on the Dragon Island, it couldn't even win against an ordinary little dragon. It advanced one step at a time, going through one life or death battle after another, getting stronger each time and never shrank back. The 10x today only existed because of that. The Crimson Dragon King also moved. It was the king of dragons, how could it not understand 10x's line of thoughts? It had already recognized 10x as the miserable little dragon it defeated in the olden days. How could it be willing to fall behind the others? It was the natural-born king of dragons. To challenge the extreme boundary was an inherent instinct. Its battle intent was unbounded. If the 2 dragon kings were humans, they could be said to be very prideful. Their action immediately roused up the other 4 sacred beasts and caused them to run towards the center of the stage at the same time. They were the strongest of their own kind, how could they fall behind the others? As they were moving forward, a subtle change took place. Goldie and the Peacock King slowly drew close to one another. This was within everyone's expectation. They were the descendant of the deities and had once grew up together, so teaming up at this moment was inevitable. The Golden Lion King looked at them coldly, then it looked at 10X and the Crimson Dragon King. The white tiger was like an ancient well with no ripples as it silently swept its eyes over all directions. What was most unexpected was that the 2 Dragon Kings didn't team up. On the contrary, the hostility between them was even deeper compared to the other sacred beasts. Their proud nature and cruel fate made it so that it was impossible for them to team up. Green, yellow, red, black, and white, these 5 colors radiated from the Peacock King's entire body as it flew towards the sky. It remained motionless in the sky above Goldie. The Golden Lion King was the most intensive. With a world-shaking lion roar, its entire body glinted with dazzling golden radiance as it started to dash. After that, it actually soared into the sky and pounced towards the Peacock King. It was very astonishing. The Golden Lion King could actually run in the sky, it was actually capable of defying gravity. The Lion King was stronger than they originally expected. The golden light illuminated the sky like a raging conflagration. With lightning-fast speed, the Lion King tried to rip the Peacock King apart with its lion claws. The energy fluctuated violently. Swish! A streak of green light was launched downwards. The Peacock King had brushed off the extremely bold Lion King. Then it calmly spread its wings and soared higher into the sky. All the spectators were very excited. Some people had already started to shout. Even the older generation figures were shocked. The might of the Lion King as it ran towards the sky. The divine light swept down by the Peacock King. They were able to see the power of the sacred beasts growing at a terrifying rate, and they recalled some of the legendary unparalleled divine abilities. Roar! The Lion King let out a roar that shook the vast sky. The Golden Lion clearly had a killing intent. It vowed to break the Peacock King and Goldie's combination no matter what. It wanted to kill the Peacock King first thing first and was actually planning to directly open the vertical eye at the center head. The 5-colored radiance flickered as the sky was covered by dense multicolored fog. The Peacock King could sense the danger and increased its speed to the limit. Flapping its pair of wings, one bright light after another surged towards the Lion King like a storm. It wanted to crush the Lion King. The space itself seemed to be trembling. No matter how fast was the multicolored energy wave, it was still slower than the speed of the Lion King opening its eye. That terrifying vertical eye had finally been opened. A bloody light burst out and directly swept towards the Peacock King. Ah! Light of destruction. It's over. Many people cried out unconsciously. Who was capable of blocking this powerful attack from the Golden Lion King? The older generation experts aside, even the Historia-level warriors had reached the conclusion that they wouldn't be able to get out of this attack unscathed. However, beyond everyone's expectation. Swish! 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 Green, yellow, red, black, and white, these 5 colors radiated and annihilated everything in its path as they fell downwards. The multicolored radiance actually deflected the bloody light and made the terrifying light of destruction turn towards the empty space. This was undoubtedly an extremely sensational scene. The light of destruction that was claimed to be unstoppable was actually fended off by the Peacock King. It immediately caused every spectators to cry out in surprise. No way! Too inconceivable. Just what was that multicolored divine radiance? Could that be the deity's forbidden divine ability? All the older generation figures already changed countenance. The light of destruction launched from the Lion King's vertical eye, they had already seen it. Despite that being the legendary forbidden spell, they were not as shocked as the first time they saw it. But that multicolored divine radiance was revealed for the first time, how could they not be feverish? That was the unparalleled divine ability of the ancient myth. It was claimed to be capable of annihilating all living things in the world. That's right, even gods and Buddhas wouldn't be able to ward it off that easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, 9 Lives, Reincarnation. Back in those days, when that person executed the 5-colored divine radiance, even the gods and Buddhas were forced to retreat. It was practically unstoppable. It could even be said that, in this whole wide world, he was one of the persons you wouldn't want to provoke the most. As a result, when the Peacock King launched the five-colored divine radiance, everyone immediately became shaken up. Of course, the young people did not get shaken up as much as the older generations. After all, what they saw was nothing more than a powerful divine ability, and on the other hand, the elders' train of thoughts were soaring. They had seen the roots of the problem and thought about all kinds of possibilities. The young people were not very familiar with the ancient myths. They were practically unaware of what the five-colored divine radiance represented, nor the origin of the divine radiance. The older generations were different. They had already guessed who was the Peacock King's ancestor. This was such a powerful backer. It was so very horrifying just thinking about it. The person who the Peacock King and Goldie were following at present could be said to have run into a great fortune. If they treated the Peacock King and Goldie well, then in the future, they would have nothing to fear in the secular world. All the spectators had already flared up. The five-colored divine radiance actually resisted the eye of destruction. It must be mentioned, even the elders were getting feverish. Without a doubt, with the Golden Lion King and the Peacock King's strength, only a true expert among the elders could make them yield. It was very hard for the Historia-level experts to stand up against these two sacred beasts. This match was truly worth of the name of the War Beast Tournament. It really wasn't merely hanging up false reputation to rake in the money. This match was true to its value. Even those who were dissatisfied with the previous round had dispelled their negative thoughts. Kill. 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 Within every halls, in front of each crystal screen, many people were cheering. The glints in the Golden Lion King's eyes were incomparably cold. It stood in the sky calmly and fixed its cold eyes on the multicolored Peacock King. Its eye of destruction had come across an adversary for the first time. This had never happened before. Because its background was really too great, it was profoundly aware that its divine ability was very powerful and formidable. It was not very easy to run into an adversary among its peers. Howl. The Lion King's roar shook the sky. It opened that vertical eye again as a streak of bloody light was launched towards the Peacock King. Swish. The five-colored divine radiance swept downwards. Divine radiance of 5 different colors glinted as it brushed off the light of destruction. Moreover, the divine radiance shook repeatedly as the Peacock King began its counterattack. Under the dazzling rays of light, few consecutive 5-colored divine radiance instantly engulfed the Lion King. The Golden Lion struggled to get free violently and let out an ear-splitting furious roar as the 5-colored divine radiance fluctuated unceasingly. The Golden Lion has been engulfed. The 5-colored divine radiance has restrained the Golden Lion. When everyone was making a clamor, the Golden Lion King's eye of destruction launched the bloody light beams repeatedly. It spared no effort and finally struggled free of the 5-colored divine radiance. The Peacock King was calm and cool, its brilliant wings were flickering. Although it wanted to strike back at this point, it was a little apprehensive of the Lion King's other 2 vertical eyes. The Lion King's eyes were ice cold as it fell into silence. It stopped attacking and faced the Peacock King in the sky. Meanwhile, on the ground, the white tiger had already launched its attack. The tiger roar pierced through the skies as the divine marks all over its body started to glint. A gale was given rise in an instant and a rumbling sound reverberated as it aimed for Goldie in the front. From a certain point of view, the Golden Lion King's killing intent was roused up as a result of the Peacock King and Goldie teaming up. It wanted to take the initiative to attack the Peacock King. And the white tiger had the same line of thought: they must break up this combination. Therefore, it charged at Goldie without thinking twice. The divine marks burst out with dazzling rays of light. The white tiger executed the external incarnation immediately. The terrifying vibe of death spread out and aimed at Goldie's chest. All the spectators cried out in surprise. The white tiger used the external incarnation at the start. That means it definitely had something else up its sleeve. It definitely had an even more terrifying divine ability in stock. Goldie was very calm. It waved its palm to create a dazzling gold radiance, which instantly shielded in front of its body and blocked the external incarnation. Moreover, the rays of light became even more brilliant. It wanted to destroy the external incarnation. The deity's great divine ability? Such a powerful ray of light. This bout was very intense. The rays of light from the external incarnation was very dazzling as it repeatedly collided with the golden light screen. However, it moved back in the end with no result to show. Goldie didn't back down one, the gold radiance enveloped from all directions like a water screen with no holes. Rips. The white tiger was sent flying away as the divine marks flickered. Although it had neutralized Goldie's attack, it was obvious that the white tiger was in a disadvantageous position. Goldie was originally very violent. It had showed its true nature when it was confronting Kiki before. Now that it had become dominant, it became even more vicious. It crossed the space in a split second and appeared in a different location. Rips. Rips. Another light screen was launched at the white tiger. The light was actually mixed together with a lightning about the thickness of 9 water jars. This was absolutely not an ordinary lightning. Within the golden lightning, there was a hint of azure. That was clearly the heavenly lightning. Kaboom! The white tiger dodged just in the nick of time. However, it was still sent flipping over by the aftermath, making it look very pitiful. Howl. The tiger's roar shook the entire warbeast stage. One character after another appeared on the white tiger's body. Characters that seemed like black metals appeared in thin air. The white tiger was surrounded by materialized ancient characters. Those divine marks on its body completely materialized and rippled with an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. At this moment, the white tiger's body was as bright as jade, no trace of black lines could be found on its body. All the characters were just like ancient sacred writings as they spread all around the white tiger, flickering with black radiance. Goldie remained unmoved. With a wave of its hand, 9 heavenly lightnings fell toward the white tiger. This time, however, the lightnings disappeared without making any sound. The black characters in the white tiger's surroundings were not at all dazzling. They only flashed a few times and all the lightnings were swallowed up. 2. Everyone could see it vaguely. Just now, in the black character's surroundings, there were small cracks in the space. The lightnings had charged into an unknown space. Goldie became furious and closed the distance between them. As the gold light and lightning swept over, the energy waves rolled over and over for a moment. The white tiger was quickly submerged by the violent waves of energy. However, when it finally calmed down, they found that the white tiger was unscathed. The black characters floating all around it had neutralized the energy waves. Goldie didn't manage to injure it the slightest fraction. The white tiger moved its sleek body and got up on its hind legs 3. It walked towards Goldie one step at a time. It was transmitted to an alternate space. The white tiger's word magic opened many tiny cracks in the space and sent all the energy waves into an unknown space. All the older generation experts were emotionally moved. It was yet another very rarely seen and formidable divine ability. It must be mentioned that none of these few young sacred beasts were of common birth. The white tiger could actually rip the space apart. With this kind of materialized black characters around its body, it was tantamount to gaining an invincible position. Goldie did not feel nervous as the white tiger approached. It was waiting calmly. The white tiger let out a long roar and pounced over. The ancient martial skill was unconditionally its key strength. It was the most appropriate skill for close-quarter combat. Goldie's movements were nimble and quick. While facing the white tiger's attack, it actually swept its leg across like a human. After that, it jumped high into the air and looked downward. The afterimage of its leg actually passed through the black characters and narrowly touched the white tiger's body, which forced the white tiger to fall back. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Goldie was also proficient in ancient martial skills. And apparently, it was not the least bit weaker than the white tiger's. Moreover, its physical body could pass through the black characters. This definitely brought a huge pressure to the white tiger. But generally speaking, the black characters were inseparably close to the white tiger. For Goldie to break through, it was very difficult. In addition to that, the white tiger was very proficient in the ancient martial skills. It obviously had the upper hand. Swish! 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 2 young sacred beasts moved with lightning speed and clashed with their physical bodies. Goldie didn't use any bizarre divine ability. Bang! 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 When their bodies came into contact, the loud rumble sounded like 2 huge mountains crashing together. All the spectators were feeling startled. Perhaps even the Historia-level expert wouldn't be able to bear this much power. The white tiger gradually gained the upper hand. After all, it had sacred writings capable of neutralizing all energy attacks. However, just at this time, Goldie's body suddenly emitted rays of light as it divided into 3 within a split second, and then from 3 to 9. 4. 9 streaks of gold light appeared on the stage as the white tiger was surrounded by 9 Goldie. Bang! 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 When 9 Goldie clashed with the white tiger, the impact from the collisions was real. It caused the white tiger to act with confusion. All the spectators was in an uproar. This was obviously not external incarnation. This was the legendary Shadow Partners. It was a great divine ability capable of turning the shadows into a real body. When trained to the peak stage, not only could the clones reach the same level of strength as the real body, it was possible to reincarnate 9 times. Each body was equivalent to one life. This was a freakish S-rank divine ability. Once mastered, it was equivalent to 9 lives. If facing experts of the same level, the result was as one could well imagine. Freak. This is unimaginable. All of these sacred beasts are S-ranked. It is rare to encounter just one in a lifetime, just getting one of them would be more than sufficient. Due to this, all the spectators sighed with sorrow. These kind of young sacred beasts, just losing one of them would be a great loss. However, if they wanted to mature and evolve quickly, this kind of battle was the only way. That was because the essence of an ordinary beast king did not have much effect on them. The sacred beasts with unlimited potential required sacrificial victims on the same level. The more they fight, the stronger they get. If the young sacred beasts grow up and never experienced any life or death battle, they would be the weakest among the sacred beasts. Within the VIP lounge, beside Xiao Chen, Kiki was feeling restless as it looked at the big crystal screen. It even discarded the Ginseng King's skewers in its paws. Oh, how it wished it could immediately rush into the war beast stage. Calm down. Don't think about it, you must remain calm and collected. Xiao Chen pulled the black chains firmly. He must not let the little thing get out at this time. Otherwise, God knows how much disorder it would cause in its wake. Squeak. Squeak. The little critter couldn't remain calm and protested stubbornly. That means, calm and collected? What's that? I want to sweep the floor with the 6 saints. And just at this time, 10X and the Crimson Dragon King finally made their moves. The battle of the Dragon Kings shook everyone to the core. They did not try out the opponents like the previous 2 did. They immediately faced off in a life or death battle. 10X executed the dragon counter steps at the very beginning. The powerful energy nearly caused the space to distort. The bloody light on the Crimson Dragon King's body soared towards the sky. The bloody light was driven to the sky by a pure martial power. The light was moving vertically and horizontally in the sky and on the ground, making it hard for 10X to complete the 7 steps. 2 Dragon Kings had ascended from the ground and defied the gravity with their respective dragon martial skills. This was very frightening. One must know that they did not use spiritual spells like the Golden Lion King and Peacock King to fly 5. They were flying by completely relying on the ancient martial skills. Using martial skills to fly, that was the strength only the demigods possessed. However, they were relying on the dragon martial skills to manifest their hidden potentials in advance, thus allowing them to soar at the horizon. Pow! The Crimson Dragon King harnessed power in its tail, and the instant it swept past 10X, it waved its tail over like a divine blade. Swish! The dragon counter steps couldn't be completed. Every time, it was only able to take up to 5 steps. 10X disappeared in thin air and appeared in another location. The Crimson Dragon King followed relentlessly. It turned its body around and rushed over immediately. 10X broke out of its dragon martial skills and aimed for the Crimson Dragon King's chest with its dragon claw, while the dragon horns were swept toward the neck. Bang! Bang! The 2 Dragon Kings clashed fiercely for a few times in the sky. They were so fast that the older generation figures were a little dazzled. After that, they separated in an instant and appeared in different directions. The dragon blood splashed everywhere as wounds appeared on the body of the 2 Dragon Kings. This was a life or death battle without any fancy moves. It was a true test of strength. Swish! Swish! As the 2 Dragon Kings glided in the sky, they seemed as if they were passing through empty space and constantly changed from one direction to another direction. People were unable to imagine how did they accomplish such a feat. Xiao Chen felt very shocked. 10X's growth was extremely fast. It was getting more and more proficient with the dragon martial skills. How could people guard against such a martial art? The only thing it lacked at the moment was raw power. If it had enough power, it could attain an invincible position. This life or death confrontation made every spectator in front of the crystal screen very excited. The dragons were truly worthy to be called the strongest race. The battle of the Dragon Kings produced a change in everyone's heart. Even though the 2 Dragon Kings hadn't revealed their divine abilities, just this sky battle was enough to prove their formidability. If they revealed the dragon-specific divine ability, then everyone would certainly become all the more excited. Roar! Not far away, a lion roar reverberated. The Golden Lion King and Peacock King broke the silence as they resumed their battle. Something unexpected happened at this time. The Golden Lion King opened its second vertical eye. The black light instantly became the only thing in this region. Oh my god, it's the revolver. It's the Eye of Reincarnation. Quick, look. It opened the gate to hell. It wants to send its opponent back to the cycle of life. The Golden Lion King's power was beyond everyone's estimation. One eye represented destruction, one eye represented reincarnation. It was capable of annihilating any enemy the moment it opened the vertical eyes. Within the VIP lounge, Kiki was unable to sit calmly anymore. It exerted all of its strength to shake Xiao Chen's arm. "This won't work, stay calm, stay collected." Whoosh! This time, the snow-white little critter was very blunt. It didn't listen to Xiao Chen's nagging anymore and immediately disappeared in thin air. 6. Xiao Chen was gobsmacked. Since when did Kiki come to possess this kind of divine ability? He actually didn't know what kind of spiritual spell did the little thing use. It actually disappeared in thin air just like this. Oh no! He quickly looked towards the big screen, to find if the little critter had appeared on the stage. 1. A Chinese proverb, as long as one is justified in a conflict, they wouldn't back down. Commonly used to describe a powerful person couldn't be provoked. 2. Silva, what? A black hole? 3. Silva, how come this reminds me of the new Pokemon, Incineroar? 4. Silva, Goldie used double team, it was super effective. 5. Silva, eh? You saying peacock can't fly using its wings? 6. Silva, keek. A good show's definitely coming in the next chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Keek's debut. The 6 sacred beasts had revealed their divine abilities respectively. The match was exciting and nerve-wracking, even the older generation figures were feeling thrilled. Everyone was incomparably excited. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter that was locked up at Xiao Chen's side finally couldn't bear it anymore and disappeared in thin air just like this. Needless to think, he already knew what it was going to do. Naturally, nobody would notice a snow-white little critter currently wandering around in the Warbeast Castle. That was because the Warbeast tournament was at its apex. The Golden Lion King had opened the Eye of Reincarnation. The terrifying black light had become the only thing in the surroundings. All the colors had been erased, even the sun in the sky seemed to have become dull in color. Woo! Woo, and there were actually the whistle of the ghosts. Boom, dot. Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook, as if landslide and tsunami just broke out. The energy billows surged forward in a frenzy. Just at this time, the black light tore the space apart and a huge gate opened widely. An extremely sinister tunnel had abruptly appeared in the sky. After a short period of deathly silence, a rumbling sound suddenly transmitted from the gigantic black hole, as if an ancient iron door was being pushed open. Clink. 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 The jingling sound of iron chains transmitted outwards. It sounded very eerie, like the evil spirit from the netherworld wanted to come out to reap people's lives. Oh my god, it's really the underworld gate. The gate to the netherworld has been opened. That terrifying power actually sucked the opponent into the Genesis. Everyone was very shocked, even the older generation figures were no exception. The Golden Lion King made everyone feel terrified. A young sacred beast really shouldn't have been able to manifest such a divine ability. Some of the elders, who were over 100 years old, recalled some legends and shivered in fear. However, they were a little confused. Destruction and reincarnation, how did the Golden Lion King come to possess these two completely opposite forbidden divine abilities? They were unable to comprehend, it was unimaginable. The speculators felt a chill down their spine. The multicolored Peacock King let out a long cry. It was radiating with garish light and attempted to fly far away. However, the Golden Lion King's second vertical eye was really too frightening. The gate of Genesis had been opened successfully, the rumbling sound of the underworld gate as it was pushed open, and the jingling sound of the iron chain, they carried an extremely terrifying vibe as the black fog rolled over and over. The Peacock King was pulled into the black hole just like this. The resplendent radiance flashed within the black fog. The 5-colored divine radiance that was claimed to be capable of annihilating everything shook repeatedly as it resisted the pulling force of the Genesis. This was an extremely nerve-wracking moment. Every audience in front of the big crystal screen held their breath. Their minds seemed to have been sucked into the battlefield and followed the Peacock King as it was sucked into the Genesis. Back in those days, when that person from the distant past executed the 5-colored divine radiance, even the gods and Buddhas were forced to retreat. It couldn't be stopped, it couldn't be blocked, it was practically unstoppable. There was no worthy adversary for him in the heaven and earth. It could be said that the 5-colored divine radiance was an unparalleled divine ability. However, the little Peacock King at present was too young after all. Although the 5-colored divine radiance was some kind of forbidden divine ability, it was still far from its peak state. It was impossible for the Peacock King to annihilate everything like that guy did in the distant past. One must know that the force it was confronting now was the power of the underworld. This was already no longer the power of the Lion King alone. The Golden Lion used the Eye of Reincarnation to open the underworld gate. The power behind this came from the netherworld. The brilliant rays gradually became dimmer as the underworld gate was closing slowly. That eerie black hole was getting smaller over time and was about to completely disappear. At this moment, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Many of the elders were taking deep breaths. This Golden Lion King was definitely not someone at the level of Historia could handle. It was too powerful. This was a sacred beast king that could make people shiver just at the thought of it. If it could mature smoothly, it could reach an unimaginable height. Quick, utilize every resource at once, find out all the inside information regarding this Golden Lion no matter what. Go and find out who is the owner of the Lion King. No matter the cost, scoop out every nook and cranny, you must dig out the most valuable information for me. In every VIP lounge, many people were giving out similar commands. And even more were feeling regretful. Did the Peacock King really die just like this? It was forced into the Genesis by the Golden Lion King. This was a great loss that made everyone heave a sigh. Many of the elders felt pained. If they could let the little Peacock King grow up smoothly, perhaps the unparalleled five-colored divine radiance of the distant past could make a reappearance again. To die in a battle like this was really a pity. The power of the Genesis was disappearing as the sunshine sprinkled down. The underworld gate in the sky was about to be completely shut. The black hole was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, only a black dot was left behind as it was going to disappear completely. However, just at this time, a green light was launched from that black dot. Soon after, the ripple-like fluctuation spread out in the sky. The underworld gate that was about to disappear actually started to rumble abruptly as a streak of green light rushed out without resistance. The underworld gate that had turned into a black dot was forced open in that very instant. The glaring green light illuminated the surroundings. After breaking free from the power of the Genesis, the Peacock King was blossoming with great number of multicolored radiance. One after another, the colorful radiance were launched downwards from all directions. Along with the long cry of the peacock, the heaven and earth suddenly brightened up as if the clouds had been pushed aside. The multicolored Peacock King actually rushed out from the Genesis. It broke free from the underworld gate and returned to this world. Its tail feathers had already been unfolded. The bright and beautiful colors made everything that was beautiful in this world to lose their splendor. And among the unfolded tail feathers, there was a green feather that was especially eye-catching. Nearly half of the green radiance from the Peacock King was emitted by that green feather. The 3 inches long green feather was like a holy sword, glorious and overflowing with mighty power. The might from the light alone was enough to make people unable to breathe. The primal green feathers of the 5-colored divine feathers. This is impossible. Didn't this belong to that guy back in those days? The elders already didn't care about their status. The cries of shock could be heard from many VIP lounges. Back in those days, that person was able to annihilate all living things with the 5-colored divine radiance. The reason he was unstoppable was not only because of this, there was something else. That was because he possessed the divine feathers of 5 phases. Those 5 feathers could destroy everything in his path as if they were sacred swords. The primal green feather had cut off the power of the Genesis and allowed the Peacock King to break free from the restraint. It was as if the multicolored Peacock King had been reborn. Its entire body was pulsing with multicolored radiance and the colorful fog was dense. It seemed as if the graceful bearing of its ancestor in the former days had been recreated. Nobody dared to vie for the primal green feather. That was because many legends made it clear that that person from the distant past should still be alive. Who would dare to lightly make a move against his descendant? Looking at the green feather that was right at the center of the unfolded tail feathers, the Golden Lion King's vertical eye was throbbing repeatedly. However, it didn't open it in the end and started to confront the Peacock King again. Roar! The Golden Lion King faced upwards and let out a roar. Its voice rolled on in the vast sky like the sudden clap of thunder. It was in its nature to be dominant, it was the embodiment of strength. One eye represented destruction, one eye represented reincarnation. Even if the Peacock King possessed the primal green feather, so what? It had more than enough power to contend against the Peacock King. Suddenly, the Lion King transformed into a streak of gold light and threw itself towards the ground with unspeakable speed. It actually changed target and went for Goldie. Its primary goal was to break up this team to begin with. The Peacock King at present was not easy to kill, so it changed its target and wanted to kill Goldie while it was off guard. It was already too late even if the Peacock King wanted to block the Lion King's path. Even if the five-colored divine radiance was the quickest under the heaven, the golden lion's speed was also at the same level. Since it moved first, it would be very hard for the Peacock King to catch up to it now. At this moment, Goldie's shadow partners had transformed into 9 streaks of light and attacked the white tiger from all around. From time to time, they would break into the ancient characters, giving the white tiger quite a big pressure. Facing the Lion King that arrived abruptly, Goldie was caught unprepared. It already saw the opponent opening its second vertical eye. The power of the Genesis was coming down from all directions. Even if it had 9 bodies and 9 lives, it wouldn't be able to escape unscathed either, since it was within the range of attack. The white tiger was equally furious. The power of the Genesis also enveloped it. As the world was flooded by the black light, the underworld gate opened in the sky above them. Aside from that, another little critter was exceptionally resentful. That was precisely Kiki. It ran around in big circles outside the arena, and when it finally slipped onto the stage, it was caught up in the Lion King's attack. And it just happened to be at the edge of the black light. The powerful force nearly sucked it up in an instant. Squeak! The snow-white little critter was extremely resentful. It panted with rage and shouted at the golden Lion King in the sky, all the while brushing away the black light nearby without going through extra trouble. In the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen felt a pang of headache as he leaned against the rattan chair. He was slowly kneading his temples with both hands. This little thing still entered the stage in the end. However, its appearance right now was a little too strange. It was no longer snow-white in appearance, it looked just like a golden little monkey. Looking carefully, it was precisely a golden little monkey. It was originally able to stand on 2 feet like the humans to begin with. But now, not only did it put on the monkey's fur, it was even wearing clothes and looked out of place. This was the result of Kiki making a big round outside the arena. Xiao Chen didn't want to let it enter the stage. The little critter also understood that he didn't want to get into trouble. Sometimes, Kiki was muddle-headed, but sometimes, it was also very quick-witted. It was not uncommon for war beasts to die in the war beast castle every day. The fur of the valuable breeds would be handled appropriately and were sold to the north. Kiki ran around the war beast castle and picked up the fur of a golden monkey. Then it casually draped the fur over its body to serve as a disguise. What made people more speechless was that it even went to a certain VIP lounge to borrow the clothes of a certain young master to put it on itself to prevent the animal skin from dropping off. With such a disguise, and the way it was walking upright, any person would actually think it was nothing more than a 1 feet tall golden monkey. If it was not because Xiao Chen was all too familiar with it and was able to recognize it at first glance from its pair of quick-witted eyes, he might even have been fooled. In every VIP lounge, in front of all the big crystal screens, every spectator were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Where did the little monkey come from? Wasn't there only 6 sacred beasts? Why did it suddenly become 7? Where did the little monkey come from? Illusion, that must be an illusion. No way, I must be getting blurry-eyed. Why are there 7 little beasts? At this time, the underworld gate had opened again. It was about to engulf Goldie and the white tiger. The 2 beasts were no longer fighting and revealed their respective divine abilities to resist the terrifying power of darkness. If they were sucked into the Genesis, this life would be done for. How could the proud and arrogant them be willing to resign themselves to this kind of fate? Especially when the opponent made a sneak attack on them. The black fog had engulfed the both of them, and the sound of the iron chains gradually became clearer, but the 2 beasts were sparing no effort to struggle. The resplendent rays of light had illuminated the darkness. Goldie launched one gold chi after another. At the same time, the characters floating around the white tiger also started to tremble and gave off terrifying energy fluctuation. And just at this time, the golden Lion King had already landed on the ground. As it got closer, the power of the Genesis was getting stronger. It wanted to force the 2 beasts into the Genesis no matter what. However, just at this time, Kiki finally made its move. It transformed into a streak of gold light and rushed exactly in front of where the golden lion landed. Then, it disappeared in thin air, and by the time it reappeared, it was firmly sitting on the back of the Lion King. It was even grabbing the gold mane of the Lion King angrily. In every VIP lounge, it was as if the sound of jaws dropping onto the ground was transmitted outwards. Almost every spectator were dumbstruck. Where did this little monkey come from? How did it suddenly ride on the back of the golden Lion King? This was too crazy. Everyone simply couldn't believe their eyes. Just how did this 7th little beast sneak onto the stage? And it actually dared to make a move against the Lion King. Everyone was excessively shocked. The golden Lion King was unexpectedly disturbed, so it instantly closed its eye of reincarnation in shock. Following closely, its entire body was glinting with dazzling gold radiance as it burst forth with glaring divine flame. It wanted to throw Kiki off of its back. However, just at this time, everyone had seen it. The instant the little critter was tossed, it grabbed the mane of the golden lion and threw it up as if it was tossing a sack onto its back. The little critter itself landed on its original position agilely. It had a handful of golden mane in both of its paws. It caused everyone in front of the big crystal screen completely flabbergasted. It actually tossed the Golden Lion King? If not for the handful of mane in its paws, everyone simply wouldn't dare to believe their eyes at all. The extremely daring little critter gave everyone an unrealistic feeling. It caused everyone to feel a little numb in the head. I didn't drink that much today, how come I am feeling a little dizzy? I am also feeling my head spinning. I must be seeing things just now, I must be daydreaming. While this guy was speaking to himself, he even pinched his cheek. As a result, he immediately shouted in pain. It's a hallucination. Damn it! Why did the illusion appear again? On the War Beast stage, Kiki stood on the stage and proudly puffed up its chest. Squeak! Squeak! After that, it mumbled to itself angrily. The voice that sounded like an infant learning how to speak clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the big crystal screen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, 1 vs 4. Keek's sudden appearance caused many people in front of the crystal screens to drop their jaws. The little critter had made everyone stupefied. That puerile voice was so very clear, and reminded everyone that it was not an illusion. Oh my god, that is not an illusion. What's going on? Where did the seventh little beast come from? Could it be Goldie's monkey brother? According to the grapevine, Goldie is the descendant of the deity. Could this even smaller golden monkey also be the descendant of the deity? No matter if it was the people in the VIP lounges or the people in the general rooms, everyone directly facing the big crystal screen was getting excited. The seventh little beast had intervened in the match and made everyone feel inconceivable. Roar! In the battlefield, after the Golden Lion King was tossed upside down, it flipped over in midair and abruptly landed on the ground. Then it faced upwards and let out a thunderous roar that caused people's eardrums to buzz. This was a disgrace as far as it was concerned. It was actually flung by a 1-foot-long little monkey. Its dignity had taken a huge blow. Swish! The Golden Lion King opened its vertical eye at the center head. The bloody light was launched straight at Kiki as the color of the sky turned bloody red. All the colors at the direction the light of destruction was launched at had turned dull. In front of this destructive power, nothing could stop it. Whoosh! However, out of everyone's expectation, Kiki actually faded away in thin air and reappeared in another location. It dodged the light of destruction as if it was no big deal. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The Peacock King barely resisted the Lion King's eye of destruction with the 5-colored divine radiance, and yet, the little critter actually relied on speed to dodge it. Within the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen was astonished. When Kiki left earlier, he had found that the little thing's speed was exaggeratedly fast. But now, he was sure that the little thing had grasped a new divine ability. Maybe it was because it could feel 10x's improvement, so it finally had a sense of urgency. The Lion King's eyes were incomparably cold. In regards to it, the little thing in front of it was too hateful. So be it if the little critter just dodged its attack, but it was actually waving its little paw in a provocative manner. Swish! The eye of destruction opened and closed repeatedly as the bloody chi flooded this entire space. Keek's whereabouts was completely dyed in red. The golden lion was calm to the point that it was scary as it continuously launched the bloody light. It attacked with nothing held back. The snow-white little critter got furious. Although it was dressing up like a little monkey, it didn't really want to jump about like a real golden monkey. It was no longer dodging. With a light wave of its little beast paw, a golden barrier appeared in front of it. After that, it actually forged ahead at high speed among the bloody light and charged towards the Golden Lion King. Every spectator made a huge ruckus. What was that gold light? It actually resisted the light of destruction. The layer upon layer of bloody screen fell apart in the face of the gold barrier. The light of destruction was unable to harm the little critter. Whoosh! Kiki rushed right in front of the golden lion and quickly waved its little paw. The dazzling golden light enveloped the Lion King in a flash. Along with the rise of the dazzling rays of light, the golden lion was confined by the gold radiance in midair. Kiki waved its little paw with sudden force and directly tossed the Golden Lion King away. Bang! The dust flew upwards as the gold radiance dissipated. The golden lion was smashed on the ground. The surface sunk and many cracks appeared around the big hole. In front of every big water screen, it quickly turned chaotic. Almost everyone cried out in surprise. If they say the little critter tossed the Lion King by a fluke, then this was absolutely not by a fluke. The gold radiance had resisted the light of destruction head-on and directly thrown the Lion King to the ground. This was definitely true strength. Everyone in the Amber Warbeast Castle had flared up. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They had no choice but to rise in commotion. The Golden Lion King's strength was obvious to all. The Peacock King was proficient in the legendary Forbidden Divine ability, and it was also in control of a primal divine feather. Only with that was it able to barely resist the Lion King. And yet, Kiki tossed it around like it was nothing. Everyone couldn't help but be appalled. Kiki was panting with rage and mumbled to itself by squeaking twice. Every spectator really didn't know how to express their mood anymore. They were totally speechless. It was you who felled the Golden Lion King, all right? And you are actually still panting with rage, then that Lion King can just go and cry. Out of everyone's expectation, the Golden Lion King was calm to the point of scary. It didn't let out a furious roar and only crouched in midair as it looked down at Kiki coldly. It was no longer launching an attack, nor was it making any more particular movements. After the little critter mumbled to itself resentfully, it actually ignored the Lion King as it walked towards Goldie and the white tiger. As if the white tiger was facing a great enemy, it jumped back and separated from Goldie as it watched the little critter attentively. And Goldie already burst into rage. The violent Goldie divided into 9 and surrounded Kiki from 9 directions. Goldie let out a burst of roar to express its greatest dissatisfaction towards Kiki's disguise. Especially when the little critter deliberately hid 6 out of the 7 colored radiance just now. It was obviously pretending to use the same divine ability as itself by revealing only the gold radiance. This made Goldie extremely furious. When everyone saw the 2 golden monkey facing each other, they were exceptionally shocked. That's right, they were sure that Kiki was related to Goldie. They didn't expect the 2 of them would actually fight. The 1-meter-tall Goldie and the 1-foot-tall Kiki, they were both flickering with gold radiance and appeared very magical. Whoosh! 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 9 streaks of gold light moved simultaneously and all of Goldie's shadow partners pounced toward Kiki from 9 different directions. They were as swift as 9 lightnings. Swish! Kiki was even faster as it disappeared in thin air. After that, it instantly appeared behind one of the gold light and firmly grabbed the tail of Goldie's real body. Bang! Kiki grabbed the tail of Goldie's real body and flung it away. Goldie was smashed on the ground at a distant place. It was driven mad. Goldie was very violent. 9 of its bodies moved simultaneously and swept towards Kiki at the same time. Even if you have 9 shadow partners, there's only one true body. Kiki was not afraid. With a wave of its beast paw, a resplendent ray of light appeared and cut off the 9 light beams. Goldie was so angry to the point it couldn't get any more angrier. It had once seen the little critter's trick. That was obviously the rainbow-colored radiance, and yet, it insisted on hiding the other 6 colors to mimic its gold radiance. Naturally, the power did not become weaker in the slightest. Although the color had lessened, the power became more concentrated. All of them were concentrated on the gold radiance. Whoosh! 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 Goldie fought as if its life depended on it. 1 gold radiance fell after another. At the same time, the 9 shadow partners even attacked at random. Kiki was chased and appeared to be in a somewhat difficult situation for a moment. However, its speed was still way faster in the end as it dodged all the 9 bodies. Those with good eyes saw rainbow-colored light flickering among the brilliant rays. However, it quickly transformed into gold radiance and was launched towards Goldie from all directions. This was not merely a single light screen. Just like when it was dealing with the Lion King, Kiki secretly waved its little beast paw to create 3 layers of gold radiance from the united power of the 7 colors. Confined. The divine ability that made even the Golden Lion King powerless appeared again. 9 Goldie were completely trapped in midair. The snow-white little critter smashed all 9 of them on the ground, then it ran in front of one of the gold lights and ferociously stamped on the other party's tail. This sneaky action made every spectator stunned and puzzled. Why did it suddenly stamp on the other party's tail? Could it be that the little thing had poured some spiritual power into Goldie's body to seal its power? Goldie jumped up and let out a bellow due to the pain. Only Goldie knew this hateful snow-white little critter did it out of spite. Goldie did not admit defeat. It transformed into 9 bodies again and rushed over. At the same time, the Peacock King in the sky saw that its partner was no match for the opponent, so it also made a move as the 5-colored divine radiance fell. Kiki had an eye out for the five-colored divine radiance. After dodging all of Goldie's attack, it waved its little beast paw in earnest and faced the peacock king that was in the sky. All the spectators cried out in surprise as the five-colored divine radiance flickered. Kiki actually launched a five-colored divine radiance completely similar to that of the light beam in the sky. Where did this little critter come from? Don't tell me it is also the descendant of the deity, but is proficient in Goldie and the Peacock King's divine abilities at the same time? This made everyone cry out in surprise. Swish! 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 The five-colored divine radiance rumbled repeatedly as the light beams clashed in the sky. In the end, Kiki actually pushed back the Peacock King's five-colored divine radiance. Subsequently, the Peacock King was sent flying by Kiki's five-colored divine rays of light. It was being thrown towards the high altitude. Only after flying out for more than 10 meters did it finally stabilize its figure. Everyone rose in commotion. This was too crazy. Only the Lion King remained exceptionally calm in the battlefield. Its eyes were brimming with cold glints as it firmly grasped Kiki's every movement. Kiki waved its little beast paw without the least bit of concern, as if it was saying this was nothing. Such an attitude was really testing everyone's nerve. It made every spectator feel like they were going to blow up. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter had repelled Goldie and walked towards the white tiger without a care in the world. Everyone immediately flared up. Could this little thing that popped up from who knows where really intended to sweep the floor with the sixth saint? Just when everyone was getting excited, 6 human figures appeared in front of the big crystal screen. 6 elders appeared on the battlefield like a wisp of smoke and surrounded Kiki from all directions. In the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen immediately jumped up. He knew something was about to happen. However, without waiting for him to decide on which course of action to take, a world-shaking clamor had already transmitted outwards from the Amber Warbeast Castle. Almost every spectator in the Warbeast Castle was shouting, "Go away! Don't bother the little beast! Let the competition continue, Don't make things difficult for the 7th young sacred beast." Nearly half of the 50,000 spectators shouted in harmony. They didn't care whether or not it was against the rule. It was rare for such a magical sacred beast to appear. Everyone urgently wanted to watch the little monkey reveal its might and sweep the floor with the sixth saint. The more unpredictable, the better. They didn't care about who would ultimately be the champion. It was fine as long as the match was interesting. Very soon, thousands of people rushed out of the room and headed for the Warbeast stage. They quickly encircled the stage, and even more people were making their way over. In a short moment, over 10,000 people had assembled. Other than the 2 dragon kings that were fighting in the sky. Goldie, the white tiger, the peacock king, and the golden lion king were watching all of these calmly, no longer making their moves. Being surrounded by the 6 elders on the spot, Kiki looked at them in a daze. It was standing upright with both arms spread out and wore a puzzled expression. So much so that it was even tilting its head. It blinked its glittering big eyes and looked at the divine sword on the back of one of the elders curiously. Such a lovable and naive appearance immediately made the female spectators around the stage to sympathize with it. Kia. Looking at close distant, it is actually so naive and young. Such a quick-witted big eyes, too cute. Hey, old man, you guys leave. Let this cute little beast continue the match. Are you guys trying to manipulate the result under the table? You want to drive out such a powerful sacred beast? If it did not participate, then the Warbeast tournament this year does not live up to the name anymore. They had been labeled with a bad name. Despite how the 6 elders were powerful experts invited by the Warbeast Castle, they still felt a little powerless in the face of the public anger. Just at this time, the persons in charge of the 3 major Warbeast castles quickly reached an unanimous decision and allowed the match to continue. At the same time, they dispatched people at top speed to persuade the crowd and made them break up. It must be mentioned that they were very decisive and made the best judgment in the shortest possible time. If they didn't let the little critter participate in the match, then the countless spectators would certainly rise to a rebellion. However, just when the 6 experts retreated and when the spectators were about to move back, something happened at Kiki's side again. It actually nodded in a friendly manner to everyone and then walked away from the stage while feeling wronged. Kia the little critter is unhappy, but this thing has such a rich expression, it is actually as sentimental as a human, too cute. The little thing feels wronged, it don't want to join the competition anymore. How can this be? I still want to see it sweep the floor with the sixth saint. The persons in charge of the 3 major Warbeast castles quickly appeared in front of Kiki. We have already given you permission to participate in the match. The little critter did not say anything and only shook its head in grievance. Why are you not participating? Who is your master? Kiki still had a grievance expression as it shook its head strongly. The persons in charge were already perspiring. One of them was wiping the sweat and whispered, "Curse it! Where did this little thing come from? How can we convince it to get back to the war beast stage? Otherwise the crowd will be furious." Hearing these, the snow-white little critter had a crafty glint in its glittering big eyes. It quickly used its paw to carve on the ground. The persons in charge immediately had black lines over their foreheads. Mother F. Was this really a little critter or a child prodigy? It sure knew how to act. What feeling wronged? It was clearly desirous of the Beast King's relics. The picture Kiki carved on the ground was precisely the relics of the sacred beast that once accompanied the Buddha. You little thing, you sure are crafty. The reason you took part in the competition was for the relics, right? Why didn't you join at an earlier time? At present, not only the persons in charge of the 3 major warbeast castles, even the other spectators had become clear of the little critter's objective. Kiki proudly puffed out its chest. It didn't say anything, it just stood there steadily and calmly as it looked at the few people like this. So troublesome. The few people cast a glance at each other and finally said, "You go and continue the match first." Kiki didn't say anything, it just turned around and walked out of the stage. The faces of the persons in charge immediately turned pale. This little thing really knew how to make things difficult for them. Fine. Please go on with the match. If you can defeat the 6th saint, the relics of the Beast King belongs to you. Then he whispered, "I think everyone should be fine with that, right?" Whoosh. Kiki was very straightforward. The moment it heard these words, it transformed into a streak of gold light and rushed into the battlefield. Xiao Chen witnessed all of these from beyond the crowd as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. Seriously, this little thing, it remembered his advice, remain calm and collected, you must consider the circumstances. 15 minutes later, the warbeast stage finally calmed down. Everyone had finally retreated, the match will continue. Untold numbers of people were cheering, and on the other hand, the staffs of the 3 major warbeast castles took actions in a hurry to try and convince the owners of the 6 saints. After all, the addition of one more sacred beast was a little unfair for them. In the battlefield, other than the 2 dragon kings, the other 4 sacred beasts actually had the intention to team up as they coldly fixed their eyes on Kiki. And Kiki's behavior was even more shocking. The little critter that seldomly put away its carefree expression walked to the center of the stage solemnly and kept pointing at 4 sides. It actually hinted the 4 sacred beasts to come at it simultaneously. It could even be said to be incomparably arrogant. It was no longer the humorous little critter. Kiki had a rarely seen serious expression that made even Xiao Chen feel a little inconceivable. Roar! The 4 sacred beasts let out a cry and rushed toward Kiki simultaneously. The Lion King opened its vertical eye. The bloody light burst forth, the light of destruction was launched towards the little critter. The white tiger pounced over as the divine marks appeared. The characters filled the entire sky and fell towards Kiki. Goldie flickered with brilliant rays as 9 streaks of light tangled up with 9 lightnings that were launched toward Kiki. The Peacock King let out a long cry. The 5-colored divine radiance that was reputed to be unstoppable was shot at Kiki. The little critter had a dignified expression. Its pair of big eyes that were brimming with cleverness emitted 2 rainbow-colored radiance. This time, it was no longer hiding its power. Swish! The rainbow-colored radiance flashed and at the same time, it was launched towards the terrifying light beams that were coming from all directions. The little critter waved its paws repeatedly and the dazzling rainbow-colored radiance became the only color in this world. It made all the other light beams to lose their coloring. 1 destroys 100, the powerful attacks from all around were completely dispelled. Whoosh! The snow-white little critter had moved. It actually confined the white tiger and jumped high into the air after stepping on its head. Swish! 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 It faded away in thin air consecutively and abruptly scuttled to the top of the Golden Lion King's body. During this process, it routed 5 light of destruction and even forced the power of the Genesis to fall back twice. Such a performance really made everyone so shocked that they forgot to cry out. Even until a long time later, everyone in front of the crystal screen was still in a petrified state. This was really too shocking. Oh my god! This is inconceivable. Only until the little critter had smoothly landed on the Lion King's back did everyone begin to shout. Kiki was absolutely not trying to show off or to insult the Lion King. That was because it could feel the 3rd vertical eye of the Lion King that had never been opened until now was throbbing. It wanted to open its 3rd eye. Kiki felt threatened by death, and the reason it scuttled up was precisely to target that 3rd vertical eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, All Sounds Are Lost. Little Kiki appeared out of nowhere and got involved in the battle between the six saints. It completely changed the course of the battle with absolute power and caused every spectator to flare up. This cute little critter revealed an out-of-the-ordinary divine ability. It did not fall behind even when facing four saints simultaneously. At present, it had jumped up and landed on the back of the Golden Lion King. This intense battle set all the spectators' mood on fire. Regardless of male and female, old and young, everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise. As a result, the Amber Warbeast Castle was filled with noise. The power of the Golden Lion King was obvious to all. It seemed to have enough power to sweep the floor with Historia-level experts. However, it was put in a difficult situation by the little critter. It was out of everyone's expectation for Kiki to appear in the middle of the battle. Everyone was shouting in succession. Little critter. Little thing. The seventh sacred beast. At present, Kiki did not dare to lower its guard. It was right in the middle of dealing with the Golden Lion King's third vertical eye. The divine flames were pulsing at the surroundings of that vertical eye, as if it was going to open at any time. Although the powerful energy hadn't been released yet, it already gave people a palpitation. It was absolutely terrifying. One eye represented destruction, one eye represented reincarnation. Just what kind of power would the last vertical eye contain? No one was able to guess it. However, without a doubt, it would even more terrifying, even more powerful. Squeak! Kiki seemed a little anxious. Although it had already landed on the Lion King's body, it was still unable to really confine the third lion head. The head was actually slowly turning around. Moreover, it was even harder to envelop the surroundings of the third vertical eye with the rainbow-colored radiance. It was as if it had already turned into a world of its own. Other than the divine flames in the surroundings, a lot of characters were actually floating about. The characters contained an ancient desire, as if they were sacrificial writings that were summoning some kind of power from the underworld. Swish! The rainbow-colored radiance flickered as Kiki waved its tiny paws. It attacked the third vertical eye ferociously. The glorious rays of light flickered unceasingly, but it was still unable to disperse that divine flames, unable to confine that vertical eye. A formidable opponent. The little Kiki had come across an opponent it couldn't easily defeat for the first time. Within the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen was very nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to the little thing. One must know that the Golden Lion King was still so young, and yet it already have such a terrifying divine ability. Describing it as an S-rank cub was an understatement. Just now, when he passed by the Imperial VIP lounge, he vaguely heard the elder saying a few words. It seemed like the Golden Lion King had an unimaginable origin. In the battlefield, although the Golden Lion King had been confined in midair, the effect was not that big on its third head. The vertical eye on that head was about to open. The little critter had already changed the rainbow-colored radiance to sword-shaped and slashed with it ruthlessly. The brilliant lights and vibrant colors was like a meteor shower that fell all around. Everyone felt very excited. This was the pinnacle of the sacred beast's confrontation. Squeak! Squeak! It seemed to have felt that this sturdy tortoise-shell eye wouldn't be easy to destroy, so the little thing cried out in a fit of rage and jumped down to the ground. Then it waved the rainbow-colored light screen to ruthlessly smash the Golden Lion King on the ground. Bang! The Warbeast stage shook violently as the Golden Lion was ruthlessly thrown onto the ground. The dust flew upward and a huge hole appeared on the surface. At the side of the hole, huge cracks about half a foot wide spread out in all directions. It was easy to imagine just how powerful was the force of impact. At the same time, it was easy to imagine how powerful was the Golden Lion's physical body. Under the effect of Kiki's extraordinary divine ability, it actually didn't receive any injury. It shook the fur on its body and stood there majestically. However, there's no way Kiki would let it take a breather. The rainbow-colored light screen enveloped it again, and without any unnecessary movement, lift and smash. It repeated these movements for dozens of times. Even with a body harder than the adamantium, the Golden Lion King was also unable to bear this kind of torment. After it was smashed on the ground for the 63rd time, the Lion King already spilled blood from its mouth and nose. The once powerful and seemingly undefeatable Golden Lion King had been injured by the little critter. It kept trying to open the third vertical eye, the divine flames were lingering on, and the characters were faintly discernible. However, it was unable to open the eye no matter what. It seemed to be exhausting a lot of power. This time, the Golden Lion King's great effort had been stopped by the little critter. During this process, the other three were only staring blankly and didn't make their move. That was because the Golden Lion King was really too powerful. Letting this little thing of unknown origin to put a stop to it was in accordance to their intention. Bang! 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 It was smashed another 20 times in succession. The Golden Lion King had already lost its will to struggle. Although its eyes were incomparably ice-cold, it was no longer attempting to break away from the light screen. It had already felt that the little critter was more powerful than itself and that it was practically unable to break free. Its mouth and nose were overflowing with blood. The golden bright and dazzling mane was already stained by blood. The watery blood was bright and there were hints of gold splendor among the blood. Regardless of the people in the VIP lounge or the general room, as long as it was the spectator in front of the big crystal screen, their mood had already been set on fire. This little critter was really too crazy. It had overthrown the golden lion just like this. If this keeps up, even killing it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, everyone felt a little regretful. If the golden lion was killed by the little thing just like this, it would be such a pity. Many people wanted to see what kind of power was contained in the third vertical eye. They wanted to see the little critter of unknown origin fending off against the golden lion's third vertical eye. After successfully breaking away from the potential threat, Kiki was no longer feeling nervous. It just kept beating the Lion King as it pleased. The three sacred beasts at the side finally made their move. If this keeps up, they wouldn't be able to put the little critter in place anymore. They would be taken out one after another. The Golden Lion King had already received enough lesson. The white tiger arrived from the left side. The external incarnation separated from its body and transformed into countless metallic characters that floated in the surroundings. It gave rise to an energy storm as it pounced towards the little critter. Goldie's 9 shadow partners moved simultaneously. The purple heavenly lightning was mixed together with the gold light, then they suddenly united as one and was launched towards the little critter. The 5-colored divine radiance flickered as the Peacock King attacked from the sky. Naturally, that was not just any divine radiance. Even the Lion King's Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation couldn't deal with the little critter. That's why the Peacock King attacked with the primal divine feather that it used to break free from the Genesis. The little critter's keen intuition felt dangers approaching and disappeared from its original location with a whoosh dot. It didn't face their attacks head-on and avoided the terrifying encirclement. The Mother Earth was like a piece of easily flammable paper that was put into the furnace. It vanished in a puff of smoke. Without making any sound, a huge bottomless hole appeared in the place that the little critter was standing at just a moment ago. Kiki seemed to have received a scare. It was lightly patting its chest like a human. It took a quick glance at the golden lion that was crouching nearby with its glittering big eyes and then rushed towards the 3 sacred beasts with a whoosh. It was going to take the initiative to attack. Swish! The rainbow-colored radiance brushed Goldie off and sent the white tiger flying. After that, 5 layers of light screen rushed up simultaneously as it enveloped the Peacock King. Kiki's spiritual sense was very sharp. It had already sensed that among the 3 sacred beasts, the Peacock King was the most threatening, so much so that it was not weaker than the golden lion. The 5-colored divine radiance glinted. Among the divine radiance, a green sword chi was mixed in. The rainbow-colored light screen was split open as the sword chi continued to descend. The sound emitted by the formless sword chi was not a ripping sound, but rather the rumbling noise of the space getting torn apart. It was ear-splitting, and sounded like a meteorite falling onto Mother Earth. At the same time, it sounded like there was a tsunami and landslide. The momentum was extremely fast. The Mother Earth soundlessly caved in. It was crushed and destroyed by the green light of the primal divine feather. This was the reason for Kiki's unease, the primal green feather. The little critter leapt towards the sky and the rainbow-colored radiance suddenly became so bright that it was comparable to 10 suns hanging in the sky. The little critter wrapped itself within the rainbow-colored radiance and rushed up against the green sword chi. This was an extremely dangerous course of events. All the spectators had already seen it. The dazzling rainbow-colored radiance around Kiki was melting at lightning speed. Everyone held their breathing and waited for the outcome nervously. Within the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen's clenched fists were breaking out with cold sweat. He never thought that the little critter was actually this powerful. It actually dared to face the legendary primal green feather head-on. With its ordinarily mischievous behavior, it was a little hard to imagine. This was the first time Xiao Chen knew the little critter had this side to it. Although the glaring rainbow-colored light screen was dissipating, the little critter made it through the formless sword chi the instant it was completely dissipated and pounced towards the Peacock King. However, just at this time, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the surface. A streak of bloody light and black light made everything in the world to lose their colors. The light streaked across the vast sky and rushed over in an instant. The Golden Lion King finally made its move. Although the Lion King couldn't open the 3rd vertical eye in a short time, it was capable of opening the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation at any given time. When the little critter's defense had fallen to the lowest point, the Lion King made its move. The Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation opened in succession. The bloody light submerged the little critter, the black light opened the gate of hell and enveloped that area. This sudden change gave everyone a suffocating feeling. It was too sudden. The Golden Lion King's ability to seize the opportunity in battle was too outstanding that it was somewhat scary. How to guard against such attacks under this kind of circumstances? The Amber Warbeast Castle had instantly fell into deathly silence. Almost everyone had been petrified and looked at the big crystal screen blankly. All sounds were lost in the heaven and earth. It was extremely quiet at this moment. Xiao Chen's heart sank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Unyielding, Triumphant Return. The bloody light had submerged Kiki, the black light had opened the gate of hell. Any traces of the little critter had disappeared in the dark sky. The multicolored Peacock King let out a long cry. Its bright and beautiful feathers were glittering and emitted thousand streaks of colorful rays of light. Its entire body burst forth with dazzling rays of light as it quickly rushed out from that colorless space. The Golden Lion King did not pay any attention to the Peacock King. It was focusing all of its being on shutting the gate of hell. From within the black hole, what sounded like the rattling of iron chains transmitted outward. The eerie vibe had already broken into the actual world as the Golden Lion tried to seal off the black hole as quickly as possible. For this reason, it did not hesitate to consume its vital energy. It wanted to close it in the shortest possible time. The entire body of the Lion King was blazing with golden flame as its body slowly ascended into the air and stopped right in front of Hell's Gate. It grasped the opportunity and made a firm decision. The Golden Lion didn't want all of its efforts to go down the drain. Its instincts were telling it that the Eye of Destruction was not enough to put an end to the little critter, despite the fact that the other party's defense was at the lowest point at that time. Perhaps, only with the help of the Genesis would it be able to completely get rid of this little troublemaker. If it didn't grasp this chance, it wouldn't be able to get rid of this troublemaker for all eternity. After a brief moment of silence, everyone in the Amber Warbeast Castle flared up again. The turnaround of the battle was so fast that it was somewhat unbelievable. The Golden Lion King was too vicious, it actually made its move at such a crucial moment. Too shameless. Damn it! How did this happen? That sly Lion King. The little critter is too naive. You shouldn't be the slightest bit careless and merciful on the battlefield. It should have killed that Golden Lion first. Xiao Chen's mind completely blanked out, but he hadn't fallen into despair. He believed in the strength of the little critter. If the Peacock King was able to make it out, the little critter should be able to do it too. He was secretly praying that the little critter was not injured by the countless bloody rays launched by the Golden Lion King's Eye of Destruction, otherwise how would Kiki have enough strength to make it out of the Genesis? The Golden Lion King let out a growl as a gold radiance burst forth from its entire body. It was as if the Lion King had already transformed into a blazing sun. The energy around its body was rushing forth like a torrential river. The vertical eye on its forehead that represented reincarnation was emitting a black light more powerful than ever. It was not easy to force the little critter into Genesis, it must not fail. The power it was exhausting at the moment was several folds higher compared to the past. It hoped to save as much time as possible. Rumble. After the black hole produced a burst of ear-splitting noise, it was shrinking at a high speed. Thereafter, an absolute silence enveloped the sky as all sound was lost. All that could be seen was Hell's Gate swinging shut. The multicolored Peacock King was flying at high altitude, Goldie and the White Tiger were calmly standing on the ground. They had no intention of making their move as they didn't want to wreck the results of the Golden Lion King's battle at this point in time. After all, from a certain point of view, the little critter was their most formidable opponent, more so than the Golden Lion. It was an opponent they couldn't go easy against. Every sacred beast has intelligence, so much so that they have surpassed humanity's. With regards to opponents around the same level as them, they could brave the challenge to improve themselves. However, if it was an opponent they didn't stand a chance against, they would think of something else and be even more decisive than a human. If there's a chance to destroy their opponent, they wouldn't hesitate to make their move. Without anyone interrupting, it was smooth sailing for the Golden Lion King. The gate to hell was on the verge of closing. Many female spectators who could sympathize with Kiki were all in despair. Many people had already started to yell. Xiao Chen was clenching his fists tightly, the tip of his fingers were starting to get a little pale. His eyes were as cold as the edge of a blade as he stared at the big crystal screen. A dragon's roar pierced through the vast sky. It was as if life had been brought back to the spacious and empty plain. The desolate and lifeless atmosphere had been driven away in an instant. A milky white dragon swiftly flew over from a high altitude like a flickering light in passing shadows. It was as fast as lightning. 10x took the risk to receive one attack from the Crimson Dragon King in order to break away from it. It was on the fourth step of the dragon countersteps as it attacked the Golden Lion. The sky was trembling, as if a surge of violent energy waves were fluctuating. It was grandiose like the turbulent sea, then again, it was shaking like a huge mountain. That was the ancient martial skills of the dragon race that had been renowned since time immemorial. 10x broke away from its opponent at the crucial moment and came to save Kiki. Even though its entire body was covered in frightening wounds, so much so that even its bones were already exposed in some places, 10x did not have the slightest bit of fear as it faced the formidable Golden Lion King. It pressed forward courageously. The Golden Lion King coldly shot a glance at 10x. One of its heads turned over as the Eye of Destruction opened. The bloody light beam pierced the vast sky and swept over. One's nature determined their fate and the path they would pick throughout their life. 10x was born for battle and lives for battle. Although it already has sustained serious injuries, it wouldn't shrink back because of this. 10x had taken the fifth step and the stellar diagram appeared under its foot, carrying with it a brilliant ray and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The bloody light beam was getting close. However, 10x took the sixth step unflustered and it just so happened to step on the light beam to face the light of destruction head-on. Boom! The sky and earth trembled. It was as if this region was about to turn upside down. The bloody radiance dyed the sky red. The power of destruction was present everywhere as it was scattered. All the spectators were so shocked that their eyes opened wide. There was actually a sacred beast who dared to face the light of destruction head-on. This was a little unimaginable. When the rays of light finally dissipated, 10x's injuries had become worse, but it did not get killed and was still standing in the sky. Oh my god, it actually survived that attack. Even the black tortoise that is reputed to have the #1 defense was penetrated by the light of destruction. How did it survive that? Everyone in the Amber War Beast Castle exposed an unfathomable expression. 10x faced the light of destruction head-on and did not fall. It did not die, it really did not die. The War Beast Castle was drowning with noise. It did not die, because it is a Dragon King. The Black Tortoise's defense has fallen behind after all. The dragons always choose to go on the offensive and use attacks to serve as defense. Their attack power is known to be the best under the heavens. Just now, when it executed the dragon countersteps, that was enough to prove that this little Dragon King was determined to fight to the death. But the race known to possess the strongest attack power, there's no way they would shrink back. Just now, it used the dragon race's ancient martial skill and successfully neutralized the light of destruction. That is enough to prove the dragon's supremacy. 10x's nature of never admitting defeat made it impossible for the tough little dragon to shrink back, especially when Kiki was caught in a risky situation. Although it had fought fiercely with the Crimson Dragon King for a long time, both sides had suffered and were covered in terrifying wounds from head to foot. Despite this, it still chose the difficult path of exterminating the Lion King. However, it did not take the seventh step in the end. It was not that it didn't want to take the step, but rather that it did not have the ability to take another step. It fought with the Crimson Dragon King for a really long time and had consumed too much energy. It had nearly exhausted all of its power. However, the Golden Lion was also unable to launch the second bloody light beam. In order to seal the Hell's Gate as soon as possible, it was unable to waste any more strength. 10x launched another dragon counterstep from the beginning again and pressed towards the Golden Lion. And just at this time, with a roar, the White Tiger's incarnation soared up towards the sky to block 10x's path. The Peacock King let out a long cry and radiated with colorful rays. It grabbed Goldie and flew up together to block 10x's path, making it so that 10x was unable to execute the dragon countersteps unless it fought with the three sacred beasts first. 10x stood proudly in the sky alone. It did not fall back a single step, it just stood there silently and cast a glance at these powerful opponents. Time wouldn't wait for anyone, there's no time to hesitate, it could only press forward while disregarding everything else. Although the outcome was obvious, there's no way it could shrink back, but a dragon roar shook the vast sky. Although it was still very young, it actually possessed a piercing aura. 10x decided to forge ahead and struggle desperately. It executed the dragon countersteps to shake off the three sacred beasts. Swish! 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 The rays of light were dazzling as the five-colored divine radiance swept over. Bursting with a roar, the White Tiger's incarnation pounced over. Brilliant rays flickered as Goldie's shadow partners launched 9 streaks of lightning. Dragon countersteps could trample the gods and Buddhas. It was the secret art of the dragon race and was one of the strongest martial skills under the heavens. However, 10x was still too young after all. The dragon countersteps was far from its peak state and did not possess enough power to push down the three opponents. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere. 10x was sent flying by the powerful attacks of the three sacred beasts. Its blood dyed the vast sky red. Dragon blood fell like rain, and the bones were exposed on many parts of 10x's body. Originally, it still had a very long journey ahead. It had unlimited potential and could grow up slowly. It didn't have the strength to solo the three saints, but it didn't want to see Kiki, who came from the same island, be sucked into Genesis. Thus, it decided to forge ahead and fight. 10x was on the verge of dying, but the glint in its eyes that was gradually getting dimmer suddenly burst forth with brilliant rays the instant it was about to be extinguished. Waiting for death was not in 10x's nature. If it wanted to die, it would choose to die in a battle. 10x executed the dragon countersteps with difficulty and stood in the sky. Its proud silhouette shook the hearts of every spectator. At this very moment, an indescribable feeling welled up in everyone's heart. This indescribable feeling had influenced a lot of people. Those who were emotionally weak were already getting teary-eyed. Fight! 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 As long as it still had breath left in its body, 10x would not shrink back. It ignited its life's fire for the last time as its unlimited battle intent pierced the skies. Its dragon cry resonated in heaven and earth. 10x transformed into a streak of milky white light as it advanced courageously. Within the VIP lounge, Xiao Chen remained silent. The glint in his eyes was like the cutting edge of a sword. He tightened his fists, the veins were on the verge of breaking, and his joints let out creaking sounds. 3 layers of light screens were launched at 10x. Nobody had the heart to continue watching this scene. This proud little dragon was fully aware that it was no match for the 3 sacred beasts, and yet it still continued to press forward. Could it be that it had friendly relations with the young sacred beasts? To escape reality by averting his gaze was impossible. Xiao Chen stared at the big crystal screen from beginning to end, not saying a single word. From the horizon, a bloody light dived down fast. A clear dragon cry resonated between heaven and earth. The Crimson Dragon King finally made its move. Could it be that, under these kind of circumstances, it still wanted to land the final strike? Many people did not want to watch the appearance of 10x getting torn apart. However, very quickly, a surprised shout was transmitted from every general room. The Crimson Dragon King did not choose to attack 10x, but the 3 sacred beasts instead. The blazing bloody light illuminated the surroundings and forged ahead to face the 3 sacred beasts along with 10x. The outcome was beyond everyone's expectation. Nobody would have thought that the Crimson Dragon King would assist 10x. After all, they were in a life or death battle just moments ago. Why did it suddenly offer a helping hand to its former enemy? Those who had detailed information about the 11 Dragon Kings were very shocked. The Crimson Dragon King was the most ruthless among the Dragon Kings. This was a public secret. Nobody would have thought that it had a merciful heart. However, outsiders wouldn't know what the Crimson Dragon King was thinking about at the moment. It was not because of pity, it was a dictator among the Dragon Kings. Although the Dragon Kings were destined to fight to the death upon encounter, they would also feel angry when they saw outsiders joining hands to bully their brothers. If it was in a 1 versus 1 battle, the Crimson Dragon King wouldn't care if 10x was to die tragically. However, since 10x was being pushed around by 3 sacred beasts working together, it was unable to tolerate such conduct. The dignity of the Dragon Kings must not be blemished. No Dragon King should die in such an unfair battle, but violent light and rumbling noise rushed forth as a terrifying energy storm was given rise. It was just like a volcanic eruption that swept everything in the sky away. Every spectator was overwhelmed with shock. These sacred beasts were still so young, and yet, they possessed extraordinary divine abilities. Just think, how much could they accomplish in the future? If they did not die young, they might even become exotic beasts recorded in the history book of this world. 10x and the Crimson Dragon King were pushed back. After all, their battle before was too fierce, both sides had already suffered serious injuries. They still couldn't gain an upper hand with 2 versus 3. The condition of 10x's injuries became even more serious. From a glance, it looked like 10x didn't have much energy left. However, half of the attacks were received by the Crimson Dragon King in the end, so it didn't get torn apart immediately. The Crimson Dragon King faced upward and let out a vicious roar, pretending as if it had went berserk. Just at this time, the Golden Lion King finally sealed off the Hell's Gate. The last speck of black light completely disappeared. 10x helplessly cast one last glance at the disappeared gates and fell from the sky. The Crimson Dragon King let out an angry roar and transformed into a streak of bloody light to carry 10x to the ground. Despite the fact that 10x has astonishing regeneration power, this time however, it could already feel the breath of death enveloping it completely. When they reached the ground, 10x nodded towards the Crimson Dragon King and was put on the ground. Its internal organs had already turned into paste, they were completely crushed. 10x didn't have much strength left in its body. However, it still mustered every last ounce of strength in its body to stand up and let out a prolonged roar. The dragon cry shook the sky and earth. Among the spectators, even the older generation figures were moved. They would rather have the competition stopped at this very moment. Such a proud little dragon made many people feel as if their heart had been struck. The Crimson Dragon King silently walked aside. Xiao Chen silently stood in front of the big crystal screen. It was as if his body had been petrified as he stood there motionlessly. The four sacred beasts in the sky descended at the same time. The powerful little critter had been sucked into the Genesis with the four of them working together. At present, 10x was on the verge of dying, and the Crimson Dragon King was seriously hurt, so there was no cause for anxiety. It was time for the four of them to fight. Naturally, Goldie and the Peacock King would team up. The Golden Lion King and the White Tiger did not have any hesitation, they directly walked together. Before the battle began, they cast a glance at the Crimson Dragon King. They believed it would be better to get rid of it first. Moreover, absorbing the essence of the Dragon Kings would have tremendous benefits for them. Boom! An extremely muffled sound suddenly echoed in the sky. It was just like the sound of a sealed-up stone room being rammed. The sudden noise not only made the four sacred beasts raise their guard at the same time and raise their head to look around attentively, even all the spectators were feeling very excited. Their originally crestfallen mood suddenly had a hint of hope. Bang! A even clearer ramming sound was transmitted from high in the air. They could vaguely see one energy ripple after another appearing in the sky. It was as if space was about to deform. I did not mishear. I heard it too, it is that little critter. Many people cried out in surprise. They couldn't help but think of that little critter that was sucked into Genesis. Boom! This time, the sound was even louder. Space actually had signs of collapsing. The Golden Lion King, the Peacock King, and the White Tiger's external incarnation flew over simultaneously. Rumble! The space had been shattered. Hell's Gate reappeared as the rainbow-colored divine radiance was launched towards the horizon. It was extremely dazzling. The snow-white little critter rushed out of Hell's Gate. The clothes on Keek's body and the gold monkey fur were completely crushed. It launched the rainbow-colored radiance unceasingly and pushed Hell's Gate open. It broke free from Genesis and returned with its own power. Oh my God! It can't be. This is too unbelievable. This really isn't an illusion. Everyone cried out in surprise. This was simply unbelievable, it was too outrageous. Although Keek's real identity had been revealed, everyone recognized it at first glance. That pair of glittering big eyes definitely wouldn't be wrong, but just what kind of exotic beast was this? How did it come to possess such an unimaginable power? It was actually able to make it back even after Hell's Gate had been completely shut. It made everyone so dumbfounded that they didn't know what to say. It could make it back from Hell's Gate by itself. Does that mean it also had the power to open Genesis? Wouldn't that mean it also have divine ability similar to the Golden Lion King's Eye of Reincarnation? Everyone in the Amber War Beast Castle flared up, the voice spread over the entire celestial city. Just at this time, the Golden Lion King, the multicolored Peacock King, and the White Tiger's external incarnation moved simultaneously. One after another, glaring rays of light were launched towards the little critter. The sky trembled violently due to the terrifying energy. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter was angry. Moreover, it was truly very angry, but the rainbow-colored divine radiance swept across the sky and shattered all resistance. It was much more powerful when compared to before it was sucked into Genesis. All the energy attacks were routed as the Golden Lion King, the Peacock King, and the White Tiger's external incarnation were sent flying. Kiki was panting with rage, it was not going to leave matters at that. Fortunately, it did not notice the condition 10x was currently in, otherwise it would definitely flip out and reveal a sight it had never before shown. Despite that, it was already scary enough. It directly charged towards the Peacock King that was the closest to it. The rainbow-colored divine radiance swept away the five-colored divine radiance, it even broke through the drizzling sword chi emitted by the primal green feather, and rushed onto the peacock's back in a flash. Pulling up radishes. No, it's more like pulling up the peacock's tail feathers. Every spectator was completely flabbergasted. Kiki actually exerted itself physically to pull that primal divine feather. It was as if everyone had just swallowed a huge elephant, they couldn't even close their mouths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Flipping Out. The snow-white little critter had returned from Hell's Gate. Although it was still so young and immature, its power was no less than a level 12 storm. It caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. To open Hell's Gate, just how much power would that require? Was it something a 1-foot-tall little thing could accomplish? It gave everyone an unfathomable feeling. This was truly a law-breaking little critter. Especially now, the little critter made everyone so stupefied that their jaws literally dropped. It was pulling the radish with all of its strength. The snow-white little critter jumped onto the Peacock King's back and exerted all of its strength to pull that primal green feather as if it was really pulling a radish. It didn't seem to be aware that it was a legendary divine item that could crush a lofty mountain. The multicolored Peacock King let out a long, furious cry, but its body had already been sealed by Kiki. The rainbow-colored radiance had completely enveloped the Peacock King. It was unable to release any power. The tail feathers had already spread out, and the 5-colored divine radiance was fluctuating, but it just couldn't launch its divine radiance. Kiki spent a long time, and yet it was unable to pull up that primal green feather. It panted with rage and randomly tossed the tail feathers from side to side. The Peacock King was so angry that it almost fainted due to its own anger. The multicolored peacock tail was a royal mess and the little critter's paws were full of beautiful tail feathers. A murderous vibe drew near as the white tiger's external incarnation pounced towards the little critter with metallic characters revolving around it. This time, all the metallic characters emitted glaring rays of light. Obviously, they were several folds stronger compared to before. The sky started to tremble. That was the revolution of the worldly essence. Endless energy waves surged up violently and ripped through the air as it was launched towards the snow-white little critter's location. The Golden Lion King also chose to make its move at this moment. The Eye of Destruction and Eye of Reincarnation opened simultaneously. However, this time, the two streaks of light merged as they were launched towards Kiki. The bloody light and black light interweaved and burst forth with an even more terrifying vibe that directly opened a tunnel of death in the sky. It possessed the power of the Eye of Destruction, and also the power of the underworld. Both of these powers merged together and crushed every obstruction. Even the energy wave released by the white tiger's external incarnation was shattered. Kiki already suffered a huge loss last time. It was assaulted by others from behind and got sucked into Hell's Gate. Although the rainbow-colored radiance promptly neutralized the light of destruction, it was still stunned by the attack and narrowly lost its way in the dark underworld. Only after using up all of its power did it break free from Genesis and return the way it came from. Right now, it wouldn't make the same mistake again. It was vigilantly casting a glance at all sides with its big eyes. Seeing that the white tiger approached first, it didn't make any unnecessary movements. All it did was sending a wide expanse of multicolored light there, with no less than 5 layers of light screen. Although the white tiger was strong, it was still no match for the law-breaking Lil Kiki. All of its powerful attacks were neutralized in the first moments. The rainbow-colored radiance was like an unstoppable spell. Once it was launched, it shan't be stopped and broke through all the energy waves. Those metallic characters floating around the white tiger were no exception. More than half of them were shattered. Even the white tiger's external incarnation was confined by the little critter and was mercilessly smashed towards the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air as a bottomless hole appeared in the ground. The white tiger's external incarnation was directly pushed underground. Just at that time, the Lion King's fusion attack almost arrived. The sound of space breaking down was transmitted over. The death tunnel's momentum was extremely shocking. Kiki was extremely angry at the Golden Lion King. It nearly fell into Genesis for all eternity because of the Lion King's sneak attack. Its big eyes went completely round the moment it saw the sly lion. Swish! 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 9 layers of rainbow-colored light screens were launched simultaneously. That tunnel of death was stopped in midair just like this. Due to the fact that the Lion King did not provide any follow-up energy, the instant the tunnel was stopped, it exploded with a boom. An extremely eerie and frightening demonic cloud appeared in the sky. The power that came from the underworld suddenly exploded and scattered, giving rise to violent surge of energy in the sky. Fortunately, this was the sacred war beast stage. It was built in the open air. If there were any psychics erecting barriers in the vicinity, everything would be destroyed, regardless of the barrier or the people. The eerie black fog that shrouded the sky made the snow-white little critter dissatisfied. It waved its paws with all its strength, and the black fog, along with the negative vibe, were instantly driven off by the dazzling rays of light. When the Golden Lion King appeared in front of it, the little critter gave up on the Peacock King and with a shout, it transformed into a streak of white light as it rushed over. Of course, it was making its way through with the rainbow-colored radiance and was completely fearless of the Golden Lion King's Eye of Destruction and Eye of Reincarnation. A roaring noise fell incessantly on the air as the terrifying light of destruction and Genesis were destroyed by the little critter. Kiki passed through in an instant and hopped onto the Golden Lion King's middle head in a short while. With its pair of legs, it was fiercely stamping on the Golden Lion King's Eye of Destruction. The Lion King felt so sullen that it wanted to let out a snarl. After that vertical eye was sealed by the rainbow-colored radiance, it was unable to launch the bloody light anymore. If it wanted to forcefully open the vertical eye, its head might even break into pieces. In front of the big crystal screen, all the spectators seemed to be a little petrified. The little critter that just returned from Genesis was too powerful, so powerful that the other few sacred beasts were powerless to do anything. The little thing's rainbow-colored divine radiance was obviously much stronger when compared to before. Squeak! Kiki let out a squeak furiously, as if it was asking, "Will you give up or not?" The glint in the golden lion's eyes was ice-cold. Although it was feeling sullen, it also felt powerless. As an S-class sacred beast like itself, losing was completely unimaginable. Their powerful innate skills allowed their race to stand at the highest peak and a worthy match practically didn't exist for them. Their race only left behind a single descendant from generation to generation. If it couldn't find a mate within its lifetime, their race would face the fate of extinction. It was very unlikely for one to be born every few thousand years. According to legend, it might be the only one left in this world. The golden lion was a genuine exotic beast. I got some news. The Golden Lion King does not have an owner, though it has a servant tending to it. However, that servant is so strong that it's somewhat scary. With the beast as the master and the human as the servant, this proves that the golden lion has an extraordinary origin. So much so that someone is willing to reduce himself to a slave to serve the Lion King until it grows up. In reality, this was not an unusual story. One must know that some legendary gods were of the beast race. In a few Empyrean VIP lounges, someone had received news from their subordinates. Previously, due to the Golden Lion King's extraordinary performance, they had sent a lot of people to investigate. They say that, in this world, there are a few extremely powerful races that were capable of standing up to the dragons. So much so that they could even slaughter them. After receiving the news, some of the elders had already categorized the Golden Lion King as one of the few most powerful races. However, they were not very certain. After all, the records regarding the most powerful races were unclear. Xiao Chen was located next to a few Empyrean VIP lounges and vaguely heard a little of their conversation. He immediately recalled Buddhist Asian. It seemed like their monastery had a kind of ancient book that contained records of many primal beasts. Buddhist Asian had once said that Kiki might be one of the few exotic beasts. Could it be that the Golden Lion King was also one of them? Although the elders in the Empyrean VIP lounges got the news regarding the Golden Lion King, they were clearly more interested in Kiki at the moment. They instructed their subordinates to scoop out the origin of the snow-white little critter regardless of the cost. This made Xiao Chen frown inwardly. Of course, there were some who was more interested in the Golden Lion King. In one of the VIP lounges, a sigh was transmitted along with an aged voice, "I feel that the Golden Lion King has yet to manifest its full potential." Just where did it come from? It is extremely possible that the Golden Lion King is an all-enlightened one. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to hear this. In fact, the voice was very loud in the room, but no sound leaked out, as if some kind of bizarre power was at work. 1. In the battlefield, Kiki had already stamped the Golden Lion King's head until its head was spinning. After that, it exerted its strength to smash the Lion King and left a big hole on the ground. It must be mentioned that, although the snow-white little critter was stubborn and obstreperous, it was very kind-hearted. Even though it was nearly sucked into Genesis because of the Golden Lion King, it didn't rouse up any killing intent. However, just when it jumped to the ground in high spirits, everything changed in that very instant. The little critter noticed 10x's situation at a glance. Although it was still standing, its body was deprived of vitality. Kiki transformed into a streak of white light and appeared in front of 10x in a split second. Squeak, it called 10x gently, but there was no response. Kiki looked at all the sacred beasts in the battlefield anxiously and furiously. After that, it quickly took off the treasured tree hat and stuffed the little sacred tree into 10x's wound. Then, with a wave of its paws, layer upon layer of rainbow-colored radiances were sent into 10x's body. The Golden Lion King, Multicolored Peacock King, Goldie, and the White Tiger gathered together and fixed their eyes on the snow-white little critter. Through the rainbow-colored divine radiance, Kiki felt the aura of the few sacred beasts on the opposite side within 10x's body. However, it could also feel an indistinct life force at the same time. Seeing the condition of 10x's injuries, it was unknown whether it could make it out alive or not. Kiki immediately welled up with extreme anger. This could be said to be the first time the little critter had flipped out. While standing on the stage, it pointed at all the sacred beasts with its paw. Of course, it didn't leave out the Crimson Dragon King at the side. It was squeaking unceasingly, as if it was saying, "None of you can get away with this." Kiki's first target was the Crimson Dragon King. It was about to rush forward at any time. After receiving the nourishment from the rainbow-colored sacred tree, 10x's closed eyes shook a little and it actually transmitted a trace of bizarre fluctuations. That was completely sent out by spiritual sense. In that instant, the nearly berserk Kiki came to a stop and turned its head around to cast a doubtful glance. That's right, 10x's voice was transmitted into its mind, asking it not to hurt the Crimson Dragon King. While staring at the Crimson Dragon King furiously, Kiki conveniently waved its paw and threw the Crimson Dragon King to the side of the stage by enveloping it with a rainbow-colored light screen. The Crimson Dragon King was the fiercest. It immediately burst into anger. The instant it fell to the ground, it wanted to rush over there. However, after discovering that Kiki was using the dragon's divine ability, it ultimately restrained itself. Kiki disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of the 4 sacred beasts in a flash. The little critter had flipped out. The rainbow-colored radiance swept away the 4 sacred beasts. It was no longer holding anything back at the moment. Although the 4 sacred beasts were fighting back viciously, they were still sent flying in an instant. Each and every one of them were throwing up blood. Xiao Chen felt his heart skip a beat. When he was on Dragon Island, he already found out from Lan Nua and the Amethyst Dragon King that Kiki practiced the dragon's divine abilities. When a dragon's divine abilities reach the peak stage, it is claimed to be capable of confining everything, sweeping everything, and destroying everything. The little critter has obviously improved. Sealing its opponent's movements was no longer the only thing it could do. Right now, it has already learned the divine ability to sweep everything away. The 4 saints were all furious. To be sent flying by such a tiny thing, it really hurts their pride. The white tiger let out a long roar, Goldie let out a sudden cry and was the very first to rush over. Following that, the Peacock King and Golden Lion King took off simultaneously. Squeak! Squeak! The flipped-out little critter was no longer showing any mercy when it made its moves. It seemed to be shouting, "Die! Die! All of you can go and die." Along with the sound of something breaking down, those metallic characters around the white tiger were shattered into small pieces. The white tiger's external incarnation seemed like it was crushed by a huge mountain. The lower half of its body was swept past by 18 light screens and was completely crushed, not even a drip of blood remained. The white tiger's main body coughed up blood and fell among the dust as it rolled back and forth. The instant Goldie surrounded the little critter with 9 shadow partners, 3 of them were destroyed by the berserk Kiki, along with their souls. The other 6 figures hurriedly recombined in a split second and ran away in a sorry state. The Peacock King and Golden Lion King were dominated at once. They were sealed and stopped in the sky. This was a side of Kiki that had never been revealed before. When the little critter flipped out, the consequences were considerably grave. Whoosh! Kiki transformed into a streak of white light and chased after Goldie. At the same time, it launched 18 layers of light screens towards the white tiger. Without any explosive sound, the white tiger's lower half was cut off. What remained behind was only its upper half stained with sticky blood. It was rolling on the ground unceasingly. From a glance, it seemed like the white tiger wouldn't make it out alive. Kiki instantly caught up to Goldie and launched the rainbow-colored divine radiance again. Another 2 of Goldie's souls were ripped out of its body. The entire War Beast castle turned into a cauldron of voices from an extremely quiet state. Everyone yelled as if they had just gone crazy. In a short period of time, the little critter had actually killed the white tiger. That was a king among the sacred beasts. The young white tiger had clearly received the handed-down techniques of the white tigers. Moreover, it possessed the divine marks bestowed by heaven. Its future accomplishments would have been limitless. However, it was slaughtered by the little critter just like that. 2. And even as the later generation of the gods, Goldie was about to meet the same fate. 5 of its souls had already been destroyed. Even having 9 lives was not enough. 1. Silva, well, they don't have soundproof room in this world? XD. 2. Silva, to be honest, the white tiger gave me the impression as the weakest among this group from beginning to end. Being the first to die was not that surprising. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, The Outcome. The consequences were grave once the little critter flipped out. In a flash, the white tiger was about to meet its end. And Goldie had lost 5 of its lives, even having 9 lives were not enough. The snow-white little critter had an attitude like it would kill even the gods and Buddhas if they were to interfere. The 4 sacred beasts were simply no match for the little critter. Swish! Another rainbow-colored radiance swept over and reaped Goldie's 6th life. Another one of its shadow partners had been destroyed. Goldie had a violent nature, it looked down on Kiki before, but now, it was chased by others in such a sorry figure. At present, it finally understood the gap between them was very big. It wouldn't be all that difficult if the little critter really wanted to kill it. Kiki was extremely fast. It transformed into a streak of white light and overtook Goldie within a few swooshes. It looked like another rainbow-colored radiance was about to be launched soon. At this time, the Peacock King in the sky was unable to maintain its cool anymore. It grew up together with Goldie, it couldn't look on helplessly as its buddy was about to get killed. Its multicolored wings radiated with 1,000 streaks of multicolored light. Its body was overflowing with multicolored brilliance as it dived down. A green drizzling swordchi was mixed together with the 5-colored divine radiance as they were launched towards the snow-white little critter. Kiki was very angry at the moment, anyone who dared to block its path would face its wrath. Even if a god was to come, it wouldn't stop either. Swish! Swish! The dazzling light screen soared up and routed the Peacock King's reputed 5-colored divine radiance. Even the green drizzling swordchi emitted by the primal green feather was blocked by the light screen. Squeak! The snow-white little critter shouted angrily. Following closely, it disappeared in the blink of an eye and rushed midair. It appeared on the back of the Peacock King and dropped 2 layers of divine light while sticking close. Bang! The multicolored Peacock King was unable to bear it anymore and directly fell from the sky. Kiki was merciless and continued its assault. It waved its little paw to employ a rainbow-colored radiance to sweep away the Peacock King in front of it. The descendants of gods had incredible vitality, but even so, they were unable to resist the continuous attacks of Kiki. One after another, the rainbow-colored radiances were launched. The colorful feathers fluttered about in the air. The Peacock King was battered and exhausted, but it was still alive. In the most critical moment, drizzling green chi leaked out from the primal divine feather, wrapping the Peacock King within. Back in those days, when that person executed the 5-colored divine radiance, there was nothing that could bar his path, there were nothing he couldn't destroy. There were hardly any worthy adversaries for him in the heaven and earth. Even more so after he refined the 5 feathers and turned them into the most powerful objects. The feathers were divided into 5 colors, namely, green, yellow, red, black, and white. When 5 of these feathers are gathered in one place, they would be one terrifying divine artifact. At the moment, even if there was only the primal green feather, it was more than enough to protect the multicolored Peacock King. Although the Peacock King was unable to manifest the primal green feather's true power yet, the green feather had the ability to protect its owner automatically. Seeing that it was unable to kill the Peacock King, the little critter was even more annoyed. As if it had an infinite amount of power, the little critter launched one layer of rainbow-colored radiance after another. In the end, it still plucked a handful of the peacock's tail feathers. The originally bright-colored and beautiful Peacock King looked extremely uncouth at the moment. Many areas on its body were laid bare as the glittering feathers fluttered about in the air. Everyone in the War Beast Castle was so shocked that they were unable to utter a single word. The golden lion crouched calmly in the empty sky with an ice-cold glint in its eyes. It didn't move an inch, but the surroundings of the 3rd vertical eye were blazing with divine flames that pulsed violently. It was on the verge of opening. The snow-white little critter felt the bloodlust and turned its head around in an instant. It immediately noticed the Golden Lion King's current situation and gave up on killing the tenacious Peacock King at once. With a swish, it disappeared in thin air and showed up in the empty sky, heading directly toward the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was very calm. Its 3rd vertical eye was already on the verge of opening, so it ignored the little critter's attack to save up as much power as possible. It believed in the strength of its own body, it believed that it could resist a few of the little critter's attacks. Kiki rushed over in a split second and a wide expanse of light screens were launched in that very instant. There were no less than 20 layers of divine radiance that uniformly fell on the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion overestimated the strength of its body too much. As a result, blood splashed everywhere in a split second. 20 deep wounds appeared on the Lion King's golden body, all of them were cut open by the divine radiance. Hints of gold radiance could be found mingled in the watery blood, so much so that they looked a little like golden blood. However, just from this, its power could be seen very clearly, it was so much more powerful when compared to the white tiger. The Golden Lion King's attempt to open the 3rd vertical eye this time had been interrupted again. It was very unwilling and let out a world-shaking bellow. There was just a little bit more to go. In the end, the Golden Lion King was still an exotic beast. After it let out a thunderous roar, its entire body shone with golden light as blood stopped leaking out. All of its wounds began to heal and its golden body dazzled the eyes. Kiki angrily waved its little paw and directly confined the Golden Lion. After that, it smashed the Golden Lion onto the half-alive Peacock King. With a loud bang, dust filled the air and two angry roars from the sacred beasts are transmitted outwards. The Peacock King and the Golden Lion King had collided with one another. The little critter rushed towards the ground and blinked its big eyes twice, as if it had just thought of something. Swish! Swish! Rainbow-colored radiances were launched and confined both the Golden Lion King as well as the Peacock King respectively. After that, it controlled the two balls of light and made them collide with one another. 1. Bang! Bang! The banging sound never came to a stop. The two sacred beasts felt their heads spinning from the continuous collisions. The snow-white little critter looked at the Peacock King's primal green feather, then it looked at the Golden Lion's third vertical eye as it was hatching up a plan. The vertical eye and green feather were not easy to deal with. At the moment, it had decided to let the two face each other with their strongest aspect. With a flash of light, Kiki sealed the both of them. After that, it controlled the Peacock King's unfolded tail feathers to bump into the Golden Lion's third head. To be more precise, it was using the primal green feather to pierce the third vertical eye. Rips! 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 The sound of space tearing apart could be heard. Following closely, a fluctuation that caused people's heart to race spread out in a flash. Kiki's big eyes immediately glittered as it looked at the point of collision without batting an eye. However, when the terrifying energy fluctuation came to a stop, it was disappointed. The primal green feather actually did not pierce into the third vertical eye and both remained in good condition. Both sides seemed to possess an unknown power that stopped them from the destructive collision. Squeak! The little critter shouted angrily. It waved its little paws with all its strength to control the multicolored light and made the two crash into one another again with their strongest aspects. Rips! 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 The sound of space breaking into pieces transmitted outwards as an extremely bizarre energy spread out. It made people feel nervous and agitated, as if a huge monster had just come into being. Then again, it felt as if there were a few huge mountains pressing down on their hearts. It gave people an indescribable feeling of fear and made them tremble involuntarily. The Peacock King's primal divine feather and the Golden Lion's third vertical eye seemed to contain boundless power. If they were to burst out, it seemed like they would be capable of destroying everything. Just this kind of heart-racing atmosphere alone was enough to astonish everyone. The space between the two beasts was a piece of darkness. The unknown power had isolated everything in the surroundings from the world. The sound and power of their collision completely disappeared within the black space. The dark space that abruptly appeared comes and goes just as quick. The snow-white little critter didn't know what had just happened, but it noticed that the primal green feather was not destroyed, and the Lion King's third vertical eye was also safe and sound. Blazing divine flame was still lingering around the eye. Only now did everyone in front of the big crystal screen let out a gasp. The pressure earlier was really too oppressive. Angry. The snow-white little critter's mind was very simple. It could be said that it had a childish heart. It wanted to avenge 10x, however, even though it could defeat the opponents, it was unable to punish them. This made the little critter shout in a fit of rage. It didn't try to make them crash into one another again. Kiki just sealed their movements and banged them on the ground over and over with the rainbow-colored divine radiance. The rainbow-colored radiance scraped them unceasingly like knife blades. With the protection of the primal green feather, the Peacock King was still better off. It was barely enough to prevent its body from breaking into pieces, it only lost some feathers in the end. However, it was different for the Golden Lion King. Although it had a shocking healing power, it was still slower than Kiki. With more than 10 multicolored radiances falling all at once, it was as if the Golden Lion was getting chopped by more than 10 divine swords at the same time. It caused the Golden Lion King to be drenched in blood from head to toe. Although the golden divine radiance flickered in that very instant and healed the wounds, it was still unable to withstand the little critter's continuous attacks. Only that, the little critter felt a little sick when seeing the blood. It had never taken the life of a living creature, it was not used to these kinds of ruthless methods. Seeing that the Golden Lion King was drenched in blood, it started to hesitate a little. However, it was not an ordinary little critter to begin with, it knew what to do, it was not the time to be benevolent at the moment. Kiki hardened its resolve and launched layer upon layer of divine radiance. With such an offensive power, even the Golden Lion was unable to bear it. There were a few times it was narrowly chopped in half at the waist, even the thick white bones were exposed. However, it still barely recovered from the attacks in the end. The little critter's formidability had already made everyone feel their head numb a long time ago. And the Golden Lion King's powerful body was similarly out of everyone's expectation. In front of the big crystal screen, every spectator was overwhelmed with shock. It must be mentioned that the white tiger had been chopped in half by the little critter effortlessly, and this golden lion was actually able to recover from it every time it was about to get chopped in half. With such a freakish ability, if not because of running into the snow-white little critter, just which sacred beast would be able to deal with it? The divine ability of the vertical eyes were already exaggerated enough, and in addition to such a remarkable healing ability, it was simply a freak that defied the natural order of the world. However, everyone knew that if this was to go on, the Golden Lion King would inevitably die. It might be able to resist 7 or 8 attacks from the little critter, but it definitely wouldn't be able to resist up to 15 or 16 times. Its healing power was obviously getting weaker. At this time, all of the Peacock King's multicolored feathers had fell off. It looked extremely miserable. Goldie, who was watching from a distant place, was unable to bear it anymore and rushed over instantly. It knew that it was not a match for Kiki, but its honor does not allow it to glance back. It grew up together with the Peacock King since childhood. Their relationship was very deep. Swish! With a flash of rainbow-colored divine radiance, Goldie had been detained in an instant. Kiki threw Goldie beside the Peacock King and used the divine radiance to sweep the 3 of them simultaneously. Goldie had already lost 6 of its lives. It only had 3 out of 9 lives remaining. There's no way it could resist much longer. The multicolored Peacock King struggled and used all of its power to protect Goldie. Taking advantage of the instant when the little critter was dealing with the golden lion, it successfully wrapped Goldie within the drizzling green chi emitted by the primal green feather. It was using the green feather to protect the 2 of them. However, it was not able to provide much protection with such a method. After all, the Peacock King was still unable to really control the primal divine feather. It could only rely on its function to automatically protect the owner. In only an instant, another one of Goldie's lives was lost. And the Peacock King itself was only barely alive. The rainbow-colored radiance flashed one more time. Kiki launched more than 10 layers of light screens simultaneously. Goldie had lost another one of its lives. At the moment, it only had 1 life remaining. It was no different from any other sacred beast anymore. If it dies one more time, it wouldn't have any lives left. And the Peacock King was also very miserable. After sharing a portion of the primal divine feather's power, it was unable to protect itself anymore. This time, it narrowly lost its life directly. If it was not because it had the blood of the gods flowing in its veins and the fact that it had high vitality, it might have perished a long time ago. Goldie struggled to get out from the primal green feather's range. It didn't want to let the Peacock King protect it. However, since it was already fixed in place by Kiki, its wish would never be fulfilled. Moreover, the Peacock King also didn't want to give up Goldie. If this keeps up, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to escape the fate of getting wiped out. However, the little critter had a change of mind. Seeing how the 2 were giving their all for each other's sake, even when flipped out, Kiki didn't have the heart to make its move anymore. It must be mentioned that the snow-white little critter was very kind-hearted. It actually took pity on the opponent under these kinds of circumstances. These kinds of thoughts gave the 2 beasts a chance of survival. From a distant location, 2 figures were closing in at high speed. They came flying from the sky like 2 streaks of lightnings. "We beg for your mercy. We admit defeat." Since the little critter had flipped out, only a short time had passed. The white tiger's death strongly affected everyone. For fear that the Peacock King and Goldie would meet the same fate, these 2 ignored the rules of the tournament and broke into the stage at a crucial moment. They wanted to prevent the following tragedy. At the moment, the snow-white little critter's anger had already gradually settled down. First, it was because it could clearly feel the life force of Tenex slowly recovering. Second, it was moved by the friendship between Goldie and the Peacock King. The kind-hearted Kiki couldn't bear to make its move again. When the 2 elders violated the rules and appeared on the stage, the little critter instinctively stopped. After that, another 6 elderly men appeared. Those 6 were the guards of the tournament. Seeing that the little critter permitted it and didn't let a tragedy take place, the 2 elders were very moved. After all, they were able to drag 2 sacred beasts back from the verge of death. After carrying the Golden Lion King and White Tiger's bodies, Kiki disappeared from the scene with a swish as it rushed towards Tenex. Just at this time, an angry bellow transmitted over, "Let go of the White Tiger." Following closely, a tall elderly woman flew over and appeared on the stage. Boom! A streak of lightning was launched at Kiki. Everyone caused a storm of protest. So be it if the violator just broke into the war beast stage, but she actually made her move against the competing war beast. This had incited public anger and immediately caused the Amber Warbeast Castle to break out with noise. Kiki was as quick as lightning. While carrying the golden lion and white tiger's dead bodies, it disappeared with a whooshing sound and dodged the attack, then it angrily turned its sight to the sky. Evil creature, release the white tiger's dead body, otherwise you can go and die. The old woman was quite fierce. She hated the snow-white little critter to the extreme. Guards, go and kill that old witch, quick! Quickly behead that old witch! The crowds were furious and shouted angrily in succession. Kiki was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. It was very angry as it looked at the old woman. It dodged yet another attack and then appeared in front of 10x as if it had passed through the space. Swish! The white tiger's body was totally crushed after a rainbow-colored radiance swept past. The life essence of the white tiger burst out and was all pushed into 10x's body by Kiki. You hateful evil creature! The old woman moved even fiercer. Squeak! The little critter flipped out. It threw the golden lion king towards a distant location and then jumped towards the old woman like a streak of white light. It instantly launched the rainbow-colored divine radiance. Bang! The old woman, who was flying over, was sent tumbling away in a short while. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter shouted angrily and followed up with another divine radiance. A large area of the old woman's clothing were ripped apart as she was sent somersaulting in the sky. Silva, I actually laughed out loud when I read this part. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Opening the Third Eye. The old woman was very tall and wouldn't be outdone by any ordinary man. Moreover, she looked a little Herculean. If not because she possessed a few characteristics of a woman, she would absolutely be looked upon as a man. Her face had wrinkles, but she did not have the benevolence of the elderly. On the contrary, she looked very ruthless and gave people a bad impression. With her age and flying ability, it was very easy for people to recognize her as a Zephyrus-level expert. And yet, she was sent somersaulting by the snow-white little critter 2 times in succession. This was a really shocking event. Naturally, the old woman herself felt even angrier and astonished. To be sent flying away by such a young little critter, it was a very embarrassing event. Evil creature, you are courting death. Following the old woman's fierce shout, 9 crescent moon-shaped light blades fell from the sky. Although they were materialized by energy, the light blades were flickering as if they were real divine weapons. Squeak! Squeak! The little critter wouldn't take it lying down. It glared at the old woman angrily with its gem-like black eyes and fought back. The rainbow-colored radiances were launched one after another. A total of 29 light beams amassed together to form a blazing divine radiance that was launched at the old woman. This was a soundless collision, but it was equally intense. It could be seen that the holy radiance and densely concentrated light blades broke into pieces as they clashed in the sky. Although there was no ear-splitting noise, the terrifying fluctuations were enough to cause people's heart to race. It felt as if heaven and earth was rocked by a major disaster. It made everyone's soul tremble. The sound was annihilated, even the energy was annihilated. It's only because of this that the devastating storm didn't spread out. This kind of confrontation was the most terrifying. Once a little bit of the energy burst out, the aftermath would be considerably grave. Seeing that a black hole had swallowed up that space just now, all the spectators felt a chill down their spine. The old woman's light blades were all destroyed in the sky, and the little critter's holy radiance didn't get completely routed. It continued to rush forward, showering down upon the old woman and ruthlessly shot her from the sky. The dragon's major divine ability, once it reached the ultimate state, it could confine everything, sweep everything, destroy everything, unable to be stopped, it couldn't be stopped. The little critter had obviously grasped a little of these 3 essentials. However, it was most proficient in confinement. In regards to the sweeping, it was not that proficient in it yet. As for the destruction, it had only touched upon this field a little bit. However, that was already sufficient. After sweeping the old woman, Kiki directly used the confinement technique to trap her and ruthlessly smashed her on the heavily damaged ground. Bang! Dust filled the air as the old woman was smashed into the ground. A human-shaped hole was carved on the surface of the ground. Ah! The old woman rushed out with her face covered in dirt. She was completely driven mad. She hoped she could commit suicide. To be tossed around by a 1-foot-tall little critter like this, she really had no face left to exist anymore. 1. Everyone in the Amber Warbeast Castle raised an uproar, almost to the point of going berserk. The little critter had challenged its limit again and again. First, it overpowered the 4 sacred beasts, and then it broke free from the bounds of Genesis. Following closely, it killed sacred beasts as if it was preparing a dish. And now, it even sent a Zephyrus-level old woman somersaulting into the sky. Just how strong was this little thing? Almost nobody could see through the little critter's strength. The very most important matter was its expression, naive, immature, and throwing tantrum in a fit of rage. It didn't seem to consider defeating the old woman as something worth showing off. It was not aware of the consequences. Evil creature. The old woman finally lost it. She didn't care about everyone's mockery and ridicule anymore as she flew towards the little critter with killing intent. Little bastard. I will definitely get rid of you. Kiki was very angry. Nobody had ever called it a little bastard once. Even though it was a little critter, it had the heart of a young child. Whoosh! White light flashed and faded away as the snow-white little critter kept changing its position in the sky. As if it was crossing empty space, Kiki abruptly appeared beside the old woman. It lifted its hand to launch a divine radiance. With a bang, the divine radiance was flung at the old woman's face. The old woman's body slanted to one side and her cheek immediately started to swell. Although she was hit by the divine radiance, it felt as if she had received a slap on the face. Little bastard! The old woman flew into rage out of humiliation. Such humiliation was really too much. Squeak! Kiki shouted in a fit of rage. Being scolded as a little bastard by others, it was evidently very angry. Whoosh! It abruptly disappeared once again and appeared not far behind the old woman with a swish. Then with a ripping sound, it launched a divine radiance and struck the top of the old woman's head. Bang! The old woman was hit and directly fell to the dusty ground from the sky. The entire stadium was in an uproar, accompanied by rowdy jeering. The old woman really wished she could find a hole and bury herself underground. Just at this time, the 6 guards of the War Beast tournament flew over and stopped the old woman, who still wanted to rise in revolt. As a matter of fact, these 6 should have come over at an earlier time. Just that, when they saw that the little critter actually had the upper hand, they just looked on without lifting a finger. That was because they were very dissatisfied with the old woman's behavior, so they wanted her to lose face. The 6 of them found this old woman to be very despicable. She was clearly up in years, and yet, her temper was even worse than that of the ill-mannered vixen. She didn't have a tidbit of a senior's grace. She was a shame to her peers. The disturbance on the War Beast stage had been settled forcefully, but it was very difficult to settle down the spectators' high tension. Everyone was continuously discussing just what level had the little critter reached. Don't tell me it had already reached the demigod level? Hard to say, but I don't think it should be that exaggerating. Due to these sacred beasts' powerful divine abilities, they seem to be unparalleled, but their real power should be around that of the Historia realm. However, without the strength of a demigod, it is hard to fight against their almost freakish divine abilities. An elder in the Imperial VIP lounge gave the most accurate evaluation. The Golden Lion should be at the Historia realm, but due to its unrivaled divine ability, it is hard to suppress it unless a Zephyrus realm expert makes their move. As for that snow-white little critter, maybe it already touched upon the edge of Zephyrus realm. That's why it was able to send the tiger woman just now somersaulting a few times. Divine ability, especially those unrivaled ones, possessed the greatest might. If their power was to completely manifest, it would be totally unimaginable. This was the only hope for the weak to be capable of stepping across the dividing line. Therefore, when people began to open up the treasures in their body, they would try to dig out rare divine abilities. Hence why this realm was given the name of Historia. However, just how many unique and unmatched divine abilities were out there in the world? In a certain kind of sense, except for the inherited skills of some uncommon races, all the other divine abilities could be duplicated or derived. The snow-white little critter was pushed into the limelight and swept across the War Beast tournament with absolute power, causing everyone to be shocked and rousing a lot of interest in the little thing. Before, Kiki was wearing golden monkey fur and child's clothes to disguise itself. Nobody was able to recognize it. However, its true identity was exposed after it broke free from Genesis. Some of its behaviors after that attracted the eyes of everyone present and shocked all the spectators. Doga Jianma silently watched for a really long time. Even someone who knew her roots and background such as Yan Xingchang was endlessly shocked. She absolutely never thought that Kiki was this strong. At that time, although she knew it was very extraordinary, her impression of it was only that of a mischievous and cute little thing. Let's not even mention Fatty Zhuge, his jaws already dropped due to shock a long time ago. Although the bastard Fatty had keen insight and could tell that Kiki was out of the ordinary, but he never thought it was this extraordinary. Catalina, Lazio, Fairsnow, and the gang had once seen the snow-white little critter. After Kiki swept across the entire War Beast tournament, they were so taken aback to the point that they were petrified. Everyone who recognized the little critter almost went crazy, it was that inconceivable. Those who returned from Dragon Island, whether it was intentional or inadvertent, they didn't leak out that there was once a snow-white little critter who dared to provoke the Dragon King. Therefore, even if people were to investigate the events that once occurred on Dragon Island, only a few people would know about the secret that Kiki came from Dragon Island. However, it was no longer possible to keep this a secret. This time, among the people who came to watch the War Beast tournament, there were no lack of people who returned from Dragon Island. They immediately recognized the snow-white little critter at a glance. Thus, they also naturally linked it to Xiao Chen. As a result, some of the elders in the Imperial VIP lounges received a report within moments. Consequently, the secret was no longer a secret. At present, the old woman was already banished from the premises. The Peacock King and Goldie were already taken away by the two elderly people. A mysterious man who was clad in golden flames walked over to persuade the Golden Lion King to leave, but he was refused by the Golden Lion King. The two Dragon Kings were brought by others to a safe zone. Since then, the War Beast stage had once again regained tranquility. Only Kiki and the Golden Lion King were left on the stage. Roar! The Golden Lion King raised its head to let out a roar that shook the very earth. After that, it rose high into the sky and floated in midair. Its pupils emitted gold glints that gave people chill down their spine. The Lion King had never suffered a loss like this before. Since birth, it had been through dozens of life and death battles. It could even be said that the Golden Lion paved its way out from a pile of corpses. It had never experienced defeat once among the young beasts. Around the third vertical eye, divine flames were wriggling about. As if it had formed a world of its own, mysterious characters actually floated into sight one after another. The characters emitted ancient vibes like that of the sacrificial writings as they were dedicated to the underworld to call upon some kind of power, but today, if the Golden Lion King was unable to open its third vertical eye to defeat Kiki, it wouldn't be willing to give up. In order to ensure that it wouldn't be disturbed, the Golden Lion King had a fierce expression. The golden mane around its three heads were erected as liquefied golden energy enveloped its entire body. It was bearing the acute pain to make some kind of sacrifice. The blazing golden divine light was pulsing like a flame. Even the sky seemed to be combusting. The eye of destruction abruptly opened, then it closed at high speed. The bloody ray vanished in a flash. After that, a bloody pattern flowed out from that vertical eye as an inexhaustible power was flowing towards the third vertical eye. The eye of Genesis opened quickly and closed just as quick. The black light disappeared in an instant as a bloody pattern appeared. Same as the former, the inexhaustible energy flowed from that vertical eye to the third one. The two vertical eyes would be completely sealed for a really long time in the future. All for gathering enough power at present to open the third vertical eye immediately. Around the third vertical eye, those mysterious characters emerged unceasingly and formed a world of their own. It was practically impossible to understand the meaning of those ancient characters. Indistinctly, the sound of chanting and praying could be heard. It was as if they had traveled through time and were transmitted from the distant past. The voice was getting louder over time and gradually became clearer. No one was able to understand the meaning of those words nor what he was feeling. They only knew that it was a sincere prayer and summoning. It was extremely bizarre. When the third vertical eye of the Golden Lion was activated, it would actually bring about such a bizarre effect. It made everyone feel as if a storm was welling up in their heart. This was apparently a ceremony. The chanting sound, the praying sound, the sound of the offerings and massacre, they were like the long drawn-out sound of an ancient demon. Was that demonic sound the sincere prayer of the people in the distant past? Just what kind of existence was the Golden Lion King? Could it be a race that was once worshipped by the common people? As time passed by quietly, an infinitely small crack could be seen as the third vertical eye of the Golden Lion King was on the verge of opening. And during the process when that ancient demonic sound was transmitted outward, the snow-white little critter was bewildered. It seemed as if its heartstrings had been touched. The little critter was at a loss. All of a sudden, the Golden Lion King's third vertical eye opened widely at high speed. As if it had sensed danger, the snow-white little critter instantly became incomparably solemn. It was not at all the same as it was in the past. All of that was due to the ancient demonic sound. It was as if a certain sealed door of the little critter had been opened. Woo! An eerie sound transmitted outward. The Golden Lion King's location completely transformed into nothingness. A big section of space seemed to be on the verge of shrinking into a tiny speck until it completely disappeared. The void. Even Kiki was caught up within. The Golden Lion King's figure already couldn't be seen, and Kiki was on the verge of disappearing. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter seemed to have pushed open a dusty and mysterious door that was in the middle of a long river. Its pair of eyes emitted two brilliant rays. A black light flickered, it carried a destructive aura like it was a magical light of the underworld. The other light was white and boundless, as if a star had suddenly been lit up and illuminated the boundless universe. Millions and millions of stars poured their light down in a torrent. The two light beams that appeared all of a sudden were accompanied with a sudden clap of thunder. The situation changed in an instant as heaven and earth turned pale. The boundless energy that spread out had enough power to swallow the whole world. It was a very strange feeling. It was obviously nothing more than a white and black light, but it felt as if there were thousands of men and horses surging forward. It gave everyone an extremely bizarre feeling. At this very moment, Lil Kiki who wore a solemn expression that gave people an extremely ridiculous misconception. It seemed as if Kiki was an indomitable great god, dignified and inviolable. Whether the Golden Lion King had fully opened the third vertical eye was still unknown, but the little critter had already opened an extremely terrifying eye. 2. 1. Silva, Kek, does that mean Kiki is stronger than the MC now? XD. 2. Silva, wait what? The little critter actually had a third eye? XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.